All right, folks, we are live. Welcome back. Yes, of course. Let me check just to make sure I'm coming through there. Okay, good. Yes, so Russia has declared war on the Ukraine, of course. Today we're having the big debate here, Russia versus Ukraine. Who do you support? Want to hear your arguments. We're going to be going through some arguments that are being made by people who, think that Russia has a reasonable justification to be doing what it's doing. We're going to get into all of that. Is that fixed? Okay, yeah, that's okay. Okay, good. We got a lot of takes last night. If you guys didn't see our, as soon as this broke out, looks like Mace is in support of Russia. I'll be wanting to get Mace's take today. Make sure you guys drop a like when you get into the room here. Hit that like button, share this stream. This is going to be the great debate today. Bring your Fish Jungle 9 says, I support NATO. Bring your guys' best takes. Join us on Discord. This is where you're going to be able to give your take live on the air. This is going to be a very open discussion. Speak up when you want to say something today, and we will keep this as moderated as we can. Join us on Discord. So, Bruce, I didn't get your take. I didn't get to hear your take yesterday when this broke out because it was pretty late and we went live. Just your general feelings of the declaration of war from Russia on the Ukraine.
I mean, I don't. Oh, obviously, I think it's a mess whenever this happens. I'm not a fan of. I don't want anyone to die in mass casualties like that.
You're a little hard to hear. I don't know why you're
Oh,
there
weird.
You go.
Anyway, I don't really want people to. I don't want people to die from bombs and war. I think it's. I don't think anyone wants that. I do think that it's possible the United States could have avoided some of this, but I don't know at what cost.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of funny to poke at. It's funny to poke at Joe Biden, but it's more than that. I think this has been going on for a long time with Ukraine, since 2014, 2012. It depends on where you want to draw the line since World War II. How far do you want to go back?
But, yeah.
I do though, however, think that there are some credible not credible, but there are reasons that a place like Russia would be upset with the United States that I think might be warranted in some ways. Now they'd have to pull out of treaties if they feel this way.
Right.
But they don't like whatever culture the United States seems to be imposing upon them by proxy in Ukraine with nuclear weapons. So their claim that they're basically the United States and the Western world is engaging in a mass social experiment is destructive to their traditions. They don't like it.
Right.
So they think that the United States using Ukraine and putting nukes in the area on the border of Russia infringes upon their traditions or whatever they wish to happen there.
Right.
So I'm not surprised, I guess, as far as that's concerned.
But were you surprised by the actual declaration of war, or did this not surprise you?
Yeah, I was surprised by the I was definitely surprised by the bombing.
Yeah.
Or the missiles. Yeah.
Well, literally in moments the entire Air Force of Ukraine and what they had for ships was just destroyed.
Yeah, I mean Russia's not in anyone that has a military that isn't stupid. That's how you'll do what you have to do. Yeah. I really thought it was going to be more of a cold standoff. but that's been happening for some time. So,
Yeah.
I mean, there are some people that claim that if Trump were in office, this wouldn't be the case.
Mm.
Or a Republican that would be stronger in its opposition. I actually think that it's. I don't think it matters. Honestly, I don't think it would matter who's in office. I think. I
Yeah.
think the issue they have is. I think they have an issue with Western culture. Um, and there's something to be said for that. I mean, when the military is, concern in the United States concerned with LGBTQ woke culture, and
Hmm.
then they have also influence in Ukraine, that's antithetical to Russia's culture, and so they don't like it. So I can understand the ideological war and how it comes out this way.
Right.
And then when you sanction them economically for wishing to remove, so like if someone has nuclear weapons on your border, you can see a small concern, especially if that someone that's there isn't aligned with you culturally or ideologically. So
Right.
I'm not surprised. So then that kind of begs the question: is like, is since we're aware of this as the United States, or I say it raises the question: since we're aware of this, why would we continue to leave the nuclear weapons there or not negotiate a different treaty? And then the issue is our culture and ideology around our culture more important than the lives of citizens in Ukraine?
Right.
And I would say it's not.
Hmm.
But people in NATO or in the West would say, yes, it's more important.
Right.
Now, I don't know.
Let's get your gain a little bit down. I think we're a little bit high now.
All right, I'll fix it. Yeah, there we go. Hopefully that's
Maybe a
that's
little
better.
little less. Yeah. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. That's better. Okay. Nice.
That's kind of my take.
Okay. Now, who do you what when it comes to like citizens of either country? My initial take here is that when this conflict is said and done, the Russian people are going to suffer the most. Do you share that sentiment?
Yeah, I mean, depending on how it plays out, yeah. I mean, it would be sanctions would continue, and I would imagine it would squeeze Russia a lot. But I actually yes, in some ways, but I think they're prepared. I think the people that will be most affected will be Ukraine and Belarus.
Okay.
Like actually displaced, destroyed,
Right.
ruined. I think that's probably the most affected.
Um, Aaron, what's been your general take? Let's get your take on the air here on the record.
The YouTube audience to know. Take what I say with a grain of salt because I'm already not the biggest fan of humanity.
Right.
So I'm probably going to have the harshest take, or one of the harshest takes that you're gonna to hear here. Yeah, humanity is a joke. It's a joke. What was it last year with the I don't remember who it was, but there was something very similar to this that happened. Was it last year or 2 years ago? I think it was last year. And now this shit. Look, we love as a species to say, oh, we're so special, we're so advanced, we're not like other animals, we're so unique. Yet, you've got shit like this. And this shit is just going to keep happening. As long as they can do it without facing any real repercussions, we as a species are always going to find excuses to try and conquer each other. That's just the reality. And if people were just honest about that, I could respect them. But the only thing I think when I see shit like this is, yep, when I say there's no hope for humanity, this is the kind of shit I'm talking about. Going to war for, in reality, no fucking reason. Humanity's a joke. That's really all I have to say about it. We're a joke.
Are you sympathetic to any of these any of the reasoning behind like I'm sure at some level you have within your moral foundation, Aaron, that if certain buttons were pushed, you would justify war to be declared. Do you have any sympathy for the reasons that have been given by Putin and the Russians here, or do you think this is like it's like this is being done for political reasons, for simply not for reasons of, you know, like for the safety of humanity, going in to remove an evil dictator or anything like that. This is, seems to be being done for territorial expansion. Um,
I mean, isn't that kind of an obvious answer? Of course, he's not doing this for any real reason. This is the thing that human beings do. We say, okay, I want to invade this country, so let me come up with the bullshit. It would be hard to argue against this reason as to why, so that I can get away with doing it when I'm the only one who knows my real motives, and most people are too stupid to actually think about it and say, oh, well, he must be doing this for the good of the Russians, for the people of Ukraine who say that they belong with Russia. Like, come on. This shit happens time and time again, and every one of these retards does the same fucking shit. It's the same PR bullshit every time. Of course he doesn't mean what he's saying. That's just a bullshit excuse he's coming up with. Everyone does this.
Right.
You would think people would have learned their lesson by now, but nope. We refuse to learn lessons. So that's my take.
Right. Let's get some more initial takes here. Sergeant Kipling, you're up next. What do you think of this declaration of war?
Team Russia, let's go. Just kidding. I don't know. I just hope the U.S. doesn't get involved. I think it's pretty cringe all around. I've never really been a fan of Ukraine. I don't have a reason to be a fan of Ukraine. Not a fan of Russia either, although I own a collection of Soviet hats, which are nice.
Right.
I look at the whole conflict and I'm like, God, why do I have to care about this? I don't like either of these people. Please just blow over as soon as possible. That's my take.
So you mentioned you're not a fan. I mean, if you were a fan of one of these nations, is that what dictates whether you think it's okay for them to be doing X?
No, but to an extent, there's going to be people that are like, that are going to be more nationalistic. Like Russians love Putin, right? So they're obviously looking at this whole thing like, let's go. This is a show of our nation's strength. And I've met various other people that are more right wing in nature, you could say, that are like definitely more sympathetic to the Russians here, if they to embarrass the Western regime and the United States, because they're increasingly disenfranchised.
Yeah, I've seen this too. Okay, I want to jump to Mace. Mace, I don't know if you were trolling, but please don't troll. But are you a supporter of what the Russians are doing here, or what are your general feelings on this declaration of war?
Yeah, 100%. Like, as I've said many times before, my moral foundation is based on tragedy, death, and destruction. So this, like, completely falls under that.
What do you... Tragedy, death, and destruction. So you are you... Sorry, I'm not clear. Are you supportive of what Russia's doing?
Yeah, I was joking. I don't think anyone could possibly support Russia. They're the aggressors.
Other than Russia.
So, yeah, I mean, and then you got to look at like the justification given. What exactly is the argument here? Like,
there is no justification to be killing innocent people.
Justification. But I'm saying, like, I know that's your moral ought. Let's try to get into the minds of the people who are saying that there is some reasonable justification by the Russians here. Let's see what's going on in the comment section. Brad Becker says, I know you're a racist if you make these decisions based on group characteristics rather than individual rights.
What?
Gary Garner's stack of ribs says this war is a complete and utter psyop. Anyway, welcome, Gary. Make sure you guys are subscribed if you're not subscribed yet, and hit that like button, guys. We need to get the likes up in order for anyone to come and join this conversation, or else YouTube is not going to show this stream to everyone out there. So please, please, please take a quick second, hit the like button, please.
Oh, I like this one. I'm defo more sympathetic to Russian homogeneity than I am to the globo homo agenda. Lots of homo there, and I've no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
The globo homo agenda. The global.
The homo agenda? Are you talking about?
True.
Are you talking about homosexuality? Jack's Jester says, unsubscribed, you sound like morons.
Who told you about my plan?
Jax, why would you unsubscribe if we sound like morons? And instead of saying you sound like morons, why don't you actually take something, a claim one of us has made, and take us to task on it? Like, what a admission of stupidity. Like, thank you, John Boy. Yeah, good take,
Wait,
Jax.
hang on, Jack. So do you think we're morons because we think Russia's in the wrong for attacking?
Yeah.
Do you support Russia, or do you just mean we sound just generally not very intelligent?
Yeah, because if applied to me, I would agree to that.
So unless I'm missing something, this is all happening because Russia doesn't recognize Zelensky as the actual legitimate leader of Ukraine. Is that how this kind of cannonball?
I mean, no, that's not what I've heard. Let's look at Putin's justification.
Putin's not going to explain why he killed people.
Well, here, let's look at his justification. Let's
give him the benefit of the doubt here, guys. Come on,
I would bet money that he is not going to address all the murders he's just committed.
Why can't I?
We can give him the benefit of the doubt for all 2 seconds it takes before he dashes it right away.
I don't think this was a rush.
He's probably going to refer to the invasion.
Instead of saying probably, let's look at what he said. Okay, this has been publicized. What he said. Let's not engage in mind reading here. Putin has protected civilians. Putin said he acted to protect civilians in separatist regions from Ukraine's military. So he feels that he needs to go in and protect civilians in separatist regions from Ukraine's military. On Bloomberg here it says, though there was no evidence they were under any threat. So I would say to Putin, why do you believe that they were under a threat? Why do you believe that there was any threat to these separatist regions?
He's just looking for he's just looking for justification, I think, at that point. And that was the perfect opportunity to be like, hey, we can send in troops to different parts of Ukraine.
Yeah, and the U.S. and European allies had warned for weeks that their intelligence showed Moscow planned to create a false justification for war.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, actually, yeah, I was going to talk about just briefly about the tactics that Russia used. You know how they had like their whole army waiting on the border for a while, but they didn't declare war, and then just once all the troops were ready, they like quickly declare war, and then one quick stroke take everything out. That's exactly what I do when I'm playing Rome 2 Total War. I don't declare war on my enemies. I put my armies right on the border first.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Attack at the last second, because then they don't mobilize their troops against me.
Yep. So, do you guys think the Ukraine did enough to? Okay, you have Russia knocking on your door. Do you think Ukraine did enough to lobby more support early on, more, be more prepared? Could they be more prepared? Because like having your entire air fleet and your little bit of navy wiped out in moments, like, come on.
No, I
Yeah,
think
they should have
pretty
had their own missiles pointed back in the other direction. So as soon as they saw something being launched at them, they should have been ready to pull the trigger and launch something back.
Yeah, I think they're pretty clearly not ready, and it's just an embarrassment for Ukraine at this point.
And how do you maybe Kipling? What do you think is going to be the outcome? Not what you think should be the outcome, but what do you think is going to play out here in this war?
I think other countries are going to get involved. If they don't, I mean, it's obvious Russia wins. Other countries are going to get involved. We're going to get some kind of big standoff, and then probably some part of Ukraine will go to Russia. That'll be the compromise. That's my guess.
Oh man, I'm really hoping there's like a fair bet for this, because I would like to bet against that.
Okay, what do you think there, Mace? Do you think it's going to be a more diplomatic, political? These sanctions are going to be so harsh on Russia that they're going to be forced to cease operations, or what do you think?
I don't really consider sanctions to be anything other than a price tag to do what you want.
Yeah, I mean, that is one way to look at it, although in some ways, and it's crazy to look at, like imagine if the sanctions were so stringent that your country, like you could extrapolate from that your country's going to be impoverished by X date.
We don't have the power to do that to Russia.
Here's the problem.
Yeah, but I'm not saying United States alone or Canada alone, but if United States and Canada start this and the UK gets on this bandwagon, and then France and other countries all of a sudden just snuff out and suffocate Russia, and okay, they're still going to be doing business with China, but imagine if all of that business dried up, right?
All the business with China.
Yeah,
well, I'm saying sure, maybe they'll maintain business with China, but do you think that's just not a significant enough hit?
I'm under the impression that Russia would be self-sustainable even without China, and that having China on their side is just a bonus. I could be wrong there.
I don't think these countries are 100%. They don't think like how the West thinks that they will operate. It's not like, oh no, you're gonna have to pay this penalty and your people will be impoverished. So don't go to war. These people value nationalism, military parade. They value like the ideas of these things more than their own well-being, even in the long run. That's how like fascist and nationalist governments largely are. I mean, Hitler was okay with his people suffering, right? That wasn't the point, and his supporters were also okay with suffering, right? They didn't value their short-term or even long-term well-being relative to the military victory. So I don't think Russia's too concerned about the sanctions at all, frankly.
What do you guys I had these horrible thoughts echoing in my head yesterday about Germany and Poland.
Uh-oh.
Do you guys I don't know how much you guys know about World War II, but do you guys get any kind of feelings and draw any kind of comparisons to the early stages of Germany marching into Poland?
Every modern conflict is going to get compared to World War II. Whenever anyone moves into anything, I don't think that it's. I mean, obviously it's comparable, but that's going to happen time anyone invades anywhere. Like, I don't think it's that significant.
Right. What
Yeah,
about
I would say it's very different, actually. I mean, for starters, Ukraine doesn't appear to have any allies. At least it's not allied with NATO, and yeah, the UK and the US. I'm not so sure about Canada. I don't really know a whole lot about Black Aladdin, but Biden and Boris Johnson are both spineless.
Black
Like, they're
Aladdin?
never going to retaliate. So it's like
Boris
Putin
Johnson-
knows he can do whatever he wants.
I want to know what the Italians are saying. Italy response to
I
Ukraine.
thought Boris Johnson was like the Trump of the UK.
Okay. So Italy condemns Russian invasion of Ukraine and summons ambassador. Let's see. I believe Germany has already put sanctions or has responded. Germany. German officials shame. Let's look at Insider here. German defense officials are publicly shaming the country's lackluster response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Current and former German defense officials are publicly shaming the country's weak response to the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine. President Vladimir Putin ordered Russian troops into Ukraine. Last month, Germany was widely criticized to offering no military aid to Ukraine despite repeated pleas from Kiev, all while Putin amassed more than 150,000 troops at the Ukrainian border. Germany eventually scrapped plans for the Nord Stream 2 pipeline project it was pursuing with Russia after Putin ordered troops onto two pro-Kremlin regions of Ukraine on Monday, a positive move in the eyes of Ukraine. However, following Russia's invasion of Ukraine on Thursday, German defense leaders slammed the country's military response online, saying, "In my 41st year of peacetime service, I would not have thought that I would have to experience war. And the Bundeswehr, the army, which I have the honor to command, is standing there more or less empty-handed. The options we can offer the government in support of the alliance are extremely limited. I'm so angry at ourselves for our historical failure. After Georgia, Crimea, and Donbass, we have not prepared anything that would have really deterred Putin," she wrote, citing places Russia has invaded or sent troops in the past. "We have forgotten the lesson that negotiation always comes first, but we have to be militarily strong enough to make non-negotiable not an option for the other side." Around 1,000 German soldiers have been sent to Lithuania, which borders Russia-aligned Belarus, as part of a NATO response to Putin's aggression. But Ukraine has expressed frustration at Germany's lack of action. Here's a quote by Melnick. "The list of defense weapons that we expect from Germany has been on the table of the Minister of Defense since February 3rd, and we hope that at least today we will get an honest answer to this request." So this is kind of where Germany's sitting right now, you guys. You guys, make sure you hit the like button. We're almost at 20. Let's get up to 20. We need 4 more likes. Let's do it. So who else do we want to see? Has China given a response yet? China refuses to condemn Russia attack, deflects blame to the U.S. Well, that's exciting.
You're correct, actually.
China refused to condemn Russia's attack on the... Yeah, let's get your guys' take on China here. I'll read this Bloomberg report that came out PST. So, yeah, about an hour ago. China refused to condemn Russia's attacks on Ukraine, instead urging restraint by all parties and repeating criticism that the U.S. was to blame for, quote, hyping the prospect of war in Eastern Europe in recent days. That's really weird.
I agree with that.
But
That's a little
But
weird.
hang on though, like
That's what's
Bruce.
That's a little weird.
But Bruce, like if you're like you're saying like, oh, the bully is saying the aggressor, the like the teacher's aggression made me bully X, right?
No, I mean it's been more than just the past few days. That just came to a head in the past few days.
Oh,
You're calling it bluff at the end of the day.
yeah,
and
but
then
if
it
you
actually
call
doesn't.
someone's bluff that they're not really going to shoot someone in the head, and then they shoot someone in the head, like it's
Well, but
not.
if there are options, but it's not as though there was no option otherwise.
Oh,
Well, hold on.
Do you know what I mean?
Well,
Not like
wait, hang on.
What kind of culpability do you have
there's-
for like
there's-
something like that, though? Making an
I'm saying it's not a gray, black or white. Like
Oh,
they're
but
going to shoot them either way. There are a number of options to avoid it altogether.
oh
but
yeah,
the
yeah,
United
yeah,
States
yeah.
not
I
willing to
agree
do
with
it.
you on that. Like
The United
like,
States isn't willing to do that.
But Russia,
you have
but what about Russia willing to do that? Like, why does Russia feel like their only option? They're acting as though there's like people being enslaved or some kind of crime against humanity being performed on like the separatists in Ukraine, and there's zero evidence of that.
Yeah, I mean they see it as a problem as
Right.
far as they're concerned with their with their sovereign nation. They don't feel that they have any kind of sovereignty.
Yeah.
I think there's a small point to that. Well,
So-
maybe even a large point.
Yeah, I agree that there's okay, you feel you don't have sovereignty. Isn't the answer to move to Russia?
No, I mean you mean those in Ukraine?
I'm talking about those in Ukraine who are the separatist types. Like we have people in Quebec, like
Yeah,
large,
why the hell are you
we have
in Ukraine?
we have large populations of people in Canada that want to separate from Canada, right? But we
Well, there are
don't
some that wish
have
to
we don't have
reform.
France coming in to invade Canada to help. Like let's say part of Quebec become a part of France, if that was the case.
Yeah, I'm sure there are some that wish to reform the area, right? So they're it's still home to them. you know
Look,
what I mean?
I understand they're willing, they want to reform, but like is war really reasonably justified here because of those desires? And if so, what is so bad about the current status of things that is the justification for something that should be last resort? And maybe some people don't agree that war should be last resort, but I think most would agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. It is somewhat last resort as far as that goes, but like for Russia to aggress after sanctions come in, I mean, you could say it was inevitable, but it is kind of the United States' fault, or at least or Western Europe's fault for imposing sanctions. So you could say that. Like for instance, if you're interested in having like good faith dialogue with people that are committing let's say Russia decides to move across the border and occupy pieces of Ukraine.
Yeah.
Right. But they haven't actually fought or declared war. And then you say, well, we're interested in having a good faith dialogue to make sure that we can get somewhere here. But then you also say, I'm going to impose sanctions as well.
Yeah.
Now it's not really, you know what I mean? So that's kind of where that.
I understand where if a country's treating you that way, you might say, well, we're not doing business in this area, or we're going to jack up certain prices of certain things on you, or things like that. But using that as a justification to declare war on a country and then claim, we need to protect the separatists in that country. What are you doing? Like,
I think sanctions are enough to declare war. I mean, sanctions are an act of war in themselves. So that's why.
Yeah, but sanctions by who? Not by
what?
But not by the
UN.
Ukraine.
No. I mean, like after that, the first aggression already happened. Now we're just talking about the sanctions.
Bruce, I think you're looking at this in too much of a macro format. If you think of it on more of an individual level, what's happened here is Putin has killed potentially thousands of innocent people who have done nothing to him. He's just gone and murdered them. You can't excuse that, and you can't say anyone other than Putin is responsible for it.
Well, I would say the men that are pulling triggers are on the bombs.
Yeah,
are
if you're
trying
looking
to
at an
think of-
individual, but yeah, they are.
Well, the men who are
Yeah.
pulling the triggers are paid to do as
Sure.
they're told and not ask questions.
But-
They don't
They're
know
not.
what they're
But
doing.
Bruce is also playing your game, Mace, of like, if we're gonna go right to the individual, then we're gonna go. But if you go one step above, like, okay, soldiers are gonna do what they're gonna do, what they're told and trained to do. Their commanding officer who might say, okay, slay. We're gonna bulldoze this city and slay those who resist or whatever. Not that that's happened yet, but. And by the way, you guys, and a message I want to echo out there is, do not panic. Do not go out there and panic buy shit, please, and freak out in that manner. Let's just see what our elected officials are doing here and try to reason our feelings towards what's going on. Don't go out and spend your life savings on a bomb shelter just quite yet. You guys, one more
Let's
like.
look
Make
at
sure
it.
you guys drop
Let's
a
look
like.
at it in terms of smaller
Go ahead.
businesses. Let's say my business is selling products to your business, and then I don't like how you're treating another person you're working with. So then I say, you know what, my business isn't going to work with you anymore. And then you decide to murder the other person that you're working with. Doesn't make any sense. It's inexcusable.
Well, I think there's also it's one of the yeah there is that, but there's also like we're it's not so simple in that to say that like Ukraine has been some kind of democratic stronghold that we must maintain as a part of. That's not the case there. Like it's not even.
Well, I don't care how many insults Ukraine said to you, but you didn't have the right to go and murder them because they didn't.
I'm only talking about our intervention.
So Bruce, I totally agree with you, and I have the same gripes against North Korea, right? But if North Korea gave us a reason to go in, like for crimes against humanity, which there have been some arguments, some decent arguments
there's
for
definitely
this.
plenty of arguments for China,
right? And look, if the justification was, the Ukrainian government is committing crimes against humanity against these people who want to separate or these separatists, then I see that as a reasonable justification. If it's a crime against humanity under the UN, that's a reasonable justification to declare war, right? So
but they're not. I mean,
yeah.
I don't. The problem is the inconsistency for sure. Like we're not interested in poking the Chinese bear because of trade and the size of the nation's army and all the above. We'll poke the Russian bear for the sake of political goofing around. Like we poked the Russian bear through the entire Trump campaign to try. Like when that was found with no evidence. So like we're poking it for politics. You know what I mean?
I have a question for you guys. This is one I've been thinking about. If Trump was in office right now, not the question that everyone's been talking about of like, would this have happened or not? I want to know if Trump was in office right now, how do you guys think he would respond to this? What is his play?
Assuming it hadn't
Andy,
happened,
can you mute, please?
I don't think it would have happened, but
no.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about
that.
And you guys, that's the easy.
Assuming it happened, my response, I think his response would be, Putin, I thought we were having a good time. Fucking sorry, dude. It's time to fight. Like I really think that's what would happen because it is our ally. We have nukes there. It's just like it's kind of like two brothers or two families rather that are like that agree on a lot of things, and then they push the envelope too far. And then you're like, okay, man, I'm sorry. Like, I've really got to beat the shit out of you now because we've had these discussions and it's over. I believe that's what would happen.
Yeah. So what now? Now let's get into more detail here. Would we see U.S. military landing in the UK, landing in France, getting overseas? Would we see massive fleets of ships heading over? Aircraft carriers. Hang on, Nivik. We're talking about something specific. We don't want to go anywhere else.
You see someone right in Ukraine. I I mean, we already have people on the.
I think that in the case of when it comes to like a military action, what we would do there, I think that like not there would be a massive movement, but I think that a lot of it would be moving troops from like the air to like a local to more local countries where we have allies, and then moving our troops through those allied countries. And then I think we wouldn't actually go set up in Russia. Actually, I think we'd set up in Ukraine and just form a wall there, basically. And I think that we would either we would push back until the border gets met again from where the maps have it drawn, and after that we would either continue to hold until the war ended, or we would have to push. I don't say we should push because I'm all for, in this case, us holding, but in the case of Trump being president, we most certainly would have troops on the ground there pretty soon. Like they might have been there today.
Can I say something real quick?
As long as Nivik, it better be on topic, but go ahead.
It is on topic, but I'm just saying, like, things are done in escalation. People don't just want to do a war from the beginning. If Putin could get any type of influence in having his way without having to go to war, then he wouldn't do that. My point is a lot of the rhetoric of the anti-NATO and trying to have people looking toward Russia and lean against NATO is what was desired. And Trump more placated to that. He more talked pro-Russian Putin's talking points. And the thing about that is what with Biden in office, that's not going to happen. So he's going to lean more towards thinking like I'm going to have to invade instead of because the Ukrainians are leaning more towards NATO. They're leaning more towards the EU and the West, and they're leaning away from Russia. What Putin didn't want, and that would it's that ideological battle. Push comes to shove, it will escalate into war. Things will just go straight into war. It's an escalation. If he's trying to get his way and it's not really working, and by pulling strings, then push comes to shove, it would escalate. And that's what's happened, is an escalation, because Biden isn't going to be doing Putin's bidding in any way. And he has to act quickly, and that's what's happening.
And okay, thanks, Nivik. So you think so? Now, just summarize for me. What do you think Trump would do in this situation if this had happened? Do you think he? And just a quick answer. You think he's going?
It wouldn't happen because he'd be talking.
No, you're dodging the question. You're doing.
I am answering the question.
No, hang on. No, you're not. You're not. I said if this happened, what would he do? And you said it's not going to happen. It wouldn't happen. I'm asking you, if this did happen, what do you think Trump's response would be based on his track record?
If he's doing his bidding, why would he do that? Why would he invade?
Okay.
If he's doing points, and he's peddling Putin's propaganda, why would Putin interfere with that?
How about we change the scenario to Trump gets elected today to solve the problem? What does he do?
Yeah, so I do want to try and get, like, Nivik, you're not hearing the question. But here, I want to read this just since we're on the topic of Trump. You guys make sure you drop a like, share this stream. Let's get a bunch of people in here. I want to get as many takes as we can. As Vladimir Putin's this was a day and a half ago. This was before the declaration of war. As Vladimir Putin steers Russia towards an invasion of Ukraine, former President Donald Trump is calling the actions of Russian President genius and savvy. Trump's comments came Tuesday during an appearance on the conservative talk radio program, The Clay Travis and Buck Sexton Show, during which Trump praised the Russian president while simultaneously slamming President Joe Biden for the situation. And here's I'll do my best Trump voice. You got to say, it's pretty savvy.
Actually, there's a really good point here.
He's got to be
a really good point.
And you know what the response was from Biden? There was no response. They didn't. They didn't
The
have one
YouTube
for that.
comments.
Let me
The
finish.
YouTube comments are perfect.
Let me finish. This is genius. Putin declares a big portion of the Ukraine. Putin declares it as independent. Oh, it's wonderful.
So what did Biden do wrong?
What do you guys think of Trump's comments there? Now go.
I think Trump
makes
is
sense,
definitely regretting that now.
Yeah.
No, I think it makes sense actually. Now that and this person just like in the YouTube really like so they said they think Trump would pull the U.S. out of NATO if they decide to retaliate. So if they, I was way too local in my thinking about what Trump was doing in the 4 years and the 5 years leading up to that. One of his campaign promises or one of the rallies was to get out of things like NATO. And so this is a great position to do that. So we wouldn't impose sanctions. We'd tell them not to do it. Russia would do it. NATO would respond. The U.S. would say, we don't agree. Pull out of NATO. So now it's Russia versus NATO. And then we are not involved. And we actually are kind of like playing this sort
isn't
of
that kind of
part
a real,
of getting out of.
Isn't that kind of a real pussy move to do?
Not if you're not interested in globalism, which they're like, they see NATO, they see UN, they see any of those.
But what precedent does that set for future agreements that when push comes to shove, when NATO ends up getting involved in a war, the Americans put their tail between their legs and run away?
Not a tail between the legs. It's principled removal. It's not a tail. It's not running away. It's saying
Biden's leading the charge.
A strategic retreat always looks cowardly, even if it's a strategic one. Like
Biden's leading the charge. Biden's leading the charge with military and sanctions.
It's the best move.
It's Europe. It's Europe he's dragging.
You're seen as running away. If you leave or disengage, it's always seen as cowardly. There's barely any time that it's ever been like, wow, what a good strategic move. It's almost always spun as those people are cowards or not able to.
Switzerland's doing just fine.
By the way, the route of dismantling NATO, of talking derogatory about NATO, was about using rhetoric diplomatically to dismantle NATO.
Nivik, I'm also going to give you.
Trump was doing that in office.
Nivik. See, even there, you didn't stop when I was trying to say something. I'm trying to tell you that we're not going to do this thing where, like, Jack was talking there, and you just start talking, regardless of whether Jack is talking or not. We're not doing that today. So take your turn. You will get your shot. I want to go to Bombay. Bombay, what are your initial thoughts on the declaration of war, Russia on Ukraine?
If you can hear me, hi. It's not really surprising. I mean, there's a document that Putin wrote years ago when I think he was in the intelligence, where he said one of the greatest tragedies of the 20th century was the breakup of the Soviet Union. So he's always had designs to, make sure that the Soviet Union somehow exists one way or the other. So what he's doing is not surprising. He's half Ukrainian. I believe his mother's Ukrainian. He believes that Ukraine should be part of the Russian Empire. I mean, their history goes back to Ruslan Kiev, where Kiev or Ukraine was originally like where loads of Russians came from. So he has this desire for imperialism. But then you can't feel sorry for him because the cities, the various countries that used to be part of the Soviet Union, some of them have been wooed by the West and they've joined NATO and they're thinking about joining the EU. So maybe he also feels that his borders are being threatened by the West. So this is some form of defense. So
of course, with this pending issue of so Ukraine had been graduated to this kind of like little brother status to NATO, where it's not in NATO, but it's got this preferential status where it's kind of being groomed to become part of NATO. And of course, if Ukraine becomes part of NATO, Russia's dreams of having Ukraine, be part of Russia, that's kind of dreams destroyed, right? So, how much do you think that has escalated? All of that work that's been done with Ukraine to move into NATO, how much has that escalated this?
I believe it's escalated it a lot. I mean, we can just look at the equivalent of America. America wouldn't take too kindly to Caribbean countries or Central American countries in the 60s adopting communism or socialism. They would see that as a threat. So I believe Putin sees it as a threat. If, Ukraine and some other Eastern European countries, which used to be part of the Soviet Union, start, going towards the West, trying to become part of the EU,
I agree.
trying to, enter this whole NATO thing. He feels threatened by it. I believe it's so what he's doing is a form of defense. He has to get Ukraine in there because he doesn't want a backdoor for the West to
I do agree
be
with
a threat
that.
to Russia. That's what I believe.
So what do you think? And then also the other thing, what do you think of these justifications that Putin has given? Like his key justification here is that he needs to protect these Ukrainian separatists. He feels that he has justification to move in there. There's this claim of like, there's been military readjustment around these separatist areas, and that's the justification for war. But there's I've seen no evidence that there's been any attacks, any like security measures taken against these separatists. I mean, if someone has something, please send it to me. But
I don't think he necessarily.
In regards to that, I think it's just a ploy. He doesn't really care about that. Sorry, Bruce. He doesn't really believe in any of that. I think he's just coming up with a flimsy excuse. I think he doesn't really care.
Yeah, I mean, it's higher level than that, though. It's not a physical; it's an ideological position.
Yeah, the defense
attack. It's an ideological attack.
The idea that he is going in there to defend the Ukrainian separatists is the same exact idea that there are WMDs in Iraq. It's
right,
same thing.
Yeah, so that's a really good example.
Obviously, it's true. He keeps making inroads into Ukraine. It's just bullshit.
Yeah, and I mean that's something for us to think about. And Lex, that's a really good point. It's like, some of the world was saying, okay, we're invading, we're invading Iraq. They got weapons of mass destruction. They got them. They got them. They got them. Well, many people are saying, can we have some evidence? What are you basing this on? It's like, our intelligence tells us that, so yeah, I mean, how about this? How about if Russia said, we think Ukraine has weapons of mass destruction and they're not allowed to have them, and that's why we're going in there. Are Americans gonna complain about this? Are they gonna ask for evidence, or are they just gonna say, "Oh, okay, well, yeah, we did that." So
they already did that. By the way, they already had that. Ukraine was nuclear. You had nuclear weapons, and they gave them up for Russia to fuck off, and Russia made the deal, and here we are. That's what you get. Trusting Russia, invading Ukraine now. They had nukes, and they made a deal. When they separated from Russia to give them up, and Russia would leave them alone as part of the deal.
I'm pretty sure they still had nukes after that point, and they only gave them up in the US, and Putin told them to demilitarize to join.
They don't have them anymore.
What's the evidence of death right now, of casualty numbers?
Yeah, has anyone come across a number? I haven't seen one yet. But
well, they sank. At the very least, we can make some like very basic assessments. There are definitely people are dead. Like their navy sunk. I'm assuming those people, at best, there's a few of them floating on a raft. At worst,
civilians or
all hands lost.
Is it true a hospital was hit? I'm gonna look this up.
Russia attacked Air Force base.
Chernobyl just got taken over. Was it
Yeah, it's a full-on invasion. They're strategically taking.
Yep. Thanks, Jack. Chernobyl has been captured.
Mm-hmm. Are there people
as of 20 minutes ago?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to find any links on.
Russian forces.
Ukrainian
20 kilometers from Ukraine field hospitals. Russian forces capture. Okay, Chernobyl's the big one right now.
I've got one website saying we've got more than 40 Ukrainian soldiers and 10 civilians have died, and that was the first couple of hours, 8 hours ago. So body counts
Who's
at least.
that? You guys make sure when we read anything that we also read the source, just so we know if they are wrong, we can get into contact with them.
Got it.
So here's one from Forbes. This is as of 40 minutes ago. The UK bans Russian airline, announces severe sanctions against Russia. So I can't do my Boris Johnson right now. Boris Johnson is going to give severe sanctions to the Russians.
That sounds like Alex Jones trying to
to
do an
Boris?
impression of a British person. Yeah.
Okay.
Honestly,
Any
I feel like
British
right
person.
now is the first day
That
after
hurt my
Germany
throat.
invaded France.
I think that's a bit over.
Wasn't it Poland?
No, because in the sense that like we're
grab
scrambling
support,
to get together to talk about what to do, well, Russia's actually doing something.
Right.
That's how Russia
this
is.
is-
Their act.
But this is. I told everyone I had a nightmare last night where I was just thinking about, like, as time ticks by, when things like this are happening, options become tighter and tighter and tighter, and at certain points you start losing options that you once had. So
I know where you're coming from, Travis. What could have done to prevented this, right? And
more what can be done
it's just
now,
war.
not prevention, Nivik. I'm talking about what can be done now. What action would you take, Nivik, if you had control of the greatest military force on this planet? Are you going to err on the side of sanctions, or are you gonna go sanctions and then also send big chunks of military overseas to have a serious presence?
Push all in.
I'm not saying no. I'm not saying push all in. I'm not saying invade
That's
Russia.
what I'm saying.
But getting in strategic positions, is this not reasonable justification to get into strategic positions?
Like target banks, oligarchs, people who have connections, financial connections. Hit the pocket anywhere you can hit the pocket. Send in military, and coalesce around allies and try to choke Russia out. Isolate them as much as possible. Even go to China and with Europe, get together and talk and see if you could have any type of because China would value the West. I'm talking about the whole EU interacting with China and see if you can negotiate in a way to affect Russia, because that's their only fucking out. And if you get China, if you could do that in any type of way, there's because you can see during the Olympics, Russia went straight to China to hug and kiss Xi. So if you can get between Russia and China in any type of way, way diplomatically, and isolating Russia even more, that'd be a great thing.
Okay. Now here's another question.
I've got another real quick piece.
Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
So the closest I could check in casualties, at least officially, I've gone to CNN and a few UK sites, and it looks like around 50 plus is like the official number
so far.
So far. And then the UK has done two things within the last 10 minutes. The UK government announces visa concessions for Ukrainian citizens. So basically, any Ukrainian citizens that are there on a work visa or any kind of visa at all are getting their time extended,
right,
automatically, which is really nice. And then they ban UK bans Russian aircraft from its airspace completely.
Right.
So now the UK has gone all in and saying that we're not fucking with Russia's shit now, which is getting interesting. We've got the UK's.
Someone's alarm's going off, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's somebody in the back.
Okay. Okay. Here's a question I want to ask you guys. Talking about reasonable justification. Do any of you believe that there's reasonable justification to target Putin as a warmongering tyrant that needs to be either eliminated or removed from his position of power.
What does that mean? You mean the
I share the same opinion there for George W. Bush.
Okay.
At this fucking point, like maybe I don't fucking know.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Nivik, either eliminate the target for reasons of terrorism or like whatever justification you could come up with.
He should definitely be declared a terrorist now because he's committed murder for political gain.
Anyone else?
You can't kill Putin in Russia right now. It'd be a bad idea.
If that's the definition that we're looking at.
You don't mean that.
No, I really do mean that.
No.
Yeah, sorry.
That'd be a bad idea.
He's definitely an enemy to peace.
Sure,
I mean, if we have an ally, we have a treaty.
Treaty with nations to cooperation. He seems to loathe that to a certain extent.
Bruce, what were you saying there? Oh, sorry, Andy. I thought you were done.
We have an agreement we have an agreement in that region that was broken. I think at that point it's pretty clear. It sucks. It's like I said, it's kind of like even if we were friendly at some point with people like that, if you break the agreement, kill people, unfortunately we have to retaliate. We have to respond. It's just the way it is.
So now, if he is deemed a warmongering terrorist by enough nation, I mean, like maybe like if Biden goes that direction, right?
What direction?
If Biden goes, Nivik, are you not following along? We're talking about whether or not you believe Putin is, if we can deem him, if we have reasonable justification to deem him a warmonger or a terrorist, and removing, just like we have done in the past with other evil doers, has he reached that status or no?
We're not capable of that.
I would go ahead and say that if you look at I just looked up the layman's definition of what a terrorist is, and there's two ways to go about it. It's like a person who uses unlawful violence and intimidation, especially against civilians in the pursuit of political aims, or unlawfully using violence and intimidation. Yeah, exactly. It's because of that. If we're going by that definition, then instantly this is him being a terrorist. This is him inciting. Was it a fear, violence upon people civilians, not just a military, or a state? He's killed at least 10 so far. That we've got reported in the Ukraine, and it's not going to go down. Obviously, it's going to continue to rise at a freaking exponential rate. I'm going to go ahead and have to call him a terror.
I'm gonna get Jolly's take here. Jolly, what is your initial reaction here to the declaration of war from Russia on the Ukraine?
What was my initial reaction? Come on, man! To flee from this shithole of a country. I live in Poland.
You live in Poland, yeah?
I mean, and the war is 50 kilometers from my borders.
Yep.
So, I mean, should the Ukraine fall, I'm not so sure that I'm staying in Poland.
Sorry, can you say that again? I want to hear you nice and clearly. Everyone else mute, please. What was the last part of what you just said? You're not so sure what?
I'm staying in Poland.
Oh, okay. So are you worried for your safety?
Not as much as Ukrainians are, obviously, but yeah.
Now, where you are you? What's the experience being like? How are people in Poland reacting to this generally? What have you noticed? Everyone, please mute your mic if you're not speaking. Thank you.
As a matter of fact, I haven't been able to talk to too many people today since the outbreak of the news, but my father is very concerned. One of his employees is from Ukraine, and his wife and the child of this said employee um, is supposed to they are supposed to uh, try to what was that not breach try to cross the border, right? That's the easier word, to Poland. I'm actually not sure whether they have been successful in that regard, but I sure hope they were.
So what are your feelings towards what the Russians are doing? Do you think these are crimes against humanity? Do you think this is warmongering? Do you think do you want to see some military retaliation here? What do you feel on that front? Like if you were in control of some powerful forces?
Um, it's a very delicate situation, and it's not at all easy to handle it. You cannot just say that. Well, we should all gather up and march on Russia, because it might do more bad than good, actually.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, if you can imagine like a world invasion of Russia, like that's going to be just awful. Another question. What do you make of the? Have you seen much of the responses from other nations around the world yet? And what do you predict will be the outcome?
Uh, I think that Ukraine will fall within a week, no longer than a week, I would say. And well, I don't think that there's gonna be much more action than just some sanctions and condemning tweets.
Yeah. Well,
Do you think the goal is NATO to
Sorry?
invade NATO, to move into NATO? You think
How do you
Putin
mean?
actually would intend to move into a NATO nation?
Oh, not exactly sure, because invading a NATO nation would be to declare war to the entirety of NATO, right?
Yeah, but NATO backs Ukraine, right? It's not technically NATO, but it backs Ukraine. So
I
why
mean,
not?
yes, but it's not technically NATO.
Yeah, but NATO nations are pissed as hell, and they are sanctioning him and arming Ukraine, and they're building up their they're building up their armed forces around in NATO nations around Russia, right? Because in Poland they have a buildup of armed forces, don't they?
Um, Actually, I'm not that sure about that. I've haven't heard of any special forces gathering up in Poland.
does anyone else have a question for Jolly, Lexicon, Mace, Bruce, Bombay, Jack, Andy? Do you guys have a question?
Jolly, do you think if Russia were to attack Poland, that it would be able to do the same rapid pace of damage that it's done to Ukraine?
Um, as far as I know, Polish forces are in complete disarray and they don't amount to much of anything. So, yeah, I don't think that Poland would stand longer than Ukraine under the Russian invasion.
Are you a NATO nation?
Oh yes, Poland is a NATO nation as
Okay,
far as I
then.
know.
So what do you
Here,
mean?
Nivik, let other people have a chance here. Lexicon, do you have any more questions for Jolly?
No, that was it.
No.
I wanted a Polish person's opinion on that.
Right. Anyone else before we get back to Nivik here? What do you think? I got one for Jolly. Jolly, what do you? Poland has quite the history in these world wars.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. What do you? Does like when you're talking to your dad, does that come up?
Somewhat. In our conversation this morning, he mentioned something along the lines of um, people very easily forgetting what it's like to be in a war with the other nations. Because yeah, even my grandfathers don't remember the war. They have been born after the peace has been.
Yeah.
What do you do with the peace? With peace, the peace. Help me with my English there.
What's that?
you,
Sorry.
you you sign a peace treaty,
Peace
right?
treaty. Yeah,
What
yeah.
do you make peace? Yeah, you make peace.
Make peace.
That's
Yeah.
what I meant.
Yeah.
I just find it interesting that people say no way would he move towards a NATO nation, and you're saying you're a NATO nation and you're getting out of Poland.
I mean, if I don't know how much you know about Poland's history, but we have some experiences with international agreements regarding invasions. One of the countries and the other countries that have signed the agreement not fulfilling it. So I'm not very optimistic about NATO in that regard.
Poland's the place that everyone loves to say they're going to defend and then don't do it.
Exactly. I mean, remember 1939?
Yeah.
England and all
1836.
yeah. Me neither, right?
Yeah.
So
I don't. As much as I want to see Putin removed, I think if you were to remove Putin, you'd end up with Russian ISIS, effectively, not necessarily Muslim, but like it would just make a huge power vacuum if you took him out.
Mm.
It would like he's already arrested. Like I think they said somewhere between 800 and 1,000 protesters across 40 cities in Russia, pro-Ukraine war protesters.
Damn.
do you guys think that he's insane enough as to use nuclear power?
I think that's very, very, very unlikely.
Okay.
Very unlikely. It's just very unlikely for anyone to use it. Like even mentioning it is so taboo. Like at those levels, that's like why like when Trump was in office and he was kind of just willy nilly saying like, well, we got him. Why don't we use him? Or we would use them if we needed to, like even mentioning them at that level is quite taboo.
It's hard to get a read on Putin, though.
Well, here's the thing, though. Putin's interested in Putin. Like we can all at least assume he's pro Putin. What does he gain from invading Ukraine? What does it mean for him long term? What's his best outcome from this shit show? And would nukes being dropped help his position after the fact? And the answer is almost always no.
YouTube, we're looking at the map posted by Jack. Thanks. Explosions reported, Russian units prior to in this map. If you guys want to screenshot this, or you can come and join us on Discord. There's a pinged comment in the comment section that you guys will find the Discord link, and you can come and join the conversation. This map also includes Russia annexed Crimea in 2014, which is the purple outline. Oh yeah, down here in Crimea, and Russian-backed separatist-held areas. So in the orange there.
Lexicon, how would this help Putin? You said like doing something crazy like nukes. That's absurd with Putin, and he that would not help him. But how's this helping him?
Well, he could end up in a position where he has taken, let's say, those two provinces where they're the Russian-backed separatist areas. He might gain a military foothold in Ukraine permanently, and then allow things to simmer down, kind of like attacking. Well, kind of like when Hitler took nearby Czechoslovakia. It why would Putin want Ukraine? I don't know the region well enough. I assume if he has power over the region, he can do more, maybe influence more people.
I heard what I can tell you what he said. He said that he doesn't recognize Ukraine as a nation. It is a fake nation. It is of Russia. He doesn't, you know, it doesn't exist in his mind. So it's kind of like China and Taiwan, you know. That's how he sees Ukraine.
Yeah, but Putin's not stupid. He's this guy used to be a KGB operative. He understands that the world sees Ukraine as Ukraine, and they don't give a shit about his opinion in that regard. You know, he's got to be factoring in. He thinks he can get away with this. He sees an end game. He's not Kim Jong-un firing nukes across the sea, accidentally dropping them in Japan. Like he knows what he's doing. He's got a plan here.
He thinks people not recognize Ukraine, the Ukraine that he just invaded, right, and took over. That Ukraine.
Yeah, he has a point. Did I lose you guys, or everybody just stopped talking?
Everyone just stopped talking.
Yeah, my apologies. I would be saying things, but I don't have anything to say, I think, at the moment.
Well, this is kind of crazy. I thought like the dude would like dip his toes in. He did a full scale fucking invasion.
Oh yeah, what I expected was something similar to the 2014 annexion of Crimea, right? Something similar with some fake voting and stuff.
That's kind of what I was thinking, was like, even at this point, strike a bunch of Ukrainian assets for further invasion down the line, retreat to the sort of like the physical version of the big ask, in a sense, like Trump was so profoundly saying, do something absolutely crazy and then scale it back so people think this is a compromise. Yeah, blow up a bunch of military bases and then retreat and say we want these two chunks with Russian separatists in it.
Lexicon, I can't believe what I'm seeing. I always, I always thought the movie Red Dawn was absurd and just silly. But I'm looking at literal videos of the sky filled with helicopters.
Yeah, dude, it's there's a bunch of gamers in a few other Discords that are crying because they're seeing images of Stalker 2, the video game, just happening in real life. Like iconic Ukrainian buildings with Russian helicopters flying over.
I just want to read this this was released by Biden an hour ago. This morning I met with my G7 counterparts to discuss President Putin's unjustified attack on Ukraine, and we agreed to move forward on devastating packages of sanctions and other economic measures to hold Russia to account. We stand with the brave people of Ukraine. That's pretty soft presentation there compared to like what the messaging coming from Biden was prior to that meeting. This is a little bit of an indication that we probably, this might be an indication that we won't see any military force by the Americans.
No, they're not going in. They're just going to send an army.
I mean, Russia straight up told America not to go into Iraq, and they did it.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to say you have that type of international relationship when you already have these countries ignoring each other on other things.
Yeah.
If Biden goes in, that's World War III. Russians fighting Americans.
Key word there was agreed, Travis.
Yeah.
You said they agreed as if basically they struck a deal like, okay, you can do X, Y, Z, and it's going to cost you this much.
Well, that's what. Well, this is what Biden's referring to those who were involved in the G6 meeting, right? They, whoever's united agreed to X.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant he spoke to Putin.
No,
and
no,
agreed.
no.
Okay.
This is the G6 meeting
The
that
West
took
is
place this morning.
anything Russian, anybody, everyone. Just they're just taking out people who are in banks and oligarchs. They're just
So Trudeau's tweet, most recent one, 40 minutes ago. Russia's attacks on Ukraine are unwarranted, unprovoked, and unacceptable, and they will be met with severe consequences. For more on Canada's response, tune in to my update. So, I mean, the stronger language coming from Justin Trudeau there. But yeah, I don't know. Has the U.S. been sending over arms the same way Canada has been? Like, we've been sending in shipments of arms to the Ukraine.
The U.S. is leading in that.
The server called The Land Down Under. I was over there a little while earlier while you were doing the stream.
Yeah.
And I heard several people in there talking about how the U.S. has not been directly sending arms, but they've been sending arms through NATO.
Oh, okay. So they've been doing it through NATO. Canada's been sending this stuff directly, and even judging by like Trudeau's use of language here, he seems to want to be a little more inflammatory, a little more threatening, and I kind of like that out of Trudeau at this moment.
Germany's not sending.
I don't know. What do you guys think of Biden's words there? Is this too soft? Like, what do you think?
You guys heard the original speech by Putin from this morning?
Yeah, I saw like the key parts of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So he said something along the lines that should anyone interfere in this conflict, that there will be unprecedented consequences or some shit.
So, and I mean, Canada, we've been interfering. Of course we have. We've been sending planes full of arms, and Russia best not interfere with our right to arm Ukraine. And Russia best not interfere with NATO's ability and right to further arm the Ukraine.
To arm Ukraine is one thing, but sending troops, actual squadrons of military forces would be something else entirely.
Well, yeah, sending troops into the Ukraine would be a huge escalation, because if Russia opens fire and there's actual military casualties, I mean, you're at war, right? At that point, like you're right on that doorstep.
Well, there's also a huge, from the perspective of the aggressor, there's a huge difference if somebody sends your enemy arms and if the enemy sends physical troops for another reason, and that is, if you can arm a civilian population, all that can ever achieve is a guerrilla war. They're never going to become unified and an effective fighting force.
Right.
Yeah. Whereas Ukrainians, and they're arming them.
Yeah, it's more of it's kind of like a virtue signal in some sense. Like, you're giving them some tools. Do you really believe that they can be effective with these tools? And I think that's kind of what Lexicon's getting at.
Of course, they like the management. They like the orders and the structure of a regular military.
So, so you go into Ukraine?
Okay, this is kind of breaking. China's state-run TV just ran a show saying that Ukraine's fate is that of Taiwan. So yeah, things are going great. This is by Dan O'Donnell of News Talk 1130, and he also has the Dan O'Donnell show. Can someone jump on that? Lex, do you want to look at that? See what's going on with. See if China, if this is the messaging coming out of China.
Sure, I'll look into it.
That's 40 minutes ago, breaking. Taiwan scrambled its air force as 9 Chinese aircraft entered the nation's air defense zone. Taiwan's defense ministry announced 8 J-16s and a Yun-8 breached the airspace. The Taiwanese aircraft broadcasting a warning and monitored the Chinese fleet activities.
So imagine that Russia was allied with China and North Korea, for example.
They are.
Yes, but are they officially? I don't think so.
Yeah, well, they have South Korea, Japan, Taiwan. Like South Korea has what, the 5th largest military on the planet? Like, do they really want to go there? And also the Taiwanese are rated 20th of most powerful militaries on this planet. Taiwan is a hardened defense base, basically. For the size of that country, it's got an incredibly solid defense built into its country. How does China not see that diplomacy, if you do this risk-reward calculus, how do they not see that diplomacy is the right answer? And that's my that's my same argument to Russia as well, right? I mean, they want, okay, sure, Ukraine's got 85 billion GDP. That's a significant chunk of change, a big chunk to add to the Russian GDP. But
now, wouldn't it be
Jolly?
Hang on, let Jolly say what he was going to say.
I was responding to him.
What were you going to say, Jolly?
I just wanted to say that I think it would be wise to assume that the heads of the nations of China and Russia, for example, know more than we do, and therefore look for the reason behind their actions, not to so much question their actions, because you might be looking in the wrong direction if you're trying to undermine their reasoning, because simply they most likely have more data on this than you, and just more mind power, I would say.
It might actually be possible to get China on the bandwagon of soft pressure against Russia.
Yeah, I think so.
And the reason I say this is because 33% of all corn going into China Ukraine has surpassed the U.S. as China's top corn exporter, accounting for more than 80% of Chinese corn imports.
Yeah, there's so much. China has everything to lose by supporting Russia in this.
Jolly, you said
except for the geopolitical landscape.
Okay, the geopolitical
there
landscape,
they can gain.
Sure, but economically, like, good God.
So this is the question: is justification to invade Taiwan, or an opportunity to invade Taiwan, better or worse than support of Ukraine on their side?
Taiwan is like that.
I know it's a prickly hedgehog.
That resistance that Taiwan would put up against China would be bloodbath, devastating.
So you're saying that the head of the state in China is completely wrong and stupid for poking around with Taiwan.
I'm saying that they should continue with diplomatic measures. It's in their best interest to do that. If you think that you're going to be able to just go in and bully Taiwan, you got another thing coming to you. The ruthlessness, and someone correct me if you think I'm wrong here, but the vitriol held from the Taiwanese to the Chinese generally in that country is similar to the Japanese to the Chinese, from what I can see. Do you really want to be kicking that bee's nest if you're China? Like what? Like for what? Is it like how much more is there to gain beyond what you can do diplomatically?
Well, that's the thing. The reason they want Taiwan is ancient political ties with the whole Chinese government escaping to there, and B, they're like the world leader, like silicon factories. The thing is, though, there's no way in hell those factories survive war with Taiwan.
Well, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Like they would, if they were losing the war. Like if the Taiwanese were losing the war, I actually believe that they're going to just level that shit themselves, like just to be a dick about it, like something like the Japanese might do.
Yeah, as they become corpses lying on the ground, they will try to piss in your eye. Of course they will.
That's exactly like I think a lot of people in the West look over at that like it's like, oh, it would be this passive thing like we're kind of seeing with Ukraine where it's like, oh, things were pulverized. No, look into the Taiwanese military force and how that country is set up. Just have a strong look at it. And now that they've had this flyover and they're going to be at ready, like.
Now, how plausible is it that China is that mistaken on that?
Sorry.
How plausible is it that you know more than the Chinese officials?
Well, I'm not saying I know more, but I'm asking how much more really is there to gain, and is that enough on its own? Like from every metric, is that enough on its own to take the risk of what comes with and even potentially like if you invade Taiwan, are you going to anger the Japanese who have had very diplomatic dealings and have gotten along quite well if you look at where they stand politically with each other? All of this stuff taken into consideration, does
apparently those aircraft going into Taiwanese airspace is nothing new and nothing special.
Sure.
No, it's been going on for years. The violations of the ages have been going on for probably 4 or 5 years now. It's nothing new at all.
Sure. But of course you can see the reaction from people or the Taiwanese with what's happening in the Ukraine. I'm sure it feels different than it has, right? You might be taking an extra look at it. Jeff, you say China could take Taiwan in a weekend.
Ooh, that's optimistic.
That's very optimistic. Again, I suggest you look into like being the 20th military strength. It sounds like, oh yeah, they're number 20, big deal. Think about like when you're in when your military is kind of based around defense. It's not really like it's like 20th, yes, in the world, but look at what they have at their disposal.
Look at the terrain you're going to be fighting
Look at the
into,
terrain.
and from amphibious landings as well. That's going to be fucking nasty,
dude.
That's going to be really nasty.
Remember in World War II, there were those islands, those famous battles that went on for fucking ever. At the in some of those Japanese islands, right? Some of the I'll look up what they are, what I'm talking about, but they're
Guadalcanal.
Guadalcanal.
Truck.
Yeah, and some of them were just the terrain was just it made it fucking an impossible front to fight on. But
those were military-sized units, not country-sized areas.
Yes.
Not with country-sized populations and country-sized industries supporting them.
Just so people can get an idea of like how precise the Taiwanese military is ready to take on the Chinese military in defense of Taiwan, they have taken the time to map their entire island to the shoreline of the water within like centimeter detail. They know every inch of ground, like literally, not as like a metaphor. They are 100% ready.
Yeah, well, I'm certain they've got their fallback plans into the mountains too. And not to mention trying to take those urban centers is just going to be absolutely brutal. Oh my god.
Pluma Bear.
They're dug into the mountains.
Pluma Bear, thank you for posting this. China, as an official statement, rejects calling Russia move a quote invasion of Ukraine.
I seen that just a little minute ago, and I didn't bring it because the news sources that were saying this were not providing any sources for this comment, and I can't find the comment itself.
Yeah, let's try to figure out. Let's try to get the actual official statement coming from China, because we want to keep an eye on China while we go through this this event, but also let's see if there's anything new on the Ukraine. What is this?
Kind of sus on my end is it's pretty quiet on the Russian side. I figured they'd be touting their victories at this point, but it's been radio silence the entire time.
Hello?
Wondering if possibly things aren't going that well for them.
Yep.
Some copters got shut down.
Yep.
Is Travis
Putin? What got shot down?
Some copters, Russian copters.
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah, the K-52 is the ones that we're taking videos of.
I'm just live on the air.
To anyone who might be just tuning in, Travis is currently in negotiations with Vladimir Putin himself.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Just letting him know, look, get out of Ukraine, or I'm gonna have to come there and deal with it myself.
Thanks.
Vlad, do not make me kick your ass again, like back in high school.
Christ.
How old do you think Trav is? Jesus Christ.
Going to high school with Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin.
They were both in the KGB.
Do you remember what you wanted to ask me?
So you guys want to discuss China's role?
What?
China's role in influencing Russia. Russia's out as China. There's nobody they can trade with but China.
Can anyone find this source? Because I honestly can't. I'm seeing every single news organization saying that China on Thursday refused to call Russia's actions after being questioned multiple times an invasion, and I cannot find that press conference.
I haven't been able to find one either. That's been kind of a pain in the ass to hunt down.
Let's go to CGTN.
The other issue is it might have been translated, and they may not have a translated version available.
Okay, so Reuters at least has a picture of her talking. Why is there no video recorded anywhere?
I think China might bust chuck Russia potentially to deal with the West because they're about money, they're about business at the end of the day. I don't think.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be buddy for long. They've got a lot of problems.
Yeah, that's the real problem though too. Because is easing up on the sanctions for Russian imports of wheat worth losing Ukrainian imports of corn?
They're going to lose. China much worse than that economically.
Yeah, but I mean, like that's what I mean. Like China has a ton of investment into Ukraine, so
I'm talking about with the West in general. They as a group approach China and pressure them and see if they can cough up Russia. Because Russia, right now every European country, every Western country is sanctioning the shit out of Russia right now. So their only out is China, the second biggest economy in the world. So they're good, but China deals with the West, so the West can say, "Hey, yeah."
Oh, I found the transcript.
Anyway, I'm sure that's going to happen anyway. I'm sure China's going to go under some type of pressure. It's not just going to be all kumbaya with China. That's for sure.
Okay, so at the very least, this did happen. This is a very long transcript. Wow, they said a lot of words. Matt, what is... Dude, the reporters at this Chinese conference are, like, 1,000 times better than the reporters in frickin' everywhere else. I thought journalism wasn't allowed in China. These are not easy, simple questions.
You think there's a potential of China being sanctioned in any way, or maybe not?
From who?
The West.
I don't think anyone can afford to sanction China.
America does it all the time.
The Czech Republic.
Yeah, but
is,
they don't enforce it.
Oh. Travis, your mic is muted.
Oh, sorry. The Czech Republic is suspending granting visas to Russian citizens. Other is an update.
You should listen to the UK Parliament. They're just going over everything in Russia.
And there's a large scale protests in Russia against this, of course, right?
I just saw a post saying that there are some British Air Forces above Poland. B-52, whatever that is.
That's a bomber.
Oh yeah, that is a bomber.
What it is a great band.
Biden quoted by the Daily Wire in his presser here. I'm retweeting it. If anyone wants to follow me on Twitter, I'm at the Pangburn on Twitter. This is a premeditated attack. Vladimir Putin has been planning this for months, as we've been saying all along. Of course, the question is going to be, if the Biden administration believed this, did they do enough to deter this? And is it up to is it up to the United States to do as much as they can to deter this?
I don't know what's going on, but I'm seeing on Ukrainian social media a lot of clips of dead Russian soldiers, at the side of their vehicles. I'm wondering if this is, in a sense, the Ukrainians' version of, return fire propaganda, come here, this is what happens to you type thing.
Probably.
And that's why they're going about doing these killings and then filming as they're...
People.
That's why we're getting so much of that.
Yeah, people marching.
The Russians have been suspiciously quiet too, though.
It's a little weird.
During Yeah, they're not posting like during the Georgian incident in 2008. They were pretty loud and proud on social media. Oh, look, we're winning. We're
Oh,
winning,
they don't
we're winning.
want to.
But
They don't want to give
this
up.
one, they're dead silent.
Yeah, they don't want to give up intel right now. Probably. People
That,
marching
but
through.
they also might be getting their asses kicked too.
Yeah,
Fighting
who-
a fucking heavily
Oh
armed people
well,
on the
we already
defensive is
know
not
that
easy.
that Ukrainian the Ukrainians were successful in protecting one city. I saw a report about that. I can't remember which city it was, but there's also a tweet by Matthew Luxemore that's going around. People marching through central Moscow, chanting "No to War." There are large-scale protests happening in Russia right now.
Yeah. Well,
Make the trucker
Worried about
convoy look
fixing-
like a joke.
Oh yeah, like,
worried about fixing the homeland first. I mean, they're not exactly living fucking large and in charge in Russia right now.
Yeah, I'm
here's
kind
some
of
more
curious.
powerful language coming from Biden now after that soft-ass tweet. Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences.
Very strong
Isn't it about time for another Russian Revolution?
Yeah, it seems to happen every how many years? 50?
It's like, yeah, I thought it was closer to 80, but
okay, 50, 80, sure.
Yeah, roaring 20s too. All right, I can't wait for 2030. Let's see if we get a repeat of the 30s 100 years ago.
So what did Biden do?
Nothing yet.
nothing. Verbal threats.
Yes.
Like all great American conflicts, you get out of your vehicle first and scream at the aggressor.
And he trained Ukrainians. And he was pushing. I mean, like he was.
Well, he didn't just arm Ukrainians.
It was mostly him wanting to hit Russia. Europe was dragging its feet because they depend on Russian gas, and he was pushing Germany to send weapons as well, that send in only helmets, and they were being criticized for it. And he's pushing Germany to end the Gulf Stream too. Because Germany says they're not going to talk about that. And
they've already done it.
I just gotta.
I watched the video with him and Schultz. Schultz says he didn't want to talk about it, and Biden jumped in and says that's ending. And he says the German prime minister's right there. What do you mean you're ending it?
We gotta.
He didn't want to talk
We
about
got
it.
some new people. We got some new people in the room. I want to go to.
The prime minister's right there. What do you mean?
Hey Scott, we're getting your feedback from whatever you're listening to.
We got some new.
Lelouch, what do you feel? How do you feel about this declaration of war by Russia on the Ukraine? Where are you at?
Honestly, I try to see it from both sides.
Okay.
And I'm more leaning towards freedom. Like freedom is always nice in most cases. But I don't feel like Putin actually made a great decision just invading Ukraine, which is actually a sovereign nation.
What part of the world are you in, if I may ask?
From the Caribbean, actually.
Oh, okay.
So I'm
cool.
Quite miles away.
Yeah.
But it's still, I feel like the entire world is facing, so getting together and having a united opinion on this is probably one of the first steps.
Right. Let's go to hey Scott. What do you have you heard any juicy updates? What are you where are you at now that you have more information here? If you're there, Scott. Gala, how about you?
I'm sort of just like still absorbing it right now.
Yeah.
Like any hot take yet. Gala, how about you?
Okay. Yeah, Gala, go ahead.
Oh, wait, what you say? Like, I'm barely listening. I'm so sorry.
You're barely listening?
Yeah, I'm like half listening.
Oh, okay. Well, what do you...
There are boots on the ground Russian forces in the actual capital of Kiev.
Yeah. Gala, what do you think of the declaration of war by Russia on the Ukraine?
I think it's really insane. But if it's for the betterment of the people, then so be it.
Yeah, but what do you like? Okay, that's a very general statement on that can apply in almost any situation, but the justification being Putin says, "Oh, we need to go in and protect the separatists because there's been new military positions taken up by the non-separatists in Ukraine, and that's been the justification, even though there is no evidence that there's been any attacks or harm done to these separatists." What do you think about that? Do you think there is a justification for Russia to move in?
Unfortunately, I'm not informed enough to make a comment regarding that.
Okay, well, feel free to hang out.
Because that's not what he's doing. He did a full-scale invasion. He didn't just go into the eastern area where he said he was going to go. He went. He's from Ukraine being surrounded. They're moving in from different fronts.
What do you guys think about he may be feeling as though like, oh, America does this, they go around the world, and if they feel like there's a threat that they, when they feel justified, like weapons of mass destruction with regards to Iraq, they went in and they invaded. And do you think Putin and the Russians, the ones that support Putin, might think along those lines?
Yeah, I think that's one of the core things that, core ways they use to justify that type of invasion. Like because history shows that quite evidently, like invasions always happen, but we do it under the kind of brand of justice or liberating people or doing. But I feel like under different logo, that's why I try to see from both sides, under different brand of quote unquote liberating their people. I think that is one of the justifications they primarily use to support that.
Apparently there's this, you could call it propaganda, conspiracy theory, or maybe you agree with Putin's idea that the U.S. are plotting to put nuclear weapons back into the Ukraine. The U.S. has said repeatedly that there's no plans to do this, and this is just a conspiracy theory. But this is an idea that Putin has been kind of promoting. Again, Putin seems to be going off of no evidence and feeling here. And like, okay, the repositioning of the Ukraine military around separatist zones, just in order to ensure the safety of non-separatist zones. Putin says that this is worthy of invading and declaring war over. And then there's this conspiracy theory of nuclear weapons being put back in the Ukraine, when the U.S. has said repeatedly there's no plan of doing that. What do you guys think of this?
Do you think that Putin is that stupid?
Sorry?
Because you're essentially saying that Putin doesn't know the actual state of affairs. He doesn't know that there are no nuclear missiles in Ukraine. Of course, he does know that.
That's not what I just said. I said that the U.S. is plotting to put nuclear weapons back in the Ukraine.
Yes, okay.
He's believing that this is the case, and the U.S. is saying no, this isn't a plan.
Well, he doesn't need to believe it. He just needs to make his people believe it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, where's his reasonable justification for believing this when the U.S. is saying, no, we're not doing that? If someone's saying, oh, they are doing it under the table, why do they believe this?
For believing this, or rather for making his people believe in this.
Yeah, which is propaganda.
Members in the intelligence field agree that America is trying to smuggle nukes into the Ukraine to attack Russian assets. I'm sure that nonsense is going on right now in Russia. 100%.
1000%.
Possible the evidence
Not
for
a
that
doubt in my
is
mind on that one. Oh, they don't
Yeah.
have to provide evidence. That's not the point. All they do is give you a bland, like, generic statement, like members of the fucking
Well,
intelligence
yeah.
agencies agree. Like
That's
that's all
why
they
I'm.
have to put out, and
That's
people
why I'm
will buy
pointing
it.
it out. It sounds like
Yeah.
just propaganda being fed
Oh no,
from
I
Putin
would
to
bet
his
money on
people.
that one. I would absolutely bet money on that.
I don't know what you're
I'm not
objecting
good at
to.
that, so I don't think I actually have that sense.
I don't know
But
what
yeah, you do
Jolly's.
have a point.
I don't know
It
what
could be very well
Jolly's.
possible.
Oh, sorry, Lilac.
It's okay.
I don't know what
Russian-
Jolly's objecting to here. It sounds like Putin just is trying to spread this conspiracy through his people in hopes to.
Maybe I misunderstood you because what I heard was that Putin personally believes in that conspiracy theory rather than he wants his people to believe in that.
Yeah. No,
There's
he might believe it, or I don't know what's going on in his mind. I can't tell you whether he's faking it or trying to make his people believe it, or he actually believes it. We don't get to see what's in his mind, but. But if he is saying it, we know that he might be saying it for propaganda purposes, and he doesn't really believe it. It's like when a preacher says, all kinds of crap about gods. We don't know if they necessarily believe it for sure, or if they're just trying to make money, right?
I mean,
At
yeah,
the
but
end of the day, Ukraine wants to join NATO, and he just sees it as more encroachment. So he's going to stop that from the get-go. He's going to nip it in the bud and take out Ukraine because they lean towards NATO.
I really want Nivik to be wrong, but I think he's right.
Do you think Russia's gonna get exactly what they want here and just be slapped with some sanctions that they kind of just snicker at?
Got to take Ukraine first.
Yeah,
they have no choice. Has no choice because their influences. They're losing their influence. The Russian sphere of influence is not. They're not leaning towards it. I mean, what Putin did now, he more united NATO and Ukraine. They're definitely not interested in Russia now. They want nothing to do with them. They definitely want to join the EU.
Queen
making NATO look that much better.
Queen Anne, I saw your note here. You just I'm going to read it out. You said, "I'm just here to lurk." By the way, also, if you guys haven't seen Boris Johnson's most recent address, it's an example of what true leadership looks like. I'll watch the American address next. I hope it's good too. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at so if Boris Johnson released anything new. I saw his tweet there, but I don't know if he's got a video release. I'll watch it right now.
If Boris Johnson released anything new, I saw his.
Hey Scott, we're getting feedback, brother.
Dude, well, didn't Donald Trump call Putin?
Well, yeah, Trump.
Genius.
You're breaking up a bit there, Scott.
Technically,
yeah, no, he said what Putin's doing is genius. This was a couple days before.
Didn't Donald Trump yesterday say something about
of war?
I
think it was a couple days ago. It might have been
for his invasion.
Yeah, it might have been early yesterday. Well, no, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Weird.
Yeah, I know, but I already read that quote out. It wasn't for the invasion itself. It was. There's some more details around that.
The posturing. It was for the posturing.
I was just saying, if you have to resort to war to get your way, that's not genius. That's like a last ditch effort of fucking up, really.
Especially in the position they're.
Okay, I'm gonna take a moment to actually I'm gonna bring this up so everyone on YouTube can watch as well. I'm gonna share my screen once I get it set up, but I want to hear Boris. I want us all to listen to Boris Johnson's take here. Thanks for letting me know this came out, Queen. Okay, I'm going to share this screen. Everyone who wants to listen. You'll be able to hear it on YouTube. So open up the YouTube stream. Make sure you mute yourself. All right, let's listen to Boris.
Shortly after 4 o'clock this morning, I spoke to President Zelensky of Ukraine to offer the continued support of the UK, because our worst fears have now come true and all our warnings have proved tragically accurate. President Putin of Russia has unleashed war in our European continent. He's attacked a friendly country without any provocation and without any credible excuse. Innumerable missiles and bombs have been raining down on an entirely innocent population. A vast invasion is underway, by land, by sea, and by air. And this is not in the infamous phrase, some faraway country of which we know little. We have Ukrainian friends in this country, neighbours, co-workers. Ukraine is a country that for decades has enjoyed freedom and democracy and the right to choose its own destiny. We and the world cannot allow that freedom just to be snuffed out. We cannot and will not just look away. It's because we've been so alarmed in recent months at Russian intimidation that the UK became one of the first countries in Europe to send defensive weaponry to help the Ukrainians. Other allies have now done the same, and we will do what more we can in the days ahead. Today, in concert with our allies, we will agree a massive package of economic sanctions designed in time to hobble the Russian economy. And to that end, we must also collectively cease the dependence on Russian oil and gas that for too long has given Putin his grip on Western politics. Our mission is clear. Diplomatically, politically, economically, and eventually militarily, this hideous and barbaric venture of Vladimir Putin must end in failure. And so I say to the people of Russia, whose president has just authorized a tidal wave of violence against a fellow Slavic people, as the parents of Russian soldiers who will lose their lives, I cannot believe this is being done in your name, or that you really want the pariah status it will bring to the Putin regime. And I say to the Ukrainians in this moment of agony, we're with you. We're praying for you and your families, and we are on your side. And if the months ahead are grim and the flame of freedom burns low, I know that it will blaze bright again in Ukraine, because for all his bombs and tanks and missiles, I don't believe that the Russian dictator will ever subdue the national feeling of the Ukrainians and their passionate belief that their country should be free. I say to the British people and all who have heard the threats from Putin against those who stand with Ukraine, we will of course do everything to keep our country safe. We're joined in our outrage by friends and allies around the world. We will work with them for however long it takes to ensure that the sovereignty and independence of Ukraine is restored. Because this act of wanton and reckless aggression is an attack not just on Ukraine, it's an attack on democracy and freedom in Eastern Europe and around the world. This crisis is about the right of a free, sovereign, independent European people to choose their own future. And that is a right that the UK will always defend.
Wow. Winston Churchill, eat your heart out. That was very powerful. What are your guys' reactions to what Boris Johnson had to say there?
Britain's famous for fantastic speeches and little effort.
Yeah,
That's what I have to say about that.
Yeah, we'll see if there's backup on these poetic words. Jolly, go ahead.
Yeah, I must say the speech was absolutely fantastic. But yeah, I follow what Lexicon said. We'll see whether that breeds any action at all.
Right. Let's say hi to. We'll get some other takes on what Boris Johnson had to say there, but let's say hi to Mitsubishi. Mitsubishi, we just watched a speech from Boris Johnson condemning the declaration of war by Russia on Ukraine and their actions. What do you? How do you feel about this declaration of war? And I'm calling on Mitsubishi if you're there. If not, we'll go over same question to you, Jason. What's your take?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're a little quiet.
What about now?
Yeah, sure. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, this is just a messed up situation. I'm not sure if I have any real coherent perspectives. Like Putin's put the West in a very difficult position. He knows Biden and Europe aren't going to do anything really. I don't think the sanctions are going to do anything. Like they've insulated their economy to sanctions. And as a lot of people have been saying, I think he's gonna take all of Ukraine. I think he's gonna pause, and then he'll think about going into what is it, Moldova? I never could say it right. Moldova and Romania. I think he's gonna think about that. So I think we're just in a really bad situation. And then last thing I'll say is I think he's doing a lot of this because he knows it's going to cause like mayhem with the West's economy. It's really going to mess with us.
So I want to ask you, Jason, if you were in a position of power right now where you could make, if you could see the outcomes you would want to see from a powerful nation, what would be your play? What is the right thing to do here? Is it full on military presence overseas? Bring the ships, just show the Russians that we are ready to defend democracy. We are not going to put up with what are essentially territorial expansive invasions. What would you want to see?
Well, I mean, there's kind of the situation of what do we do now? Like at this moment, what do we do? The reality is, I don't think a military action by us, by the United States or NATO at this point is, I don't think we want to do that. I think that we're doing the right thing with trying to impose these sanctions, even though I don't think they're going to do much. But unfortunately, and I hate to say this, but we screwed ourselves over the last 5 years by not standing up to Putin, by not standing up to him during our elections, by not economically hammering on him and not considering adding Ukraine into NATO. I think there was all these things that we have done that have led us to this point, and now the West is in a very, very difficult situation. And I don't think amping up the military action at this point it's only going to exacerbate the situation. So I'm not sure that's a good answer, a good response. But I think the politicians don't really have good options at this moment.
And what about and then one more follow up? What about this idea of we know through certain moments in human history that we kick ourselves for not nipping things early on before things get too out of control. Now, I'm not comparing the eradication of Jews or anything like that compared to what we're dealing with now, but just in the simple comparison of how much is too much? Where is the line? If Russia continues with these campaigns of of dominance and territorial expansion. Let's be honest. Like this is a territorial expansion. They want access to the 185 billion in GDP or whatever Ukraine is raking in, and that's what's going on. And this justification that like, oh, the reason we did it was because we needed to protect the separatist states and things like this. Like that's, no one's going to buy that as a justification for war. Like where, like how far is too far? When would there be a military defense justification or pressure? Would it be if we saw mass casualties? If the casualties got high enough, if the Ukrainians started resisting so strongly that Russia started resorting to okay, we're going to start bombing neighborhoods because the people aren't listening. They are ruled now. What do you think on that? Where's the line?
I mean, my initial thought is the line is encroachment on a NATO country. That right. if they decide to go into parts of Poland, if they decide to go into areas that are NATO countries, that's like,
which is very highly unlikely.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think he's going to do that. But I think you're right. Is that this is Putin's legacy. He wants to regain the military dominance of the Soviet Union. He wants to take back the Eastern Bloc countries. I wouldn't be surprised if he wouldn't threaten the Baltic states and Georgia as well. He wants that. This is his legacy. So, if there were massive genocide or killing of civilians, I think that could initiate NATO to come together. And I think that that's really what needs to happen if there's any military intervention, is not for the United States to go it alone, but for there to be a NATO
joint effort
decision that we do.
It is that though.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's I'm seeing some arguments for warmongering, for crimes against humanity already. We'll have to see. I do want to go. We haven't heard from Consciousness yet. Consciousness, welcome back. What do you? What's your take so far? What was your initial reaction to Russia has declared war on the Ukraine?
Oh my goodness. On the spot here. It's crazy. I've just been trying to follow you guys are making good points. Also, it's my understanding the Russian citizens are kind of seeing through Putin's propaganda and
some are definitely.
Kind of stuff. What, if anything, can they do? Do you think? I mean, if enough of them.
Well, it's hard because Russia has this reputation of just, from an authoritarian perspective, just shutting down resistance and protest, right? So it looks like people are saying, fuck that, in some of these large protests that are happening right now in Russia. And it's what do you do? What would we all do if we were in this situation? If we were Russians and we did not agree with this, and we did with this declaration of war, what can you do besides protest? Okay, you can raise up arms and fight the government from within to show the rest of the world that there is a serious resistance. You can plea with the rest of the world to come in and help. You can leave the country if you're allowed to. If the government is not allowing you to leave the country, then you must be reporting that and getting that message out to the world that you want to leave, but you're unable to leave. All of these things are important to make sure. We need to make sure that the Russian people, whether they're in support of Putin or not, make sure we can hear that free speech, regardless of if there are some serious efforts to stifle it. I think it's important that we keep a real close ear to the people of Russia because, I know we're looking at Ukraine right now, but depending on what these sanctions look like and what this means for how Russia is going to be treated moving forward, even from a militaristic perspective, I also worry for the Russian people deeply.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, if anyone wants to join us in this conversation on YouTube, first of all, drop a like, 4 more likes to 50. Join us on Discord. The pinned comment is a link. I'm going to post it for you guys again in the chat. If you want to join us on Discord, come and give your take. We're hanging out. We're going to be hanging out all day, by the way, during doing this live stream. Anyone else have anything to add? Queen Anne, I would love to hear your perspective as well, if you feel like unmuting and chatting with us for a bit. I think Queen Anne might be. She said, they said that. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was actually just typing to Andy about. I've said it before, but I don't believe that Putin wants all of Ukraine. Putin only wants parts of Ukraine for reasons that I won't get into because it's a lengthy explanation. But the whole thing that I said last night about him acting quickly before he loses his ability to gain more ground is precisely the same thing. And I'm not trying to be ideologically possessed here, but it's precisely the same thing that Justin Trudeau did with the Emergencies Act. Because Trudeau isn't stupid. He knew he wasn't allowed to use that, but he also knew that he could achieve his desired result before he would be forced to stop. And that's precisely the same thing that Putin's doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think you probably know that I would disagree with you on that. I think it's well within the law of the land for Justin Trudeau to enact this, but I don't want to make this a conversation about that. But we will get back to, by the way, everyone, we will be having many more Canadian politics debates coming up. So please do look forward to that.
Just to ask a question though, like, what's your thoughts about, like, freezing the bank accounts? Because I'm all for them, getting arrested and everything if they break the law.
Yeah, honestly, Queen, I don't want to get into it because it's going to be it's a long explanation. All but right. If you go back to our previous conversations, you'll be able to find my take there. But thank you for your comments, Queen, and thank you so much for posting the Canadian Catholic. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. You say I stand with Ukraine and against Jason Torn. There's your buddy. You made the super chat.
I love you, Canadian. Canadian Catholic, I love you so much.
We'll make sure to that $2 coin, Canadian toonie, goes right into the pocket of Jason Torn. I'll have to PayPal him that. Paid him directly. So what are some other topics? Is anyone seeing any more news out there? I haven't seen many more examples of destruction thus far. But I am seeing some. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
The Chernobyl nuclear facility is under attack.
Yeah, I think the Russians took it.
They might have.
Yeah, as far as I can see now. So yeah, Putin says, Biden says Putin chose this war. Biden says as he announced new sanctions. Yeah, we already read into that. Okay, Canada has unveiled Russian sanctions. Let's see if any of these things are worth a damn. Because Jason, you bring up a good point that, if Russia's been patting itself against the their predictions of what these sanctions will look like, then they might not mean that much. Okay, let's see. And that's Canada's second tranche of sanctions against Russia for their attack on Ukraine, which includes financial penalties against 58 individuals and entities, and the halting of all export permits. Trudeau said he spoke with Ukraine President Zelensky Thursday morning, and that during G7 meeting agreed that Russia's actions will not go unpunished. Let's see. We condemn. Okay, that's that. Let's get to these sanctions.
I just
The
want to
measures
say,
include banning Canadians from all financial dealings with Donetsk and Luhansk, as well as approving a deployment of up to 460 Canadian Armed Forces troops to Latvia as part of Operation Reassurance to, quote, reinforce Canada's commitment to NATO, and said 3,400 more troops have been put on standby to assist with NATO response force should they be required. Quote, I can confirm that the Canadian Armed Forces are ready to assist with the whole of government efforts in the region. The government has also sent 2 shipments of lethal aid to Ukraine worth nearly $10 million. That was before, of course, this, unless this was a new shipment, but what these united sanctions from the West are saying to those people, to the Russian oligarchs, is you're not going to be able to keep on doing that. You're not going to be able to be a high roller enjoying all the fantastic things which Western democracy has created and continue to support this evil barbaric policy. We want to make sure to put maximum pressure on Vladimir Putin's regime and also on the Russian economy. To do that, we need to do the work with our allies. It's important for us to act as one. Yeah.
These sanctions, I just find it, these politicians come out, and I understand they have limited tools in their tool belt, and sanctions is one of the major ones. But one, it's not like Russia is a democracy where the oligarchy are concerned that with added sanctions that the people are going to suffer. They don't really care about that. And again, I think they've insulated their economy somewhat, like the same way that China, Russia, Iran, Syria, like the groups of countries that are authoritarian have tried to work over the last 10 years to insulate themselves from these kinds of sanctions. So while I recognize that's something that can be done, I just think that it has minimal effect. And I even heard Jen Psaki talk about like squeezing. We want to squeeze Russia. Well, squeezing takes time. It takes like years for sanctions to take effect. It's not like it's going to take effect in like 3 or 4 months.
Yeah. This is my problem with, I think the response needs to be dual, multifaceted. Like, why cannot, I think a show of force is important here. Not a show of force in like attacking. I'm just saying presence. What's wrong with having a presence saying we are here, standing at the ready? If you do something so egregious here, which we already disagree with what you're doing, but if you cross that line, NATO is ready to crush your efforts by any means necessary. And like, because like you said, I totally agree with you. If you start throwing like, oh, here's our list of 10 our best sanctions that we could come up with to really squeeze on Russia. It's like, what? We're going to start seeing those effects in a couple of years? Like, come on. Like, what do you, Scott, you were trying to get in there. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, not necessarily. Like, if you sanction certain things like natural gas and oil, any country probably has like a 4 to 6 month reserve on that. But that would be something like once you start restricting natural gas and oil, and if you're doing that with sanctions, like it would have an immediate impact.
Yeah, but the West, like they're still buying their oil from the Saudis, right?
Exactly.
So it's like we're not going to get Saudi Arabia to agree to stop selling their oil to Russia. Like that seems like an impossible feat.
And Russia's one of the primary ways they make money is oil. So I understand sanctioning them and natural resources. Sanctioning them, the thought is it would hit their bottom line. But the reality is it'll hit our bottom line, I think, more rapidly than it will hit their bottom line. That we're already seeing the potentiality for gas prices to go up. And so America doesn't have a taste for our economy taking a dip. It's already dipping. So I just think this is a really complicated issue. And last thing, this is a problem that has been in the making for years, and we ignored it. We had a Trump administration that didn't do anything against Russia, And since 2014, it's been a problem. We haven't really addressed it. We are now seeing the repercussions. And again, we don't have a lot of things to address it. It's unfortunate.
I have a question. Let's do a little bit of morality here for a second and do a moral check with everyone. Pluma Bear says, I have a question to you all. There are some people who are willing to make memes out of the war in Ukraine already, very dark humor ones. How do you guys feel about that? Does anyone think too soon? Would you make a dark humor joke about what's going on right now? I'm usually a humor absolutist, fine with anything if I'm in the right mood. But what do you guys feel about people who are making memes and jokes about the situation?
So I have a take on this.
Yeah, sure.
And I feel like
I think jokes are
I'm not
just
sure if I'm echoing, but I feel like humor is one of the ways we look at very tragic and upsetting situations, and it kind of comforts us in a sense. That's the way I see it. So maybe some might see it as it's too soon, or probably the people that are doing it not taking it seriously, which all might be valid arguments. I just feel like certain people do it just to say, okay, this is a problem, but yes, we need to address it, but there's also some sense of comfort in the humor of it, as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, if you're a Ukrainian and you're making those kind of jokes and like people are dying around you, that's kind of fucked up. But if you're far away, you can't do anything about it, and it's depressing to think about. It kind of makes sense to use humor as an expression to alleviate that stress.
Yeah, I think it's I guess I kind of would think about it the same way. Any dark thing you could joke about is where, if it's just a joke, if you're laughing about it, if it's something you can make light of and have fun with, then that's a good thing. But it could be potentially inappropriate with the right people. So just for their sake, you don't have to say it to them. That doesn't mean you don't have to. That doesn't mean you can't say it. It doesn't mean you can't joke about it. But it's like something could hurt someone's feelings. So it's like, okay, then if you know that person, just don't say it when they're around. Simple. But if you're just freely expressing yourself, they don't have to see that.
Yeah, it seems like everything's gonna hurt someone's feelings as long as you understand the gravity of the situation and it's not all just a big joke to you. I think it's not a bad thing to make a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess there is a differentiation between making a joke about something and making light of a situation, right? So like you can make a joke about what's going on, but if you make light of that situation, I feel that's sort of a different thing, right? If you know what I mean by when I say like make light of it.
Yeah, make light as in trivialize and treat as though it doesn't matter.
Yeah, like I mean, I've already posted a few memes in this chat that aren't like of people dying or anything, but I still wouldn't post those memes in like a Ukrainian Discord with a bunch of Ukrainians in it. Like, probably wouldn't be funny to them.
And some people are gonna make jokes, and I think, I don't know, we should be focusing more on what's really happening than what people are joking about. Not to change the subject if you guys want to keep talking about that, but obviously Russian markets have taken quite a hit. I don't know how much investing you guys do, but
Yeah, my crypto wallet crashed pretty hard today. It was the market. Well, no, it's come back, but it plummeted by 12% in a single day, and it's only just come back up that 12% in the past couple hours. It's Yeah.
The
Yeah,
markets have been
Oh, go
tanking
ahead.
for a while. No, I'm sorry. I just said the markets haven't been doing that great, in the last few months as it is. And when I saw this happening, I hate to say this, the first thing I thought of was my portfolio is just going to get rushed with this. I know that sounds very callous, but our economy. I think that this is tied to what Putin's doing. He knows that this will just have a crushing effect on our economy, and it's just an added value to him.
Yeah.
I think that's probably somewhere in the calculus of what he's thinking about. Yep.
You guys, someone by the name of Alexei might join us. They are from the Ukraine. I'm hoping they can come on and give us a bit of an update.
Dope. That'd be sweet to actually have someone who speaks English, knows what they're talking about, and can actually offer some pretty insight.
Actually, I don't know if some of you guys might want to see if there's some Ukrainian servers where we could get people to come on live. I think you were mentioning Lexicon. You might have been part of where people were posting.
I got Russian friends. I don't have any Ukrainian friends.
Okay, well that would be great if you have any Russian friends to bring on as well.
I've got Russian friends too.
Guys, please invite them directly to this stream.
Okay.
I want to hear as many Russian and Ukrainian voices as we can get on here, and anyone in fact that is close to what's going on. Please.
Is it all right if I make a joke?
But I do want to say real quick, Oli is looking like a good boy right now. Look at that little man.
Look at how nice he's sitting.
I know, dude. He's so good. He's so good.
He is very interested in geopolitics.
In politics, yes.
Too interested. I don't know. He might be a Russian spy.
That is a little suspicious. You might want to look into that.
Okay, guys, four more likes to 60. Let's get 4 more likes on the stream. Let's get it to 60. The more likes, the more people will see it. So keep doing your thing, my dude.
It's interesting that both Scott and Lexicon have Russian friends because I was under the impression that Russia generally discouraged friendship.
Can you imagine if...
I mean, to be fair, all they do is scream at me in Russian about how stupid I am because I don't know what I'm doing in Arma 3, so...
Oh, please do. Please.
I guess that's their cultural understanding of friendship.
Can you imagine if Scott's voice...
Like Jewish Russians, so that's like a whole nother group in and of it.
Yeah. There's all kinds of Russian people. But can you imagine if Scott's voice went from... Hold on to
we're holding on a second
vodka.
because
We needed the vodka here. I mean, hold on.
You don't understand. I've been involved in this for 15 years.
I've been involved in this for 30 fucking years. Okay.
Well, no, it doesn't though. Okay, you're cool, dude. Yeah.
It's fucking hilarious.
Anyone on YouTube right now, feel free to join us on our Discord server. We have a digital library. We have a war tab that's dedicated to posting about what's going on around the world. That anything relating to war, come and check it out. JK says Trump and Tulsi, as in Tulsi Gabbard 2024. I was waiting for when we were going to see the first Trump 2024.
I don't know how true it is, but I was told by some of those people that if the Ukraine was ever invaded, sending arms and munitions would effectively be useless because you have to send them arms and munitions that already match the weaponry and munitions they already use, which Ukraine doesn't use the NATO common guns.
Yeah, I heard that too. I heard that Poland, through the Warsaw Pact, is sending them ammunition and materials that match what they need.
Mm-hmm.
Are we?
But that's what I'm saying.
good to
Like
hear.
Canadians landing to see whatever the designation is, aircraft in Ukraine and handing out guns and stuff. I mean, most Ukrainian soldiers are gonna pick up that CNFN FAL and go, okay, so you're giving me 30 rounds? Like, that's useless.
I want to invite, I want to welcome Guy Musey to the chat. Hey, Guy, how's it going? Are you there? Oh, Guy Musey.
You sounded really Canadian there. How's it going, guy?
How's it going there, Guy?
Fucking guy over here.
I want to say hi to Guy Musey, eh?
I gotta step away for a moment.
Okay, we can't hear Guy. I wonder if that is Oleksii. Maybe not.
If anybody hasn't looked yet, last night and today I put some background info on the Discord war channel, the Associated Press background explainer on the Ukrainian situation, and the CIA World Factbook analysis, which they have on pretty much every country in the world.
Awesome.
That covers a wide range of history, economics, industry, people, etc.
I think that's what would be would say is a swath of information.
Yeah, Loki, that's awesome. I'm going to take a look at that.
It's more than that. It actually takes time to pour through. But we can make jokes about Canada over it because Canada's population is almost as much as the Ukraine's, but with about 3.5 times the GDP.
So Oleksii says, "I'm not in the mood for talking." I understand that, and then you also say, and I missed the whole discussion, but Biden's stance sounds like a joke for us. We are furious. Yeah, like you have to imagine, like, if you're in the Ukraine right now, you might feel as though, everyone's coming to save us. Of course, we're being invaded. Are you not going to feel that way? Like, I don't know if that accurately describes Oleksii, and I look forward to you. Feel free to hang out here, continue to comment. You can come and hang out in the Discord, whatever. And that goes to everyone. And again, the main message here has been, let's not panic and let's try to stay safe wherever we are around the planet right now. But let's not panic. And if anyone needs any support, extra support, and they think that someone from the outside can help, you can always come on to Discord and send me a message. We have many different people from all different kinds of disciplines and fields that are on this Discord server that we have access to. So please take advantage of that. Hey, Guy Musey, we're hearing your TV there.
Yeah, and be sure to have your towel ready. Just FYI.
Your what?
Your towel.
Oh, your towel.
Yeah.
Throwing in the towel?
I think if you're going to try to offer everything Travis is promising, you probably need 42 towels to pass out.
Yes, 42 towels exactly. Thank you, Loki. You got where I was coming from.
Now I'm where you're at.
That'll solve the world's issues.
Yes.
So. Yeah, but what do you guys think of that? Just that thought experiment. Try to put yourself in the shoes of someone living in the Ukraine who isn't a separatist, who actually is passionate about their country. They love their country. The potatoes are a big thing there. You're proud of the Ukrainian potatoes. All of this stuff. Like you love your country, and then Russia's coming in and invading. And then you see the rest of the world talking about, like, oh, sanctions, like that's it.
Yeah. What if you're somebody who's just like a college student in Ukraine right now, who you don't really like, you don't have this much like geopolitical information. You're just trying to go through college, and all of a sudden another country is invading you.
Yeah, that's another example, but specifically the one I'm thinking of is like the person who really loves their country. They love the way it is. They wouldn't trade it for the world, and then someone's coming in to tell them that it's going to be broken up or become under different control, that's going to potentially uproot all of that. Like what Alexi said, yes, save the fucking potatoes.
It wouldn't be the first time that Ukraine's been uprooted or passed around,
Right.
because it used to be part of Poland before it became independent, became part of Russia, became unpart of Russia. And, Russia's been playing an interesting game, actually issuing passports and citizenship to a significant number of people in the, districts that they have now claimed are part of Russia, and they're defending against Ukrainian aggression, according to Russian propaganda. But, one thing that I saw going back weeks ago that I think I've mentioned a few times is that there's an upsurge in a mixture of paid placement, like Russian bride mail order agencies featuring Ukrainians, the same way there was a number of years ago during a previous round. Which makes it really tough on guys who can, you stick around and get shot at if you're a guy. But if you're a female, you can try to sell yourself off to some Westerner on internet advertising and get out of the country. So, probably not exactly a top of the bucket list choice that people want to make, but it reflects the desperation.
You know how typically Air India, for some reason,
So you're saying right now is a good time to try to find a Ukrainian bride? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not exactly. I'm saying though that Ukrainian females have a surge in paying agencies to help them advertise themselves that way, and that doesn't seem to be as much of an option for Ukrainian males.
I was just making a joke.
What were you saying there?
Seriously, I think that is a real metric in this weird world we're in.
You know how typically Air India, for whatever reason, seems to get their aircraft shot down near war zones involving Russia and its outward interests.
Wasn't that Malaysia that was shot down there in the last round?
Malaysia was, but Air India has lost 5 or 6
right.
civilian aircraft in the last 20 years to Russian aggression in other countries. This is currently what Air India's flight paths look for their civilian aircraft. I'm just posting that in the live text chat.
Yeah, I'll take a look. Oh, wait, I don't see it.
Was what's down? They are not putting an aircraft anywhere near Ukraine.
Where did you post it?
There's a good reason for that, because there's a NOTAM banning civilian air flight over Ukraine in place now. So, that's not just an arbitrary choice. It's a legal mandate.
That picture is 4 hours and 52 minutes old. This is before that.
Wait, I got a question.
The NOTAM went out a day or two ago.
Why did this graphic come with this really, really buff?
That's the Giga Chad meme.
Oh, okay.
India removed all their aircraft from the area just before the warning of "Don't fly your aircraft here" was done.
Oh man, that's funny. Oh, because they're saying that that's what a Giga Chad would do.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. That's good.
Given the past of America,
that's fucking hilarious.
As an American, we're very selfish in terms of our own interests, and so America will engage in military action. Clearly, it's if our interests are threatened, but if others' interests are threatened, we're very we don't want to get involved. Don't expend our resources. So it'd be curious to know how much of this invasion will actually affect United States interests, and that may have a major determining factor on whether we're willing to do anything with the 100,000 troops in Europe that we have. Again, it's very selfish, but it's an unfortunate aspect, I think, of American geopolitics.
So Alexei Lepenko, who is someone claiming to be in the Ukraine right now, says NATO expanded in 2008 and provoked war conflicts in Georgia 2008. Did they provoke war conflicts? Did NATO provoke it? And you say end Ukraine 2014. Instead of backing off as a truly good guy, you continue to double down to wreck Russia's economy. Because you are afraid that they will unite with China.
Yeah, but I want to see like if you're saying that, Alexei, show me any time that NATO is actually incurred on another country. NATO has never done that. NATO is there as a protection system against countries trying to occur against other countries.
And he's saying NATO provoked war conflicts. I don't see how people can say, like, a lot of people, like, I was hearing an argument this morning saying, like, oh, the U.S. are to blame for provoking Putin into this. Like, are you kidding me? Like, if that's like think of all of the ridiculous analogies where that just sounds like you're dealing with someone who's saying like, oh, they made me did it because they told me to, or they made me do it because they were treating me like an asshole, so I went and punched my little brother. It's like, no, this is not the reasoning of a reasoned ape. This is the reasoning of a jealous infant monkey.
Yeah, that's a Russian apologism, which is fucking stupid.
If you look at NATO Task Force 2, which is their naval group for that region, which is a multinational group that's got countries like Canada's Halifax was its flagship a couple of years ago for a year, and they rotate leadership among countries. Greece is part of it. And, it's not exactly a highly funded or aggressive operation. They're trying to deal with refugee fires and catastrophes all over and keep the Mideast from seething over into Europe more. It's a highly defensive operation that just doesn't have the resources to do what Russian propaganda pretends that defenses potentially against Russia are instigating, but that's all propaganda ploy.
In some ways, you could say that there wasn't enough provocation. That like when we talked about like putting missiles along Poland's border for NATO, there was a big uproar from Russia on that. Some of that was backed off. I think that if NATO would have been more forceful and have been like, look, we're not going to stand for any of these types of invasion aspects or incursions, that I feel like that Russia only really understands force. And if you back off, they see weakness and they're like, we're going to take advantage of it. So again, I would just reiterate what I was saying is that the actions in the last 6 years have led to where we are now. It's allowed Russia to feel like they can do this. They've been enabled to go in there. And now we don't know what we're going to do.
It's amazing that some people who are so obsessed with their American politics cannot help but use this as an opportunity to promote their side. It baffles me. Like on Twitter, I'm like a war has broken out between Russia and the Ukraine, and they're trying to spin it so that it's Biden's fault. That is retarded. What is wrong with people?
No, America is just their whole world.
What the fuck is wrong with people?
Our politics are really screwed up, and like we have large factions of our country that don't support our president. That
is retarded. I'm sorry. That is beyond stupid. beyond stupidity. Like this is I look at the people. Someone very famous just sent me a text, said check out Candace Owens' Twitter feed right now, and I went over there and looked at it, and I'm seeing other people, some Republicans commenting on it as well, looking at this as an opportunity. Yeah, this is a great opportunity to spread rumors that it's somehow Joe Biden's fault or the Democratic Party's fault, because someone invaded another country.
Did you hear what Trump said about it?
Like that is just completely and utterly insane.
Tulsi Gabbard a couple days ago made a somewhat intelligent statement about how Ukraine's political leadership isn't, all that nice and pretty in many respects. But
sure,
if you read the two pieces I mentioned before, the AP Explainer, which attempts essentially to educate news journalists so they can, intelligently cover it, and then the CIA World Fact Book that covers more of the history and how it relates internationally and intranationally in the broad scale. That's probably a lot better background than any of this political grandstanding.
Yeah. I mean, that's my thing. Like if someone makes a claim, bring some evidence. If someone's making a claim like, oh, this is Biden's fault because, this finally, Russia finally picked their moment to do something they had been planning. Like that's just ludicrous. But yeah, you don't even need to make the claim that the Ukrainian government body is pure and perfect. No one, people should just be making their claims based on the evidence of what is going on in reality, as opposed to these political fodder.
Yeah, and looking at all the factors instead of just this one thing that they can use to spin it.
There is a lot of political fodder present, but you can look at the real stuff.
What I find interesting, though, is if you people like Tucker Carlson, who's sort of been carrying water for Russia for a while. Now all of a sudden they're being okay, I don't know what we're gonna say anymore. I think yesterday Trump himself said Putin was a genius or something.
It was a couple days ago. Maybe but genius. He was referring to his move and him seeing a lane that he can weave into. I don't think Trump believed, and I will have to hear what he says about this, but I don't think Trump believed that Putin was going to declare war on the Ukraine. I think the Russians actually have built up a pretty successful facade in a lot of people to what their thinking is. And when I say Russians, I mean the Putin government. But because most people are shocked that they would declare war, right?
Exactly. That's the thing. Like all these people on the right wing who are pro Putin, all of a sudden now are they're on their back foot, being well, what the fuck is actually going on now? Because Putin is doing some really crazy shit. So now they don't have the same. They can't say that what Putin is doing is okay anymore.
Do you guys think? So someone was saying, I asked this question earlier, which I think is a really good one. I'd still like to hear some more opinions on this. But if Trump was in office right now, and Putin kind of was shaking Trump's hand in once and telling him to, when Trump asks about Ukraine, he's like, no, Ukraine, nothing happening, and then Putin does this to Trump, and everyone's looking at Trump to see why do I feel like Trump would have done something like, we're sending the whole Navy over, we're bringing all troops over, we're getting ready, to finally deal with this tyrant. Do you think he would have went there, or do you think he would have been more, because it seems like that offense against him, like that kind of like, that's not what he told me. He told me something different. Like, I don't know. What do you guys think? Or would Trump have been? Can you imagine Trump being like, we might disagree with what Russia's doing, but they have their own reasons, right? Like, or you think it's more
I
that way?
I know what Trump's response would be.
Trump is a wild dog. That's all Trump is. And Putin knows how to manipulate him. Is what that is.
Hold on. If Trump tried to placate what was going on with Putin right now, even conservatives right now are like lashing out against this notion that Trump had about being like a pro Putin kind of guy. Like there are a lot of conservatives, even like people like Tulsi Gabbard.
But hang on. I'm in the scenario I pointed out. Imagine if Trump did not believe Putin would do this, but once the declaration of war, I'm asking you to put yourself in Trump's, pretty reactionary guy, in Trump's seat. If he felt as though Putin had lied to him or misled him and tried to make him look foolish, right? Or try to make him look like Trump's being depicted right now.
He would act erratic, but
I'm basically saying if he felt like Putin betrayed him and betrayed America, what do you think Trump would do?
He would act erratic, but Putin knows how to control Trump.
If Trump was still
get low-key
if Trump was still president right now and this happened, Trump would be coming out and be saying like, we cannot let this aggression stand, man. Like he was.
I've got the other alternative. Trump would send out a press release bragging about how he had finally cut a deal to license the Trump brand, starting with the new Trump Towers Deluxe Hotel and Business Park, Kiev, as soon as Putin helps clear up these little misunderstandings that have plagued Ukraine for years.
Oh, this is too good. I got to get D. Liefering's comment. Biden will fall asleep near the nuclear button. Trump pushes it to test if it works. Is this thing on?
Yeah, I think it would have escalated a lot quicker if Trump were in office. I mean, all Putin would have to do is insult his ego and things would just fall apart. I mean,
well, this is what, like, I can just imagine, like, Trump saying, maybe he would say before, like, Russia better not test our might. We are always watching them. And then all of a sudden they declare war the next day. How does Trump react there? I'm just saying, like, when he says something and then, like, it's not done or it doesn't happen, it's like, would he follow through with something? I think Trump would be a much different study than who's.
You guys got him wrong. Trump is Putin's dog.
Let's hear Nivek.
Trump is Putin's dog. Okay? And he understands how he yes, he's erratic. Yeah, but like you know how to how to control a dog. With meat, or he just know. Trump was more doing his talking points. He was more undermining NATO. He was more trying to like Putin is genius, and he was promoting his propaganda. That's no longer existent with Biden. Biden don't like Putin, and Ukraine potentially leaning towards Russia's sphere. They're not going. They're more leaning towards wanting to join NATO, and Putin was caught between having to react to that, because if you can't win ideologically, then you win militarily, and if push comes to shove, so they're not interested in wanting anything to do with Russia, and they're leaning more towards NATO. And what Putin did was make things worse, because NATO was being undermined and talked about negatively with Trump. Now, because of his actions, NATO is more united. Now Ukraine definitely don't want shit to do with Russia.
Yes.
They want to join NATO. So it's more what he's doing, what the acts that are happening is what Putin never really wanted, but push comes to shove. he had no choice. He had to like, you know what, fuck it. I'm gonna go all in and invade this country because things aren't going the way I want them to go.
I can't believe. Okay, Trump absolutely would not be conducting military operations. He wouldn't be saying he's going in there. What he would be saying is, this is a regional war. We need to let Russia take care of their own business. We're not going to be involved. And Republicans would be hook, line, and sinker along with that. The only reason that they're rattling the military, like Biden's weak, we're not going in militarily, is it's a political position. They're going to take whatever position is opposite of Biden because the whole Republican movement is about it. We're so locked into our political positions and not what's actually right. That's the way that would go. And Trump is authoritarian. Trump sees Putin as similarly authoritarian. He wants to emulate Putin. I think he's a little,
him.
I think he's a little scared of Putin. I think he's afraid of what
him.
Putin can. So I don't think that. I think Trump would absolutely spin it in a way that would say this is bad. He shouldn't be doing it. But they have some rights to do this. He would waffle like he always does, but he would make a claim that it's a regional war. We're not going to get involved.
Interesting.
I don't. Yeah.
So that's the thing where I think is different. Like I think if Trump was still president, he would still have like his military advisors who would be telling him like, look, this cannot fucking take place.
Yeah.
Here, this is going to be a fucking huge issue.
And I think Donald Trump, when he's in the room with guys like that, he shuts. It's hard for people to believe, but that even Donald Trump gets into a room with some people and shut the fucks up and goes with what they recommend, right?
You think he was in cahoots with Putin because he likes to talk anti-NATO talking? He likes to talk anti-NATO talking points, and Putin's anti-NATO. They kind of seem to align. Their views align.
No, you're reaching,
so
Nivik. I think you're reaching.
One of the major conflicts.
You don't.
It's just a
there's a major conflict with Trump in that the nature of most Western democracies, including especially the USA with some of our legal validity tests, requires a rational discussion of actual facts. And the style of narcissist and infinite game player that Trump and Putin even more so are, uses facts as game tools, and they can be completely fabricated, fictitious, or misrepresented. And that's a normal and desirable tactic in infinite gameplay. But since it's so resistant to the democratic process as we define it, and most other Western democracies define it, it's essentially something that we have an obligation to reject. So that even if Trump is better at engaging somebody like Putin or a North Korean dictator because they're so similar, that's at odds with most Western and U.S. Political standards for even being valid or legal.
Well, not just standards, but actual just like reasonable people, like H.R. McMaster, like fucking, he would not have let fucking Trump into like supporting Russia, right? Like it just would not have fucking actually happened. McMaster would have been okay.
No
like we've got to stop this thing. Like Trump might talk about it all day long and like boast it on like Fox News, but when rubber hit the road, I don't think it would actually happen.
Like there's no way. There's no way. Trump puts yes men around him, and when they don't say yes, he gets rid of them and replaces them with those men. How many chief of staffs did he go through? I mean, McMaster is a yes guy. He's going to do what Trump says. That McMaster's going to make a recommendation, but Trump's going to be like, "This is what I want." McMaster's going to toe the line. That's what I think.
And we need someone. I mean, Trump cannot. He does not see the bigger picture. He only looks at selective facts or alternative facts.
He cares about his personal interests.
Exactly. Yeah, he sees through this lens of
I mean, in America, I mean, we see the president as the president. You know, he's outside of his personal self. You're not supposed to take those things into consideration. I may have froze.
Yeah,
no, you're there.
No, okay.
I do think that those guardrails would have kicked in if Trump was still president right now. Those guardrails would have kicked in.
I think, especially when it comes to military advice, I think Scott brings up a really good point. These kind of, and we just think of Trump's personality, these like senior military guys like Trump, these are the kind of guys Trump does listen to and that do get through to Trump. And he, often puts more value on it than he probably even should. Like he'll say like, well, General so-and-so said this about this particular thing, which would be just the general's political opinion or something. And that's like, is a really, has a real heavy impact for Trump. So yeah, I mean, I could see Trump getting kind of scared into being like, in a situation of like war being declared, into like being a little more, kind of like when, if you believe in the efficacy of prayer and you're like, prayer is the most important thing. And then you get in a car accident. The first thing you do is call an ambulance if you can, and you don't pray first. Almost everyone does that. It's like, when the actual emergency hits you in the face and you look around, what do we normally do here? You're kind of like, oh shit, this is really serious.
Yeah, this is real. Let's deal with it real.
Trump has multiple times brought in military advisors, but then when the military and praised them, like Mad Dog Mattis, praised them, yeah. But then once they took a position that was antithetical to what Trump's position was, yes. He tore them down and told them that they're full of shit. They don't know what they're talking about. They're an idiot. I mean, so I agree that he respects military might, but anything that threatens his own viewpoints, he just refuses to take their opinions, and then he just trashes you and gets rid of you and puts somebody else in.
Yeah, because he has the best brain.
Kind of like Hitler.
He has the best brain.
Yeah, according to him, he has the best brain.
Yes, that's fucking.
If we think back a few years, though, if anybody remembers Peter Pace's resignation from Joint Chiefs of Staff, and what he said, politely criticizing the Dark Lord Rumsfeld, it's not like Trump is the first person to do that. He's just more of a theatrical stage show in how he does it.
Exactly. That's the thing. Like I think Trump is like a guy who's like fundamentally theatrical, but if like things really came down to like being like here, like shit's really fucked up, he would just take like what he would take the best information that was being provided to him at that point.
Like I gotta
himself knows he's an idiot.
I gotta read you guys like. Whoever this Charlie Kirk person is, who is Charlie Kirk?
Oh, Turning Points USA?
The Charlie Kirk, yep, Turning Points USA. So his grand take here, 10 a.m.
Yeah,
this is the kind of crap I'm talking about, right? Not being detailed about the issue at hand and using this for political bullshittery. They told us for 4 years that Donald Trump was going to start World War III. But look where we are after 400 days of Biden. This has 118 quote tweets, 3,421 retweets, and 13.4 thousand likes.
Yep. Yeah, dude. Yeah, Charlie Kirk, USA, that's like Candace Owens. is like one of his like employees. Like they're all a bunch of fucking idiots, right?
But like no, but like okay, fine. People say idiot shit all the time on both sides of the political spectrum, all the time, constantly. It's always there. But that thing's like going viral, man.
I know it is.
Did you notice a couple of months ago I posted, guy who usually produces engineering shows, but who did a Bayesian analysis comparing YouTube algorithms and election politics in the U.S.
Oh, okay. I don't remember.
We have major economic and political systems that promote elevating crap and downplaying serious discussion. And that's a bigger problem than just trying to, say, look at this or do a viral promotion or challenge a viral promotion like that.
Yeah, but I do think something that's interesting that's happening right now is with what's happening in Ukraine and Russia, like this normal political fucking uh bullshitsmanship is like falling to pieces, right? Like, so Tucker Carlson has been talking about how like Russia is in the correct. Now all of a sudden you see Russia like invading Ukraine, and Tucker Carlson's being like, he doesn't have a foot to fucking stand on anymore because he's basically like he's got his dick hanging out in the fucking looking like an idiot because he's been.
Have you ever seen Tucker Carlson live in person?
What's that, man?
Have you ever seen Tucker Carlson live in person?
No.
Okay, I had a chance to see him up against Rachel Maddow, and of course they're both theatrical button pushers. But Tucker, when he's up against somebody a little bit smarter and wittier, falls in his face a lot more than when he has writers to script him.
I
got a little tuckered out.
Very good. One thing I will say though, Scott, about that criticism of Tucker Carlson that you just laid, it's well within the right of a thinker to, and just focusing on the issue of like, okay, they feel this way about Russia when regarding these particular issues, but if that country was to invade another country, you can still have a position against that same country that is doing X over here, but not Y over there.
Yeah, but I think Tucker is still currently saying like Russia's in the correct, and that's the weird
yeah.
part.
If he's, I disagree with him, right? I would say you might be able to make that argument if again these separatists were being killed or attacked or being forced to like shave their heads or wear armbands or some kind of crime against humanity. And then this would be very much the same as like the United States going into Iraq or going into Afghanistan or going wherever they go to sort out things that they feel need to be sorted out. So if you if there is a reasonable justification for this, of course, Putin, like many nations would probably be like, yes, Putin has a reasonable justification for going in because he felt as though these people who support Russia need to be protected, but outside of having a reasonable justification, how do you justify it? Like, I don't know. I guess it's weird, but I want to get. I saw Metalworks. I haven't seen Metalworks in a while. Metalworks. What was your initial reaction when you saw Russia has declared war on the Ukraine?
Yeah, and all they were playing all day was that, and I was like really shocked that happened. I'm on my phone right now, so I might not be able to talk too much, but I didn't really expect them to do it. I didn't really expect them to invade the whole freaking country. We're taking it now.
What do you think the reaction's going to be by your country? Because you are in the United States, right? we'll maybe get. Are you there, Metal?
Yeah, I live in the U.S.
Oh yeah. Oh okay.
And,
yeah.
So my initial reaction is like, well, we did take away Ukraine's nukes to protect them, and we kind of have like, you know, we kind of owe them. But at the same time, one of my friends is like afraid Putin will actually use nukes if we get too involved, and I don't know. I hope that's just a bluff. You know,
Yeah,
I really don't want to have to go in there, but at the same time, I really don't want to leave Ukraine hanging. And I don't think this would be similar to the Middle East because the Ukrainians, you know, actually want to keep their country. They're not going to be like the Afghanistan, be like, well, we tried, and just drop all their guns and walk away. I'm pretty sure the Ukrainians don't. A lot of Ukrainians do not want Putin taking over their country, but I don't know. One person I follow thinks we would just sit back and just play a proxy war and just, you know, arm up Ukraine and not try to get too involved. But that's another way we can probably do it.
About
if he starts taking NATO countries, though?
If we say arm Ukraine, arm to what level? Are you talking bring back the nuclear arms?
One of the guys I was watching was joking about that, but I don't
You're breaking up a bit there, brother.
However it goes. Sorry, man.
What does anyone in here think?
Work, so I'm on my phone.
Does anyone here think that it would be offside for the U.S. to give nuclear warheads to Ukraine at this time?
Yeah.
Probably taken over by Russia unless it was backed up by a lot more infrastructure first.
I don't think the U.S. needs to do it. Like, there are plenty of European countries with nukes that are already supporting.
No, but sure, but they're not. They haven't have war declared on them. The difference is that you're giving nuclear warheads to a country that is technically at war with another.
Yes. Hey, I just had an idea.
What would be the strategic purpose of that?
Yeah, exactly. You're basically saying you're basically trying to make the argument that okay, I would give it to the Ukraine and then Russia's going to back off, but that seems like kind of
Russia would aim the nukes at US.
Very wishful thinking.
Hey, isn't Putin like friends with Steven Seagal or something?
You know, 3D wireframe animation has progressed to the point where all of these news feeds could just be simulations.
So, like, couldn't Seagal just like convince him to calm down?
Hey, are you telling me what to do here? I'll tell you what would happen. Very bad things. Very bad things.
That means one of us has to die.
That just means one of us has to die. Very bad things.
It's crazy. Like, he seems like somebody who just is out of his prime, but then you go back and you realize, oh, he was never in his prime.
Steven Seagal. Yes, of course not. Yeah.
If you were to assassinate Putin.
Yeah, he could do it. He could get it. He does that shit in the movies. He could do it.
Do you guys? Well, that's a good question.
I honestly don't think so. I think it would keep going.
So yeah, I mean, this is a good question though, a moral question. Okay, and we're talking about your morality with regards to what is acceptable during war. Do you think Putin has done enough to deserve execution?
No.
By what metric?
Well, by your own metric.
I do.
So
I'm asking you about your own moral metric.
Wouldn't it be preferable
enough to deserve execution under U.S. law?
No, that's not what we're asking. No, Loki, don't confuse it.
And by the metric for that, Putin is far worse.
Don't obfuscate this, please. I'm asking people their individual moral prescriptions. I don't care about the law. Everyone. So Scott, do you think he has done enough here already to justify an execution? Like if there was a way to drone strike and kill Putin, do you think that would be justified?
No, I don't think so.
No?
I do.
Okay, no. Jason is a yes. What about you, Consciousness?
So I think if assassinating him were to, like, if that would put an end to this whole thing, then yeah, I think it's worth it. But if we were to like capture him, I don't think we should just kill him. I don't know about capture. I don't know if capture is the right.
Yeah, I guess here's the thing. With all things considered, let's just say the United States was able to drone strike and assassinate him. Do you think they should go through with that? So say your military council came to you. Hang on, Nivik, we'll get to you. Say if your military council came to you, Consciousness, and you had the opportunity to do it. It sounds like Jason would do it. Consciousness.
I would.
If it would put an end to the... But I don't...
You don't get to know that, though, right?
Yeah, I suppose. I don't know a lot about the way that their government is structured, the way it works. I don't know if the rest of... I don't know.
Yeah.
The people kind of below him would continue the same.
So it sounds like you would say, don't do it because you don't have enough information yet, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So. Andy?
I'm saying he deserves it. I'm saying he should.
Okay.
He deserves it.
Okay.
But I don't know if that's necessarily
we can. Yeah. We can work with whether they deserve it. Andy, you're a no. Was that right?
Well,
does he deserve it?
Does he deserve it? Deserve is a much trickier question than what I would
Would it be morally good for that to happen to him in your? And if it's bad, do you think it's?
No, but I don't think it's morally good. But it would. The effects of it might be morally good.
Real quick, I would have to see, like, who would take over after him. I mean, I know it's gonna be. There's no one.
Yeah. Well, that was my thinking too, but I figured
it could be just destabilize things even more if there's kind of a power grab.
Exactly.
Yeah, but if things get destabilized, then we could step in. And also, if we're able to, if we're in a position where we could kill Putin, it's possible we'd be able to kill his sycophants as well, right?
No.
I think
it's
self-defense is probably the best justification, and I think that at least somewhere right now,
even during
self-defense is justified.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like Ukraine is defending itself from Putin right now, basically. So to a certain extent, and you could even eventually put that onto NATO or whatever situated. Like, I think eventually it becomes justified. It might not be justified for the United States right now, but it might be eventually. And I think it already is for Ukraine. Ukraine should be trying to kill Putin. And I think they're justified. Morally, it's always wrong to kill, but in self-defense, it's a justified moral wrong.
That's World War III right there.
Let's
instantly.
Yeah, we're going down the list here. So Scott said a no. Bruce, how do you feel about this question?
Yeah, capital crimes deserve capital punishment, so yes.
Okay. Dal, you said, well, what was your own personal answer? Like, if the U.S. was to go in and do this, let's say right now, do you think that's justified? Or it has to be the Ukraine?
It would be kind of a reach. I think there's probably an argument to justify it that I don't have right now, so I'll say no for the moment.
All right. Docio, are you do you think Putin deserves to be assassinated for what, this declaration of war and this attack?
Deserve is a very funny word to use there.
I mean based on your moral foundation. I'm not saying objectively.
Right. I would say no. I would say no only because of what I would think the repercussions of that would be, and I think more war would indefinitely come if we were to like assassinate Putin.
So
I would say no, just based off of that.
And something to help you guys, just put yourself in the situation where you turn on your TV and it says, you know, Putin has been assassinated, and then you ask yourself, did he deserve it? Okay. It's kind of that's kind of just the colloquial way to go about this.
Yeah.
Would you
don't say
my initial knee-jerk reaction if I heard Putin was assassinated, it might be good. Okay. And then afterwards, it would be I hope this doesn't result in more crazy shit. But my initial reaction might be good.
Let me just qualify this, just like to kind of continue what Trav was saying, is that just imagine, don't think about like what destabilization might happen.
Right.
Don't think about the repercussions of him dying. Like, just say, does he deserve, given what he has done since from the KGB to coming into office and just executing people all around him and does he deserve to die for the things that he has done? That's the question.
Sure.
I'm generally capital punishment.
Sure, he deserves to die. Sure, but
I would like to see him go to some
deserve?
prison in Siberia or something. But
no, he doesn't deserve that.
Maybe he
Dying's too
shouldn't.
Good for him.
Maybe he shouldn't get what he deserves in the absolute sense.
Let's
he deserves what he condemned.
Let's go to Jolly. Jolly, what do you think?
If we're taking all of the repercussions of Putin being dead out of the equation, then yeah, sure, he definitely deserves to die. But I don't really believe in retributional. Was that retributional?
Yeah.
Justice.
Yeah, I don't either. By the way, Loki. How about you? Where's your vote going?
Yeah, in terms of deserves to die, in terms of balance of harm, to others, I'd say clearly yes. But in terms of is it wise to actually take him out, I'd say that's a far more difficult strategic judgment with a lot of potentially worse repercussions than the benefit, the same as it is in a whole lot of other cases. So it might be unwise to do it, even if it's justifiable.
Right. Nivik, are you a yes or no on this?
No, he doesn't deserve to die. I don't believe in just killing.
Yeah.
Kills. So.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Make a lesson out of him.
I'm in that camp, by the way. I agree with Nivik. He doesn't deserve to die, but if he dies during, a war act could be a targeted drone strike or something like that during the war. If anyone dies during the war, I don't think they deserved it, or they it's a good thing that they died. But in war, people do die. I don't look at those things as good, but sometimes as justified from a survival perspective, because my moral foundation starts. There are some changes once war is enacted, right? Queen Anne's Revenge. What do you think? Does Putin deserve to be killed?
Yeah, I agree with Del Sue's response, just because everything was completely unprovoked. However, I think that if somebody other than Ukraine does the killing, I would like to see it done through an international court with due process.
I hear you. See, I even in the situation with Bin Laden, they had Bin Laden trapped there. I wish they would have arrested Bin Laden for his crimes, brought him back to the United States, had him go through the process. And sure, if you feel strongly enough that you want to see him put to death at the end of that process, then perhaps if that's it within the law of the land, that happens. I disagree with it. I would rather have Bin Laden serving his sentence in prison, and Yeah, and I would, there's so many benefits to doing that, and I don't want to get into all of those, but like part of it is intelligence, part of it is understanding the minds of some of these people who are radicalized and become leaders, and what are some future people with those traits that we can look out for in some of these societies, again, when we're trying to improve our intelligence. So that's that's how I feel about that. But this idea of making sure there's due process, certainly.
That was what I was implying.
Because part of it is ideological. You want to make an example out of him and show him as wrong. You don't want to like do a might makes right and just kill him.
My implication was that I was assuming due process in the because capital crime requires due process.
Yep. For sure.
If you look at the International Criminal Court at The Hague, the last serious case of an arrest for trial like that was the deposed president of Côte d'Ivoire, who caused years of civil wars and a huge number of deaths before he was actually removed from office years after being voted out. And he was extradited to The Hague, which is interesting because they were never a signatory to those international treaties, the same way the Bush chimp withdrew the U.S. from them when Russia. It was acting in ways that he should have been arrested and extradited. But generally speaking, exterminating someone who's abusing power and causing massive harm to a huge number of others is more functional and possible than what it takes to arrest that kind of corrupt world leader and put him on trial.
Russia's not a signatory to that ICC either.
Yeah, but neither is the U.S. The U.S. used to be. We got withdrawn by Republicans, but Côte d'Ivoire wasn't either. And I look at that whole diplomatic process as equivalent to a bank robber who kills a guard in the process of a robbery, saying, "Well, I'm not a signatory to those criminal laws. Why do you think they apply to me?"
Well, they would apply it in the country where they occur, right? That's usually what happens.
No, but in terms of the International Criminal Court and global law and the law of nations, which the law of nations, I think, is largely obsolete, and the Ukraine situation, again, is reminding us why and how. If Russia can annex pieces of Ukraine and play the games it's doing. But, on an international level, it's a lot like the bank robber saying, well, I didn't do anything wrong. I never signed on to those laws saying that bank robbery and murder or triggerman rules apply to me.
I just want to get Simba, your vote. You're the last one to cast their vote here. Would this be a justified killing?
So when we say deserve, it's like, does any soldier in this war deserve to be killed?
Some people believe that.
I don't look at Putin as any different than a soldier. He's actually the one that declared the war, and if Ukraine's retaliation was to kill him, I don't know that it would be morally wrong for them to assassinate him. And I think a utilitarian viewpoint, it might actually be a benefit.
Right. So would you view that as a good thing in the end, or would you say not a good thing, but we're doing a bad thing for good results?
If I believed it was good results, I would be willing to do a bad thing for good results if it was better off for the humanity as a whole. It's very difficult. There's a deterrence effect.
That's
if you kill Putin,
calculus, right?
It's a very difficult calculation.
I mean,
there is a deterrence, though, to that. If you kill a leader that's a tyrant, the rest of the world sees it and sees...
You can martyr him.
So I would say, I would argue that putting them in prison and using them for a study case is cruel and unusual, and it's also looking at only outcomes. So, placing them in prison for study and it hopes to find possible research or even just study purposes or exemplified purposes is equally harmful to the individual with looking at outcomes only. So I would say it's more cruel than death.
Yeah,
but.
I mean, you have no chance of being well if you're dead. And that's where my moral foundation comes in. But I don't...
it's not a trade for one or the other, though,
Well, I mean, you can... if you view it as just being like torture for this person, sure, but bin Laden could be rehabilitated, right? Into someone who's going to contribute important information to further our understanding of maybe extremist radicalization or some insights into certain psychopathologies, or who knows.
Yeah, the current law doesn't do that, though, right? It's not doing anything like that.
I agree there's problems with it, and it's not advanced enough, but I feel like if we had someone as, had a criminal of that stature, we would probably, do our best to extract something good out of them, and even from they continue to get my moral consideration. So I would want to see them, rehabilitated and doing something that comes to maximize well-being for themselves and those around them. But I think we would have to look at, probably the most obvious answer in this case is that because of the level of crimes and the amount of deaths tied to this individual, they must not be let out ever. So of course there needs to be the law upheld in some way there. But
if you could change the mind of someone like that, I mean, their followers listen to them, and
yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah.
And I mean, if you just go ahead and execute them, that's just going to give their followers even more reason to
consciousness. You made
continue their
very important point about that. Hell yeah.
Just want to make one point. Like, I agree that killing is wrong, and
unjust killing.
Everybody takes the position that somebody who kills somebody unjustly. Like, if I'm a soldier and I kill somebody unjustly, that there's no difference between that person and somebody like Putin. Putin has a long, long history of killing journalists, of killing civilians for his own political gain. And I could go down the list of things that he has done.
You could say we have too, though, just from an organization, from a three-letter agency did it. But
You're proving his argument by killing
I would not compare the CIA's efforts.
It's a tough one not to make, man. One's unilateral, I guess, but I suppose, what's the difference between Putin and some of the people that support his killing? Because it's not as though Putin's pulling the trigger. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, I have read multiple reports where, as an example, the bombing of the apartment buildings, the Chechen apartment buildings, they said they killed hundreds of people. They said there is no doubt that was sanctioned by Putin. That the
no problem with it. Yeah, but so are the hits the CIA makes or any of the right now. My buddies are getting contracts for right now. I don't know if you have military friends, but they're getting contracts as mercenaries right now. Yeah, so they're gonna go and kill people.
I know, but go and kill civilians.
I mean, that happened during the Middle Eastern wars as well. Actually, it's terrible. Have you heard of those stories? It's brutal.
Oh boy.
Guys in Iraq
it's not going to be
Iran,
easy defending America here.
It's really hard.
Okay, fair enough. I think you bring up a good point.
I don't disagree with you that there's serious war crimes and the man should be brought to justice. I'm only stating that because I worry about the precedent that sets for most of the world, in the West especially, that has been involved in assassination attempts at large. I
think you bring up a good point. Like the drone strikes that America makes, you can make arguments around that.
Or any other killings, yeah.
Yeah, so So,
but he should be. I would agree that we need to somehow bring Putin to justice, right? I mean, you can't run roughshod over individuals and kill them for your political gain. I would agree that's a problem.
He disappears journalists and people all the time that are contrary.
I don't disagree with that. So. But I would say we need to also look at our I feel like we're reaping what we sow. Do you know what I'm saying? We might be getting the just judgment required on us by the world at this point, which
That's
is a
good
problem.
point.
Collateral
Or
murder.
Richmond help fire missiles into apartment buildings in the Mideast, and when that's been revealed in some cases and publicized, some of the troops on the ground who were there after they got out and decided not to re-up, gone on record saying, that isn't an isolated incident. That's a snafu situation, normal, all fucked up. Which comes out of military norms from the Western world, not from our so-called Orwellian enemies. How we act is not, quite as idealistic as our propaganda.
There's a relationship with Putin and the West and how he's meddling in undermining democracy. The whole goal of that was Ukraine. It was about undermining democracy within Ukraine and them having a right to choose what they want in self-governing.
Ukraine's not self-governing. They're not even a democracy.
A lot of the attacks that he was doing, so it's almost as if it's an argument between authoritarianism and democracy, and attacking democracy of the West was like the fear of. I think he fears democracy because it's encroaching on him with NATO. So he's seeing that it's spreading, and he's seeing, Ukraine is going to end up joining NATO, and now I'm going to have them right at my doorsteps. Then that's not going to happen. I'm invading Ukraine.
If you listen to Russian right wing or anyone in that ideology, so they're like a large portion of what they're doing is they're looking for a reestablishment of their values, and many of them are Orthodox Christians. And so they're looking for a reestablishment of Orthodox Christianity. They constantly throw flames at the Western ideas of freedom, and beyond freedom, I mean like libertarian freedom, like LGBT woke sort of stuff. They constantly hate that. Like that's been a common theme for decades now for them. They don't like how the United States and Western world embraces this, what they would consider to be immoral behavior. And so this has come to a head, and now they have a reason with sanctions to go on with their ideological war. And so it's not so simple.
Yeah, but Ukraine don't choose Russia. Ukraine choose the West. And all the LGBTQ freaks and
what?
Yeah. Just saying, you bring up a good point about justification of killing. That, like, when is killing justified? And that, one side says I'm justified based on my moral precepts, and the other says I'm justified based on my moral precepts. I'm sure Putin would say I'm justified in killing those people because they are threatening our way of life, just like same way that America might say we're justified in killing these people because they're associating with terrorists. That threatens our way of life. So it's a difficult moral dilemma in that respect. So I
need due process.
As far as trade is concerned, it seems like a nightmare for them. But that's where China's kind of the wild card that I'm worried about a little bit. As far
who's
as trade,
threatening Russia? Like, they're land grabbing. Who's to say they'd stop? Then won't continue. I mean, like when you grab countries, that's a lot of. That's worth a lot, you know what I mean? And you grow stronger. That's what Nazi Germany did. They just was grabbing land. They were broke at World War II, but this, you just might makes right. You just take, and you get your wealth that way.
How about if we go back to Saddam Hussein? Hussein, is clearly a brutal dictator, but did what the U.S. did politically with a major fraud as to who our real and alleged targets were, or who our Saudi oil friends of our political establishment were, do something that was beneficial or not taking him out? Because he was holding together a messy alliance from the post-Ottoman war settlement deals of tribes that had feuds going back over a millennium that largely fell apart and blew up and caused some larger problems after he was taken out as a brutal dictator. So, how do we even evaluate cases like that? If we look at it in terms of cost and benefit to people who are being harmed regardless, but it changes in scope and form.
And I mean, how harmful it would be to kind of embolden Putin. Like, let's say he is successful in Ukraine. What would his next move be? What is his end goal? Is he gonna ever stop trying to kind of move?
He's trying to reconstitute the former Soviet Union in that respect. That he's trying to pull back the countries that essentially broke away from Russia. And remember, Putin is 69 years old, so he probably sees like he doesn't have that long to go. He wants to have a legacy. He wants to be the Russian guy who brought back the countries that broke away after the Cold War.
Well, there's more than that. It's also like I said, it's a religious issue. It's not just imperialistic. Like
it sounds
truly...
nationalist, to be honest.
Yeah, totally. So the reason I know this is because I'm friends with a lot of Orthodox Christians who are Russian Orthodox or Russian Orthodox outside of Russia. Like it's called ROKOR, Russian Orthodox Christian outside of Russia. They are their religion is not that dissimilar from like Sunni. So they would like to see the equivalent of caliphate or the equivalent of a Christian nation coming through righteously through war, whatever would happen. So like they would like to see a theocracy with the Orthodox Church at the helm. And that's how they want to usher in their end times. They're like, as far as their like eschatology and theology goes, that's what they believe. And so this is this is very commonly held belief in Russia and in a lot of Eastern Europe, actually, where a lot of the Eastern Orthodox live. So we're looking at the same issue.
For the people, I'm sure it comes from like wanting to save other.
Jolly might know that he's in Poland, so but yeah.
I mean, save the non-believers.
Poland is just almost entirely Catholic. I mean, that's what statistics say, but the trends are hugely different now in the youth because young people tend to gravitate mostly towards atheism, I would say. I don't have many friends my age who are anything else but atheists, I guess. Some of them are mild Christians, but not too many of them.
Catholics don't have the Catholics aren't that far beyond that. They've gotten much more reformed in recent centuries, but that was modus operandi for Catholics as well for a long time. So many of the right wing, like super right wing Catholic folks are in a similar boat. They'd like to see the church at the head of the state. Yeah,
but, Bruce. I was kind of seeing three things: communists, fascists, or nationalists, and they look like they're nationalists. Russia.
Yeah, they're both. They're Christian nationalists, I would say. Sorry, I got a call coming in.
Yeah, you guys, I want to
go ahead, Johnny. Communism.
I want to read this. Obama released a statement 30 minutes ago. Last night, Russia launched a brazen attack on the people of the Ukraine in violation of international law and basic principles of human decency. Russia did so not because Ukraine posed a threat to Russia, but because the people of Ukraine chose a path of sovereignty, self-determination, and democracy. For exercising rights that should be available to all people and nations, Ukrainians now face a brutal onslaught that is killing innocents and displacing untold numbers of men, women, and children. That's Barack Obama's take, and there's a few more paragraphs there, but he just released that on Facebook, it looks like. Yeah.
I wish Obama was back. Love Obama.
What's the president said?
We've gone through that a few times, but if you go to if you go to Twitter, you can see what's being tweeted out there. Oh, here's a quick one. I actually have it right here. I spoke with the G7 leaders today, and we are in full agreement. We will limit Russia's ability to be part of the global economy. We will stunt their ability to finance and grow Russia's military. We will impair their ability to compete in a high-tech 21st century economy.
Nice.
Of course, Obama, I tend to think, is probably more likely to actually present intelligent thoughts that are his own, whereas Biden is more of a tool in a political machine. But looking at Russia in the CIA World Fact Book, it's sort of in between Ukraine and Canada. The per capita income is, roughly double that of Ukraine and roughly half that of Canada, but the population about 3.5 times larger. So it has an almost $4 trillion economy versus Ukraine being about $0.5 trillion and Canada being a little under $2. So, Ukraine could be, a substantial add-on to Russia's industrial base if they manage to capture it.
Well, it was pretty shocking to hear that Russia has now taken Chernobyl. That's.
Well, I'll say, in the previous to Mr. Putin, President Putin, actually invading the Ukrainian country. He did speak about some economic reasons earlier. Our friend Bruce was arguing for some theological reasons why nationalist Catholic, Christian, Orthodox Russians might want the Russian state to expand, but economically, Putin was arguing that at the dissolution of the Soviet Union, Russia took on the debt of all of the states, like Ukraine's debt and East Germany's debt and all of the ex Soviet states debts fell onto Russia at the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and Russia paid them all off. And took bit the bullet for the freedom of all of these states. And so what they are doing with their freedom is essentially what they are doing with their freedom. Ukraine is essentially turning its back on its ancestry and trying to join the corrupt Western world. And though I'm no Putin sympathizer, I do understand how some people in Russia, where they've got more traditional views, might think that Western society is a bit decadent, is a bit, not as morally virtuous as more traditional societies are. And so from that standpoint, as well as the economic standpoint of Russia, really losing out a lot on not being a larger state anymore. Putin definitely sees an opportunity to gain back some of the finances that Russia has lost. Honestly, personally, I think he might not even stop at Ukraine. I can definitely imagine him not even bothering with the consequences, not even not even considering the consequences, but to further invade as far west as he could, maybe into Poland, perhaps.
But into Poland, you think he's going to cross that NATO line?
I think he might cross the NATO line.
God, dude, that would be the most devastating thing for this world.
Is he that crazy?
I don't think Putin he is that crazy. I think he really is off his rocker at this point. And
if that's if I'll tell you this right now, if Putin invades Poland and crosses that NATO line, I hope my country raises arms against Russia. I'll tell you that.
No, I think that a whole bunch of countries would under that scenario, and I don't think
Canada
quite that crazy or stupid.
That would be the stupidest thing, and I bet you China would be like, that's on you, you idiots. You did that. China's not going to back Russia if they cross that NATO line. No fucking way. Absolutely no way.
You don't think so?
Absolutely no way. That would be suicide for China, and it would be suicide for Russia.
I think you're right.
Do you think I think it's possible that prior to crossing the NATO line, he may get the support of China and India, and they might form some sort of pact that could allow them to each
that would do nothing. This would be another situation, except everyone would take arms instantly, and I'm talking anyone that wants any kind of future in this kind of NATO global protection agreement. You're going to have every country in the world besides those three absolutely policing that behavior, and that is going to be like, can you imagine how Japan would react? They would just be rubbing their fucking hands like this.
These are some reassuring words, really.
What's that?
I said that these are some reassuring words for me, because I'm not that confident that the whole world is gonna stand up for Poland as strongly as you said.
Yeah. This is like, we've learned our lesson about this. We have learned our lesson about what happens when you pussyfoot around, when a large force starts going around and just starts, oh, we're going to invade that nation, invade that. We already played this game of playing too like fast and loose with like, let's see how it goes here. I suggest everyone tries to figure out and introspect on this. Where is the line? Is it the NATO line? If it's not the NATO line, where is the line? Right?
And by the way, Canada
is it a body
has a
count or?
No, I think by treaty they have to defend Poland. All of the nations of NATO, they are forced to. If they don't comply, they won't be part of NATO anymore.
We have a nice history of pacts requiring other countries to defend us, which didn't turn out well.
There have been some discussions around whether cyber attack could be considered, like, I guess, engaging. I think it's called like Clause 5 of the NATO alliance, which means if you're attacked, then all the parties see it as an attack on them. But I think they're saying that they're not considering a cyber attack. But I think, I don't know who the guy was just talking. He's correct that if NATO is attacked, then it kicks in some clause where they all see it as an attack on them.
Yeah, I think the Russian people. I think if Putin ordered an invasion of Poland, I think most of the Russian people are going to put their hands up. They're going to walk. They're going to go where they have to go and say, "We want nothing to do this." I honestly think this. There would be some. I would say the majority of the Russian population would do this, and because they know what would be coming for them.
I tell you this.
It's all fun and games till someone invades Poland.
My wife is Russian. My wife was raised in Russia till she was 13, and so it's a little bit dated, but nonetheless, her impression is like the Russian people do not want to stand up like that. They like. If you do that, you're going to get killed. Like,
no, I'm saying at that point they think they believe they're going to be killed anyway, but they don't. They're just like, okay, is the government really going to kill this many of us? And if that starts happening, more reason for an absolute flattening of any kind of military behavior, and you try to save as many citizens as possible, but. I mean, at that point, you're basically like, okay, they're killing their own citizens. What do we do to this motherfucker? Like, how do we end this? How do we get in there? How do we get bodies on the ground and get fast on this? And guys, just so you know, we're talking about if Russia did not stop with the Ukraine, Poland was maybe next, and some of these other areas. I think that would be devastating for the world. There would be millions of casualties, and much worse than COVID.
Don't most Russians back that? They're for what Putin's doing?
don't most Russians back that? I don't know. What's the? Have we seen any like polling of any kind that shows us that's like maybe not controlled by the government? Like, how do we have that information? How do we know in a country that has a reputation for like stifling competition? How do we really know what levels of support there are amongst Russian people right now? That's my question.
Yeah, I
Because
don't think
like if you're given if Putin's going out and he's like, hey, look at all these countries I'm bagging, and you're like, yeah, that's so absolutely, why not?
No, I think because they're not. You're making a comparison to the Russian people and the Germans of of World War II.
Yeah.
There's not that level of indoctrination. There's fear amongst people, I would say, because you're living under this totalitarian structure where it's kind of more managed like a mob as opposed to a free nation or country. So you're going to have a scared nation to like speak out against the government, but it will come to a certain point when like your government steps over the line, and then you're like, yeah, I guess it makes sense to risk my family's life moving them out of the country, or just getting out of here. And if that did happen, we need to provide a way for people to get out of these situations. If they're running to the shores, if they're fleeing, we need to have ways to save people. And if those are being obstructed by the military that is defending that country, our efforts to save people just to allow them to flee, then as Trump would say, bring them fire and fury in response to that.
I asked that question because what would make the people go against Putin if their lives aren't getting any better and most of the countries in poverty? You'd think that they would push back against Putin. They'd want him out of power. But it's like Putin saying, what I'm doing is might makes right pride. I'm promoting authoritarianism of just bullying and getting my way, and that should be.
Putin's made it clear it's not up to them.
I just have one thing I'd like to add to what I was saying. Like you do understand if you guys go on Google right now and look at what's happening in Russia, there are protests. People are risking being arrested. They're being handcuffed, locked up for being out there involved in these protests right now against this war declaration. So, in a not life or death situation yet for citizens, they are risking this. They are standing up and saying, well, some are saying like, well, we don't want this. So I think we shouldn't be painting a country with a broad brush if they happen to declare war.
Now, my understanding about Putin is that he has a particular dislike for protests because he's used them himself when he was in the KGB in his early years. And he's very much against them because he knows how powerful and useful they can be if there's good leadership behind them. One of the concerns I've heard over the years that he has as well is the U.S. setting up military kind type operations or CIA type operations in the Ukraine. And I don't know how much truth there is to that. Does anybody here have any idea about that aspect?
That's hard to document, but there might be something interesting. I just posted in the war topic, an Associated Press wire feed that discusses some of the details of the protests in Russia. So apparently they've arrested 1,745 people in 54 cities with physical protests against Putin's actions. Yep. And there's a Russian petition opposing Putin's actions that was signed by 330,000 people yesterday. There's a journalist opposition letter where 250 journalists risked putting their names on opposing Putin. Another one with 250 scientists. Another with 194 municipal council politicians. So, there are at least some large minority of Russians who are taking visible stances, putting themselves at risk opposing Putin.
Yeah.
Randolph, you're saying the Ukrainian government's a corrupt government?
I didn't say anything about corruption in the Ukraine government.
No, I was trying to understand your last comment.
Yeah.
Well, I was just asking.
You gotta stop Catholic people, Nivik.
I was asking something completely different, nothing to do with corruption. I don't know where you got that from. What I was asking is that I've heard over the years about how Putin had concerns about Ukraine being friendly to the U.S. setting up some kind of operational base there for CIA operations or military operations or something, and he's not comfortable with them being so close to Russia.
You guys, Don, I'm going to share something for everyone on YouTube. Please switch over to the YouTube live stream just so we can listen to a representative of Kenya talk about this this issue. Don just and Don says, for me, this is the correct way to view not the situation per se, but the correct approach to the geopolitical environment. So let's have a listen.
Kenya and almost every African country was birthed by the ending of empire. Our borders were not of our own drawing. They were drawn in the distant colonial metropoles of London, Paris, and Lisbon, with no regard for the ancient nations that they cleaved apart. Today, across the border of every single African country live our countrymen with whom we share deep historical, cultural, and linguistic bonds. At independence, had we chosen to pursue states on the basis of ethnic, racial, or religious homogeneity, we would still be waging bloody wars these many decades later. Instead, we agreed that we would settle for the borders that we inherited, but we would still pursue continental political, economic, and legal integration. Rather than form nations that looked ever backwards into history with a dangerous nostalgia, we chose to look forward to a greatness none of our many nations and peoples had ever known. We chose to follow the rules of the Organization of African Unity and the United Nations Charter, not because our borders satisfied us, but because we wanted something greater, forged in peace. We believe that all states formed from empires that have collapsed or retreated have many peoples in them yearning for integration with peoples in neighboring states. This is normal and understandable. After all, who does not want to be joined to their brethren and to make common purpose with them? However, Kenya rejects such a yearning from being pursued by force. We must complete our recovery from the embers of dead empires in a way that does not plunge us back into new forms of domination and oppression. We rejected irredentism and expansionism on any basis, including racial, ethnic, religious, or cultural factors. We reject it again today.
All right, very interesting. What do you guys think?
This sounds like the beginning of no nation, no borders, globo homo agendas.
Interesting. Anyone else?
Yeah, he's got a good point. Like, move on from the past.
Then no nation, no borders is a utopianistic fantasy.
Did he say no borders though?
I mean, that's the implication.
Yeah, it sounds like he's rejecting the borders that were set up in the past by people who aren't living in the country.
They're created in some way by somebody, and it happens in the past.
We have imperialist past. You can't go land grabbing from places you used to own back a century or two ago.
You can't go land grabbing. You can wage war for differences. People do that. Been doing that forever. They'll continue to do so.
Yeah, so this Ukraine thing is seen to be about.
It's at least part of it.
Yeah.
But to deny that is like never. That seems crazy to me.
It's Ukraine's choice. It's Ukraine's choice to choose.
And look at the Islamic State. They keep trying to grab land all over the place too, and they've been partly successful over the years.
So is the U.S.
Randolph, when you were mentioning the CIA, you don't think that Russia is doing the same thing and trying to influence influence Ukraine inside?
You're asking me a loaded question here. Of course, they have their own spy agency doing whatever they do. I'm not up to date on what the Russian spy agency is actively doing, though. I can only guess.
So it's like, it's like a crook calling another crook a crook, pot meets kettle. So what?
It's like the Spider-Man meme with all of that.
Who's calling who a crook?
No, I'm just saying, like, what the CIA is doing in Ukraine, Russia sure is doing the same thing. And all's fair. They're both meddling the same. So if what's being seen as the CIA doing negative things in meddling, it's done by the other side. So it's fair.
I don't think it's fair. And whatever they're doing, I'm sure there's lots of similarities and lots of differences as well, because there's different agendas and different desires involved in all of this. There's going to be overlap as well as differences. So I think it's a lot more complicated than you're making it out.
Yeah, Russia breaking into a house and America's breaking into a house. They're both doing the same thing. And one doesn't have moral high ground over the other. But then again, Ukraine, at the end of the day, they choose not wanting anything to do with Russia. So the Russia just should accept that. If they want to, have them lean in their direction, then improve your country and make life better and show that you're a better you're a better option than wanting to get with NATO. Do it that way.
I think there's a lot more going on than just breaking into a house, to put it metaphorically. Russia, to me, it looks like they want to make Ukraine part of Russia. I don't see the U.S. Striving in that direction. They all have different agendas.
Ukraine is aligning with democracy. In the fight, the fight between authoritarianism and democracy, and right to choose self-governing, and America is not like telling Ukraine what to do in going in and invading Ukraine. It's Russia doing that. Ukraine should choose who it more wants to be with. If she likes democracy, then Russia needs to get over it and stop being jealous about it and move on.
Nevik, have you tried reading those two background pieces I posted in Discord War Topic, the Associated Press explainer to bring people and news agencies up to speed, and the CIA World Fact Book coverage of Ukraine that covers a lot of the history and sociology and how complicated it is and interwoven with Russia, USSR, and Europe?
And I got to say, I don't see Vladimir Putin being jealous. I think he's way above that. He's on a whole different level. He's very smart.
But attack on democracy it is crapping on the West as what it's crapping on other democracies as well. It's an attack on
what?
It's more of an attack on freedom. It's not on democracy.
Go spend enough time to read that background, and then you can come back and think in a little bit different level of detail that's meaningful.
I'd like to hear what consciousness has to say.
It's just that it's not about a system of government. I think it's more about freedom and their freedom to choose how they want to live, what they want to do.
Democracy.
I agree.
Yeah, NATO isn't trying to take them over. It's Russia trying to take them over. We're just trying to.
Yeah, I didn't say that. They want to be with NATO. They don't want to be with Russia, and Russia don't want Ukraine to be with NATO, and they want They tell the West to promise that Ukraine has nothing. That Ukraine won't join NATO.
I think it's clear there's two different battlefronts. One is the one that we're seeing that currently occurred. That's physical. Like, that's actually occurring. There's a war against Ukraine. The other battlefront is the battlefront of ideology, or the battlefront of the.
I stated that democracy versus authoritarianism.
No, that's not. That's way too simplistic. It's not, and no one's looking at democracy and then like pointing at it and saying that's the problem. The issue is value sets that don't align with those of Mother Russia, or those that are aligning with that. Their value sets are largely different, but it's not about democratic rule in some way or republic rule. They don't believe that there is a aligned value set, and so they don't like the idea of using Ukraine as a proxy to push those values upon Russia. I'm not saying that's correct, but that's what they're saying.
My authoritarianism might override your right to choose the self-governing democracy of who you want to be with. It's might makes right versus democracy.
Even if they didn't want a democracy, even if they wanted a different form of government, like it's not just about democracy. It's
what is it about?
About letting them do what they want to do and not.
Well, what is the issue with it? So someone wishing, a country of people wishing to use a different form of government. They're not interested in democracy. They prefer some other, system of government. I mean, we do impose that upon people, that's not going to work.
And I wasn't saying. Wait, were you talking to me?
No, I was talking to Nivik.
Okay, yeah, because that was kind of my point.
Preference, right?
Yeah. They don't. You don't be fighting for democracy. We're just letting them choose. If they want democracy, great. If they want something else, fine.
You guys, everyone in the room here on Discord, please keep engaging on YouTube in the YouTube chat, because we got lots of people watching here. Want to make sure your comments get recorded. Don't post your comments on Discord here. If you're writing text comments, do it on YouTube so we can see what you guys are saying on the recorded video. Please do that. Make sure you guys drop a like if you're listening in. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel if you enjoy open, good faith discourse that allows us to engage with any ideas in a good faith, helpful fashion. So that's what we do here every day. Consider joining us on Discord here. This is a voice and video chat software. It does have a text element to it. We get together every day and have conversations just like this on the topics and ideas that mean the most to humanity. One other thing, we are promoting a Celebration of Science and Reason tour right now featuring Lawrence Krauss, Sabine Hossenfelder, and Arvin Ash. Go to pang-burn.com/tickets to see the tickets that are available for our live discussions in Montreal, Calgary, and Vancouver. We're starting in Canada, then we'll be coming down to the US. Feel free to come and join us on Discord. Right on.
Thank you, Travis. I'm looking forward to that event.
Yeah, right on, man. Are you going to be there for the rally this weekend?
I'm going to try. There's family stuff going on, but I'm going to do my best to be there. You said you're going to be there around 1000 hours, right?
Yeah, I'll be there for about 4 or 5 hours.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah, I'll see if I can find my way down there.
Right on. We'll grab a cold one after.
I'd like that.
I'm seeing some news reporting that Ukrainian soldiers report. Sorry, I'm trying to translate it on the fly. Extraordinarily low morale on the Russian side. So that's mighty interesting. I wonder how Russian soldiers actually feel about it.
I saw that they were asking anyone who was willing to defend, grab some guns, here you go. So they're like militia, arming up a militia.
I'm talking about Russian soldiers, not Ukraine.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry, yeah.
And it seems like just kind of missile strikes or I mean
somebody
soldiers aren't like
piloting the jets and stuff, right? So there's somebody sitting behind the steering wheel.
Of course, yeah.
They're feeling something about them bombarding. I mean, citizens of Ukraine. for apparently no good reason. I'm just curious whether or not they're as indoctrinated as to think they're in the right. Are they? Do they feel?
Excuse me, Jolly. Your volume's quite low. If you could increase, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I just want to
I
say
have him
too.
potted way up.
I just want to say too,
volume.
we have like kind of 150 more viewers than typical. Guys, do check the pinned comment. Do come on to Discord, join us. Our community hangs out here all the time on Discord, and we have intellectual discussions about all the issues that are going on around the world and issues of philosophy, life, science, art. So please do join us. I am watching and reading your comments on YouTube as well, so keep commenting. Make sure you drop a like, and welcome to Pangburn.
Unfortunately, I have my mic 100%, so I don't think anything about it.
Oh, okay.
Maybe
I just pot him up. I just right click him. And
I did. I turned him up to 200 too. So
yeah, I did.
The common one in the YouTube chat had a point. Like Ukraine is like there's a ton of natural resources there, so he's right about that.
Right.
That is possible strategic.
So that's what it's all about.
Not what it's all about, but it is a possible discussion point around wanting the nation.
Well, Johann Trigg Schroeder says it is a war between dictatorship and democracy. I don't know about that.
He kind of repeated what I said.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's right.
There's no democracy. There wasn't a democracy in Ukraine beforehand. I mean, unless they're wishing to put that there now. I don't really,
There was a question asked that to Biden, but he didn't answer it regarding why they didn't issue sanctions against Putin individually yet.
Right.
I don't know if that came up yet, but I was curious if anybody had any thoughts on that.
I mean, like get on it, man. Your people want to see
China.
Want to see what you're going to do about this. Obviously, most people want to see something done about this. We don't want, some bully going around like in some major events in human history and bullying other nations, and all of a sudden things swelling out of control, which creates another world war. This is what people are worried about right now. So, yeah, get on it, guys. I don't think people are going to be satisfied with your short list of sanctions that seem like, how much is this really going to hurt these efforts, and is it going to deter from future efforts, things like that? So,
Travis, if Putin gets his way, he's right. Like strongman might makes right. He's rewarded for it. It works.
In war, Nivik, in war, might makes right. Like if you're actually at war with a nation, might makes right is sometimes right. It sometimes is what determines the outcome, right? Like might will determine the outcome in some of these scenarios. So
like you can see it in the U.S. with the election of when the January 6th insurrection and in the reaction of the election result, people wanted what they wanted. At the end of the day, they didn't care about democracy. And in a way, you can say, and you can give a good argument. Yeah, democracy does kind of suck, right? And there's the way you hear a lot of folks talk in the U.S. He hasn't really won. It doesn't sound like they're really pro-democracy.
Questioning the results of a democratic process is not being thing is against democracy.
Yeah, no one talked about. Well, some people might have, but during the Bush
obviously
election,
the guy lost. Okay, it's not even freaking.
We had this discussion during hanging Chads, and nobody said that folks questioning the Chads were anti-democracy.
People
but
like,
now
did he lose?
that's a common narrative.
I don't know. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, he lost.
Nivik, you understand that
democratically, he lost.
Nivik, you understand there's a difference
Loser.
between saying
Wow.
you're not convinced if it was a legitimate election because you think there might have been funny business versus you think democracy is inherently wrong.
I also,
you
guys,
what,
hang on, Nivik, my turn. My turn.
I want to respond.
Yeah, you can respond after this. There's some breaking news. Massive bear named Hank the Tank is on the run from California police. A massive black bear named Hank the Tank is wanted by California police for breaking into dozens of homes in a Lake Tahoe neighborhood since last summer. The bear burglar weighs 500 pounds, much more than the average bear, and appears to have skipped hibernation in winter. Bears don't hibernate. They actually engage in torpor, but I'll send this to BBC News for them to upgrade that. And appears to have skipped hibernation in winter due to the constant food supply. Authorities say euthanization may be necessary because the wild animal has grown so comfortable around humans.
Then put it in a zoo or something. Don't kill it, you heartless dumbass. Free Hank.
Well, I just hope that when they kill it, they let people eat it.
You guys have to see.
That would be a waste of quality food.
You guys can see the size of that bear, right?
Yeah, dude.
Look at how
even
fat
bears can make a good stew.
Don't kill the bear just for being a bear.
They're not the greatest tasting animals, especially if he's eating trash. But
no, I really hope these stupid killjoys don't kill that bear. All that bear is doing is what its instincts are telling it, and these houses are just really easy for it to break into.
Andy,
don't kill it for breaking the fucking laws it doesn't even know exist.
Andy, say goodbye. They're gonna put it down. Andy, say goodbye.
I'm saying we should make the use of history a wonderful rug, quality clothing for anyone that's cold, and food for anyone that's starving. I mean, if the human race prevails, we feed those who are hungry and clothe those who are cold. That's a lot of resources.
Look,
there.
I'm a hunting guy.
Then yeah,
as long
sure,
as we
use its body.
Look, I'm a hunter. As long as we use, I like to use as much as we possibly can. Even use the keep the penis bone as a bit of a memorability.
Quality toothpick. Yeah, I mean that's a decent.
But yeah, for those who didn't grow up in the culture of hunting, that probably sounds pretty shocking.
Yeah.
I'm on the side of the bear. I think you once when you push a bear too far, this is just what happens. Like
yeah, but
Andy, we live
have
in
you
a
ever
society
seen?
Supposed to.
Andy, we have to when we take out problem bears and problem cougars and problem animals, we're doing it because we don't want to see them eat our children or eat something.
Okay, but here's the thing, Travis. Here's the thing. Like, what do you get when you?
Don't do it.
Okay.
Now, could this bear be named Yogi and therefore not be your average bear?
Yeah, look at Randolph. Randolph's got it here.
This isn't your average, everyday, ordinary black bear. This is advanced black bear.
Or what if we flip around those ethics and figure out how many humans could be skinned and keep bears in Siberia warm? Or, how many human children does it take to feed a bear that size and its family and keep them in good shape? How do we maximize the well-being of all the bears?
Well, I mean, here's what I'm a little concerned about. Like, do we have like positive identity that it's even a black bear? Like, how do we know it's not a polar bear? Why are we assuming it's black?
Because there was a picture. But we have a look. We have. Oh fuck! What was I going to say? Never mind.
Come on, Travis. You're still smirking from that line, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. You got me there.
I like mine.
Hey guys, make sure you hit that like button. We are live. We're talking about the Russian versus Ukraine war. Early days of this war. Is this going to be a long war? We haven't talked about this yet.
Oh my god!
When is this?
I just realized.
When is this declaration going to be lifted? How long is this war going to be? Is it going to be a Afghanistan, U.S. thing, or is this going to be a quick war, quick, decisive war. What do you guys think?
I just realized something, Travis. I don't know if this is what you were thinking already, but Tank the Hank is symbolic of Russia right now.
Maybe that's why someone posted that article.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm sure Trump's very envious of Putin right now. Just
what is this Trump derangement?
What are you
syndrome?
talking about?
In his way through.
Why do you think Nivik? Come on,
everything
you
comes
think
back
he's
to Donald
envious?
Trump. That guy is
Nivik, you think he's like
based in your brain.
Well, he was trying to do the same thing with
Nivik.
the insurrection and I guess when Putin saw what happened to Trump in trying to corrupt the system,
I'm gonna start
his
calling.
Way, he fears Trump. Putin feared democracy after seeing Trump being taken out by it. And it's like shit that could happen to me too.
Yeah,
so
the insurrection people were bombing the White House. Yes,
I gotta kill my political rivals.
By the way, I posted another piece from my AP feed on the Discord war topic that covers EU responses and some other world leaders. And I guess there's another UN Security Council emergency meeting scheduled tomorrow, which is expected to broadly condemn Russia's actions and be pro forma because Russia has veto power, as far as any official action against it. So that's another form of shaped democracy. Yes, you can vote massively, that this splinter minority is wrong, and they get to say, no, we're not.
Right.
And that's
they just
kick him out.
Look at Randolph's. You guys, Randolph is like memeing like a pimp here. Breaking news from CNN. Putin may have ties to Russia.
Yeah.
Maybe Putin's screen is frozen. Wait a minute. He might say he wants to say something.
I think we have Rudy Giuliani coming up next in that frame.
I think that,
come on.
I think if that was on CNN, they would find a way to fuck that up. Even it turns out, no, he's not connected to Russia. Actually, they just jumped.
We've been poking the Russian bear for years here and keep claiming all sorts of terrible things about them. So to be honest, I'm surprised they didn't just get pissed a lot earlier. But the timing has just been interesting.
Yeah, but Bruce, the justification for attacking a nation that is no outside of feelings and values threat to you. Okay, the Russians might make a value. They might say, "Oh, they're threatening our values," but you could say that, like we could say that about China and go to war with China. Like,
I mean, people suggested, man, there are some reasons, there's some justification against that. I mean, it's always hard to see war and killing,
but threatening your values. So there would be one thing if it's like, okay, like, we don't like homosexuality in our country, for instance. So they might say like, oh, Ukraine has all of these homosexuals living there. We're going to invade because they're, challenging our values. We don't want to see that in other countries. Of course, we wouldn't stand for that.
Maybe not, but I mean,
like invading a country for homosexuality, like
it's more than that, though. We're talking about decades of.
So it's a crusade, is what they're on.
More than
that's
that.
Even worse.
Well, actually, Nivik, when you bring up crusade, isn't it crusade like for ideological reasons of disagreement that should be sorted out in the war of ideas, as far as I'm concerned? They're trying to sort it out with like militaristic means. I thought we got past that.
But arguably, you could say that Russia is a major human rights criminal, especially relative to those sexuality rights. And you could probably claim that Russia, by some of its criminal laws and extermination campaigns, has perpetrated genocides against gays in Moscow and around the country. But at the same time, that could be a reason for them to claim that some of the Western human rights law or interpretation of genocide is criminal by their standards. So, if we have the UN to veto each other, how do we work that out?
Well, I would say, Loki, there are channels they can go through to state their disagreement of how those like human rights violations, how we view those, what they should be based on. Like they would have a good reason to bring that argument to the table and for countries to discuss it. Of course, that it should all be taken into consideration. I would say, like, even if you start including a distant, tribe in the United Nation consideration, that representative should still have their say at that level. However, if that tribe went and started killing the tribe next to them because they didn't feel the same way, or they felt as though their way of life was infringing on theirs or influencing their culture in some way, I would say then engage in the war of ideas. That's not that to me is not a moral or reasonable justification to
they lost the war
use
of ideas.
Militaristic means.
You can't convince
vetoed on that,
Ukraine to
Travis.
have anything to do with them.
Yeah, it's an obstructionist system. You're vetoed.
Sure.
Yeah, so no matter what you claim is wrong, and a dominant minority with a special interest, which the U.S. and China are too, has the right to shut you down.
Yep, I understand that. And
Putin and Trump play an infinite game process. That process requires people to play nice in a finite game together and actually say what they really mean and engage rationally over it. When that game is essentially removed from being functional, what then?
Yeah, no, I understand that. After a certain level, if you have gone through the the quote unquote proper steps, and then you're still, and this is the microcosm of the trucker protests, everything else, where people go as far as they can with trying to convince people of what they think is the right path or the best moral ought, and then they're still unsuccessful. Does that mean you now have done everything you can, so now you must use force to try and get your way?
That's what that means.
And I say no.
It seems to be the
Russia is going
right?
to prove you wrong.
Well, this is why. Look, we need to act strongly against those that are going to invade for ideological reasons, or for reasons that have not been demonstrated. For instance, the U.S. going into Iraq was a mistake, right? Or Russia claiming that, we needed to go in and protect the separatists in Ukraine. We felt we had to do that. And what was one of Putin's justifications? Due to the rearrangement of where the Ukrainian military was sitting. There's no evidence of anyone attacking those people for being separatists from the government. There's no, there's just no justification there. It's based on feelings of what that meant. But it seems as though this has been, premeditated, pre-planned.
What you're saying is right, but is America really in a position to put themselves on that moral pedestal? Because you gave an example about Iraq.
And here's what I say. Regardless of where moral pedestals sit, I think we need to reference the current law of the globe and see what, if we're to adhere to the things that we've agreed to in good faith, what would that mean? What if we were to absolutely adhere to that? Is the right thing to do to view Putin and the Russians as warmongers and killers and go and bring justice to them? Or is there room for diplomacy? Which I consider these sanctions to be quite diplomatic, considering we just had the nation with the second largest military force in the world declare war on a very small and pretty helpless nation near them.
Travis, you're right.
And one thing I just want to add to this while I'm thinking about it, for countries out there who are spending billions on their military and all they get out of it is a system that can be rendered useless in literally a matter of minutes by a real force if they happen to come in and invade your country, maybe you should rethink whether you should reallocate those things to other things to help build your country, because and not to say you should leave yourself with no security for your country, but how useless has Ukraine looked to this invasion? Useless.
Travis, you make a good point. Make a good example. Make a good argument, and make a good example in your country for the Ukrainians to be interested in leaning towards Russia. But that's not the case. They to see that they'll have their rights trampled on. They're more leaning away from Russia. Russia should make a good argument in convincing Ukraine.
Well,
I'm sure if Ukraine was pro-Russia, Russia wouldn't have a problem with it. They'd have a puppet.
Nivik, they've been trying the diplomatic route. They've been trying. It's not like they've never tried. But again, with what Loki was bringing up and some others were bringing up, if you've tried your hardest, if you've tried everything and you still don't get what you want, do you resort to violence and war?
Russia lost the war of ideas. Ukraine's not interested in Russia.
Or do you just say like, I guess there isn't enough within this movement, this idea that we want to influence enough people in this other country that we have a lot of supporters in, but it's no longer our country.
So this is what happened. Russia's like a 200-pound muscle guy trying to convince Ukraine, and Ukraine is like, no, I'm not interested. So it just knocked Ukraine out pretty much.
Yeah, and then, no, worse than that. It's not just knock Ukraine out. They're knocking Ukraine out because Daddy Biden didn't talk to me the way that we wanted him to. That's the argument some people are making right now, and who are blaming like the U.S. government for like bullshit. Like they're actually saying,
trolls,
oh, okay, like Biden, let's say Biden was the mother of this troubled child who wants to beat people up because mom said, no, you can't have the candy you want, or at least here, you can have some candy, but it's going to be Ukrainian candy. It's not going to be that really sweet candy from the United States. And no, I didn't want that candy. And then you go and punch your little brother in the face. Like, is that
dealing
what we're
with
dealing
disappointment is a good life lesson.
Yes.
Learning to deal with disappointment.
Learning to deal with disappointment, 100%. Learning to lose. George Carlin used to talk about this all the time. Oh, these parents who are so obsessed with their children, and they never get to hear those character building words. You lost, Billy.
I think that's kind of what like some people in Russia are saying. Like, the West is soft. We're tired of that idea.
You know what though? When I look at Russia, any of these traditionalists or the hyper religious community in Russia, they're so as Jesse Lee Peterson would say, beta, that they can't even stand living around homosexuals.
I mean, they what do you mean by stand it?
Well, they can't. They don't want to live around like they.
Well, I mean, I would if someone doesn't want to live around somebody, whatever.
No, but to a level that they they're like, oh, this is infecting us. This is like I feel like they're way behind like where the United States is at right now.
That's kind of their argument, though, right? Like they don't see that as progress.
Yeah. If you're obsessed about gay guys,
you know what I mean? That's the issue.
Kind of gay.
I mean, but I'm just saying, I'm not like making the argument. I'm only making the position from their perspective. It's like that's kind of where they are. I think there's a lot to be said around culture of enabling people that wish not to be offended. That's a problem. But
oh, dude,
you know.
go look at what I just posted. I'm getting people together for this Science and Reason rally. I thought it was a uniting rally that could bring some people together in my country. We're doing that this Saturday. But if you go to the art tab, read this message I got through the. I'm going to read this live on the air. You guys can see it now. Oh, can you? Oh, yeah, you can.
Oh, yeah, I've seen these sorts of.
I was just wondering if the poster image for the rally for Reason and Science could be changed so as to not sexualize and objectify women and nurses. Then my response was, we support artistic freedom. Many disagree with your assessment. Then artistic freedom doesn't cover making women and nurses feel uncomfortable. What?
Yes, I don't understand.
Women and nurses should be free to go to rally without being made to feel like sex objects. Your poster is cringy and reeks of incel energy. And then my response was, yes, it does.
I would make an argument otherwise, but like,
you clearly have zero. No, this is the point, you guys. Before we get, hang on, Andy, I'll get you right after this. But here's the final point. And this is what they get out of this. You clearly have zero interest in science, then, and your true motives here are clear as day. So I have zero interest in science because of that. Come on, man. Anyways, Andy, what are you saying?
Logic.
Sorry, what is Sabina?
Well, I also I made my own comments in the art tab, but I just realized. So they basically imply that the only possible explanation for portraying any kind of female sexuality is that you are an incel.
Or anti-science. Yeah. Like, come on.
So at that point, does that make you an incel?
I have something to say about this.
Wait, Travis, did Sabina see it, and what did she think?
Oh, no, this isn't about Sabina's
I'm sure she likes it.
This is about...
Wait, did she say she liked it, I thought?
No, she loves it. Sabine loves it.
There you go. You got
anyways, but anyways, it's like... anytime I see this in the science community, anytime we use a little bit of sexy fun to sell science... or to sell atheism, or to sell, like, if you're trying to sell something, bring people out to an event, express some art. Anytime this happens with science, you have all of these turds that can't see past their own artistic value, and where they don't understand that other people, like, I love racist jokes, I love sexist jokes, I love the nastiest, darkest, most disgusting jokes you could ever imagine. I just love it. It makes me laugh when I hear it. Why do I laugh? Because it's like insane. I laugh at insane things. But that doesn't mean that I should expect everyone else to laugh at insane things the way I do, just like they shouldn't expect me to not laugh at insane things. I'm sorry. It's just who I am. That's what I like to laugh at.
So you admit then, with the words you used, sexy fun, that you did create the picture to use sexy fun to promote that science and reasoning thing.
No, I'm just saying that's not the reason. Like, I give this to my artist, who is Daria Volosnikova. She's a woman, and then I'll show you guys the piece of art.
Ukrainian?
She actually, I don't know. I should send her a message. I think she might be Russian.
She's one of them. She's one of them.
Well, she's one of the people that Russia doesn't like. She's like,
okay, here's the image. I'm showing it on YouTube right now, and it's a trolley image. It's a sexy image. It's attractive from an advertising standpoint. We're coming to the end of a pandemic. Science and Reason Rally. Join us for the peaceful rally that will inspire many conversations about why science is important and imperative for human survival. There's the date. We're doing this in Vancouver.
Yeah, you're not going to get, like, unfortunately the world of science and reason is dominated by ideologues like that, man. And that, I mean, as much as you might disagree with someone like JP, like, he has a point when it comes to the science, to academia. Like, that's just been the case.
Yeah.
Like,
Travis,
the people that are flocking to your event many of them are in this camp that this person.
And I have to say, this isn't everyone's attitude. Most attitudes.
No, of course not everyone.
Yeah, most attitudes on social media for that image that I've been sharing around, like, a lot, have been like, oh, that is beautiful art, great artwork, cool, very edgy. You know, after people have been having so many vaccine debates, like holding up, she kind of looks like one of those like fake nurses at those midnight massage parlors. You know, Bruce, you've told me about them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, all the ones I know about.
Just so we can clarify.
Right there at the Bunny Ranch, you know.
Travis, do you think comedy is art?
I just want to clarify.
Do you think comedy is art?
Trav. What was the purpose of that woman on the picture? Can you confirm
what was the purpose? I think when I said
marketing.
to the artist, or let me pull up so I get it exactly right. I'll pull up my where we chat.
It's marketing. I mean, that's the purpose. It's to get people eyes on pictures and clicks on buttons. You know, like
and the purpose then was to use a sexy woman. Are we admitting to that? The purpose was to use a sexy-looking woman to draw people in.
Here's what I wrote to. Let's see. I'm gonna see.
I would say what's the. I have issues with that, Bombay, but for different reasons. Do you have an issue with that?
I'm just saying.
Here's one. Okay, here's what I gave. Here's what I gave to the female artist Daria Volosnikova, who's fucking brilliant. All of our like superhero artwork that you guys are seeing at Pangburn, she is responsible for. She lives in Vancouver. Look her up, Daria Volosnikova. I'm gonna put her name. You can follow her. She's got art everywhere.
Where are you posting this?
Just on YouTube comment section.
Hear what Consciousness wants to say.
Oh, just real quick. I mean, at least the men in those, the men there are also in skin tight clothing. So, who's complaining about?
So
but
even if it wasn't like you guys like
to is there's more skin showing on the woman.
So
plus Trav did read out.
Hang on. I want to read this to you guys so you guys can know. So I said I'm going to need a poster for this date for Science and Reason Rally, and then I said something sciencey and happy. It should say, "Join us for a peaceful rally that will inspire many conversations about why science is important and imperative for human survival." And then I said, "How about a female doctor character with a syringe on the front?" And then she said, and this is she said on what style, similar to the superhero aesthetic, and I said yes, let's keep it consistent. And then she came up with this beautiful piece of art, which is 100% original, like, and I think she's brilliant.
And very sexy.
And yeah, it is sexy. I find it sexy, and she went for sexy on this, and I approved it as the CEO of my company, and I love the art. I think it's great.
Travis, can you put it back up on the screen? Somebody in the audience is asking.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Which is absolutely fine.
That art is clearly hyperbole. It's in sort of like the comic book style, which you use with Marvel a lot. That overlaps like World Wrestling or Monster Truck.
Yeah,
it's exactly the same vein. Yeah,
her issue is part of this whole Me Too mob bullying effort that's backwards.
It's not bullying.
Maybe she needs to look at herself and be trained as a medical professional to see that she's the one having the immature, pathological, psychological reaction, and maybe she needs to work on that as opposed to trying to call out the art that's triggering her without looking at herself first.
Trav has the freedom to use the art, which is what he did.
Yeah,
that person has the freedom to critique why it was used.
I'm not
from
arguing.
The critique that Trav read. That person was right. Why Trav used that picture? So I don't understand why.
No, hang on, Bombay. Bombay.
No, but she is calling the art the cause of her reaction, as opposed to the art being something that she has indoctrinated herself to react to. She's being dishonest and reckless, and is claiming to be a medical professional who has some duty to know better in the way she's forming the accusation of cause and effect.
And one other thing, Bombay. I didn't tell you. You keep thinking I'm telling you I chose it because it's sexy. I did not tell you that. You keep going back to that.
Because I heard you use the word sexy fun, and then I heard...
No, I said it is sexy, but that's not the reason why I picked it. I picked it because I just generally love the art. I think it's an attractive advertisement. I think it's intriguing. There's mystery. She came up with the, holding the needle. And she's got her gloves on. It really ties in. I knew it was going to be provocative because having the vaccine, like having the vaccine ready to go, like it's great. It's a sign. This is a very triggering image for the time, and I love it for that. But it's not triggering because it's sexy. To me, but I can see how some people would say, oh yeah, it's triggering because it's sexy and they think it's like objectifying women. No, we're just seeing like a woman who happens to be a sexy looking woman holding a syringe. And by the way, what a stereotype to say that this somehow objectifies or displays women in some useless way. This might be the greatest doctor on the face of this universe that she is created in. So don't tell me that she is necessarily what you decide she is. The artist gets to decide that.
The artist has decided fine, and the viewer can look and make their own opinion.
When I look at that,
I don't think science and reason when I look at that nurse. That's all I'm saying.
Why not?
It's comical, but what she is saying though is that her reaction is a global factual representation.
Yeah. It means I'm anti-science. It means
that
I'm
I would
anti-science.
agree. That claim is ridiculous. Point. That's hyperbole. That's
why go there that she's sexual? That's your thinking.
The ad itself is hyperbole.
And I'm allowed to express it, just like the artist is allowed to express themselves as well.
Sure.
The artist can express themselves, and the people who have a problem with it, they can express it. You can't then say that they're bullying you from using the picture. I mean, you can use the expression.
Well, I don't think it's the expression or even not even the claim of bullying. It's just pointing out a strange ideological position that this person holds.
It's actually a common ideological position, but it's common ideology misrepresented in the ways we were just discussing. Because it's her reaction and to indoctrinated triggers. The same way like the religious right says all these things are harmful to minors. What they really mean is that we as immature adults who are liars don't like it, and we're using kids as a tool to claim that somehow you should have your rights restricted. And that's an immature and dishonest position that's incredibly common in our society.
It looks like something out of one of those 1950s pulp comic books where you would see the women.
Looks like Harley Quinn, man. I mean,
yeah, like again, yeah. Harley Quinn gets dressed up in this really.
Like she's in the psychic ward and she's injecting, the people for the Joker's sake, and they all smile at the end of it.
This is Harley Quinn before she did meth.
So Travis, you say when it comes to art, people shouldn't be limited, right?
No, of course not. Look, there needs to
there should be nothing forbidden.
Yeah, I mean, I am an art absolutist. Like, as soon as someone comes around and says, "Oh, that's not art," there is no object of what art is. You have to pick a subjective metric first, so you can say, "Okay, that is not ballet art by the metric, which is the standards of traditional ballet, which is written down in this book." Then you have an object to measure it against. Same goes for jazz. Same goes for blues. Same goes for all of these artistic disciplines.
I think,
but I don't want to get too much into art.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say the same thing the Supreme Court said was like, we can't define pornography, but we know when we see it. Right? That's it.
Yeah.
We know obscenity when we see it. That's it.
And that was Potter Stewart and Jacobellis v. Ohio in 1964, and it was actually a little bit more nuanced and contextual than that. They were talking about degrees of pornography and relative to the Roth decision before Pacifica or Miller. So that opens up a whole rather complicated set of issues where I suggest reading Chris Fairman's book, Fuck, protecting our, First Amendment, or word taboo and protecting our First Amendment liberties.
Bruce, what's your definition of pornography?
He died young. He was the dean of one of the largest law schools in the country before he died, writing that.
I didn't realize that.
Bruce, you say you know it when you see it. How do you define it, pornography?
Well, that's a different topic. I don't want to get in that.
Well,
Never
Citizens
trail.
for Decent Literature, a Stepford Wives, pseudo-Christian, pro-censorship and violation of civil rights groups, was trying to demand that the court define pornography so they could censor it, and that opinion basically said it can't be done, because any attempt to do it is void for vagueness as well as having other biases.
I want to get to some
I agree.
YouTube comments here. Margot Fawn says, statements like Biden made aren't, of course, for the invasion, but when such statements aren't followed up, the invasion becomes more severe, for there's a clear evidence for the West being helpless. Huh.
What is he talking about?
Not sure.
What did Biden do wrong?
That's where the last AP article I posted in the war topic is probably more important than what Biden says, because it covers the European individual and combined reactions plus other world regions. And I think Russia's probably more tied into the EU than it is the US in terms of commerce and import-export.
Someone just
exactly.
posted
and they get their gas from them.
I'm just going through comments here quickly, Nick. I want to see some of these. Vlad Tor Impaler VPN said Russia offered the non-combative military amnesty. Many are surrendering whole battalions, but they'll still thermobaric resistors and wipe the Baltic traitors or not. Let's see if we can get any more information on where we're at. I'm gonna see if
one of the big issues in the Ukraine backgrounder is that they've had enough civil wars and internal unrest, including a couple of failed treaty efforts to resolve their own east and central Ukraine governance, that their military and their national resources are somewhat depleted, and they really haven't recovered from the 2013, 2014, 2015 festivities at home.
That's a good point about Ukraine, actually.
The whole thing seems more, I mentioned this earlier, I'm not supporting Russia, but it seems like a defensive move from Russia, because I mentioned earlier that I think you've got like 7 or 8 Eastern European countries that used to be part of the Soviet Union that have joined NATO. So outside of Russia, they're seeing that all these countries are now part of NATO, which is part of the West. Some of them are going out of their way to join the EU as well. So it seems like it's a defensive move by Russia. I'm not saying I support them, but it's like the same thing. America wouldn't stand for the Caribbean or Central American countries becoming communist in the 60s. They would consider it a threat. So Putin's implementing this defensive move. He feels he's being surrounded by ideological and political enemies because they're joining up with NATO and joining up with some of them joining up with the EU.
I want to give an update. I want to give
in that sense, like Bulgaria and that corner of Europe is on one edge of the Black Sea, and it does make sense in terms of Ukraine being around the corner, more connected to the mainland of Russia, in terms of natural, geological borders. But
I want to give an update here from this is 13 minutes ago from CNN World. Kiev goes quiet and dark as the city's mayor orders an overnight curfew. Ukraine's capital city of Kiev has gone dark and very quiet late Thursday night. The evening respite stands in stark contrast to a day marked by sporadic explosions and air raid sirens. Kiev Mayor Vitaly Klitschko announced a curfew from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. local time, leaving the streets deserted and many buildings completely dark. Imagine if this was happening in your city where you live right now. Like, that's terrible.
I mean, we could just look at we could look at some of the riots in Portland.
Right? Yeah. Sure. It's a little bit different though. Like when
it's not an external force necessarily.
Caused by Black Lives Matter. But when you have foreigners
equally,
flying in, like. Damn.
Well, I mean, you could argue some of these people, they came out of the city, but yeah, I mean, the unrest that was felt there at the time, people were, unsafe and, they felt threatened. Whenever these sorts of things happens, I always say to myself, man, my proximity to DC is pretty close. And I start thinking about the radius outside of DC and how it may affect where I am if things really pop off. But then, I think, well, if I'm close enough, then it'll be a short death. So
using the words that you just used, pop off. If it really pops off in Ukraine with the invasion,
yeah,
what can anybody do? I mean, is America going to put the Marines and the Rangers up against like Russian troops? I mean, you're not going to do. This is Russia.
I have a Zelensky update here too. Ukraine won't give up its freedom in face of Russian invasion on 3 fronts, President says. Zelensky says weapons will be given to any Ukrainian who is prepared to fight.
Yeah, right. They're creating a militia. I also heard that friends of mine said there are contracts going out for
males between
security
18
detail
and 60 are not allowed to leave the country.
So are they going to be able to hire like U.S. or EU or African?
They're hiring U.S. What I understand, like so at least U.S. right now. I don't know about the other guys.
So Ukraine is now being turned into proxy war.
Well, that's what they've said. It's been the case for a while. Actually, that's the claim that Putin had.
Dr. Bombay, you're saying like America wouldn't like it if Russia did that with them in a Caribbean island, and
we know historically America didn't like it at all when any of the Caribbean
but that doesn't mean they're going to go in and invade, though, right?
Well, I would hope so. I hope you're 100% right, Nevik. I really do. But I don't know.
I think the issue is the Chinese unknown, right? So like that would be a problem as far as I'm concerned with doing a full-on war.
How many mercenaries can Ukraine afford? Because U.S. mercenaries tend to be expensive by second world.
I don't think they're paying for it. I'm pretty sure we're talking about us paying for it.
You mean out of like dark tax money and black ops?
I mean, from what the guys have told me, like, I hate to be that guy giving weird, unknown information, but like that's the information I've gotten from guys that I know do this. But then again, they're not telling me where the checks are coming from, so it's hard to say.
And from what I've seen in some actions, just knowing, crossover military, aerospace, industrial, electronic manufacturers, and the build up to war efforts, where certain of them make certain product lines unavailable because they strongly refocus 200% of resources. That kind of operation makes sense.
I think that's what's going to happen. You're going to see
how our government operates and how those systems work.
They're mobilizing the contractors, what they call security detail, to go in there and do their thing, which I imagine.
So now I know what Chad ran off to.
Yeah, right. He might. Yeah, he might. Yeah.
I mean, forming militia. It looks like males between 18 and 60 are not allowed to leave the country.
I did see that. I saw a video that even right-wing Daily Wire posted of a father leaving his family because he had to stay. He looked like he might have been 30 years old. A daughter and a wife. They're on the train getting the hell out of there, and he's got to stay.
That's fucking heartbreaking.
It's tough to see. Yep. Which is where you're like, man, I wish the U.S. would just fucking do what it does well and go, send in the boys, send in the black ops, but that's not the plan, man. I don't think that's the move.
But they can't do that. They're going to be doing it against Russia. Russia is not some wet flannel that's just going to. They've got Spetsnaz and a whole bunch of crazy things.
Russia's got 270 degrees surrounding of Ukraine with enough resources built up over enough months that what can a black op even do there?
Well, I don't think it's about taking over. I think it's just containment, and then also specific targets, right? But I don't know, man. I don't know what they're thinking.
I think I agree with what you're saying, Bruce. South Korea, they're going to
with other countries. What you're saying, Bruce, could work, but the problem is this is Russia.
That's I know. I would agree that they're not Syria, but they're also the United States is no slouch when it comes to this, right? So I kind of trust a lot of the intelligence as far as that goes, but who knows, man.
The
Biden
problem
says
with a country like Syria is a lot of their war is actually driven by water resources and global warming and collapse of farming and trying to mix up the urban and rural bases and infrastructure to keep people alive with food. And sure, you can squash a military operation with large enough black ops, but that doesn't fix the real problem.
No, of course not. It won't fix this problem either.
Biden says him going into Ukraine would trigger World War III.
He says it does nothing, and I honestly think it's the Chinese threat. To be fair, that's what I would say.
American soldiers versus Russian soldiers is World War III.
No, it's World War III because of China's involvement after we do that.
You weren't here before when Travis was asking, do you think it's right to assassinate Putin, or is that wrong and why?
No, I was here before.
You were?
I said if he's committed murder as far as due process is concerned, then I'm okay with capital punishment for capital crimes.
But this is outside that kind of legal structure, isn't it? When you're talking about wars of aggression, genocide, and such.
I don't think you act like him. I think I don't think you act like him in executing him. You just jail him and you just show him his wrongs. You don't make him a martyr.
I don't think it fixes anything by killing him. Even I'm sure the efforts are decent enough that support him. I don't think it really. But then again, like if he's worthy of being killed, probably considering the history.
Yeah, and this is a war situation where he would then be treated as essentially a war criminal in the act, and not as a civilian criminal in a civilian jurisprudence system.
Yeah, so then we would have all sorts of factions that arise of loyalists. I think they exist now, actually. And that becomes an issue. Now we have, Soviets all over again.
Of course, one of the things that's being reported from Biden reminds me of Shaq, Stop Huntington Animal Cruelty, and the PETA extremists in animal liberation and earth liberation fronts. The idea that you go after the individuals surrounding and enabling the power structure and not just the power structure itself. That's what some of their activists got convicted as terrorists for going after the lawn maintenance guy, going after the UPS man, going after the janitors in the animal research labs of a British company that got essentially run out of the country by creating terrorist threats that made the bankers and the insurance agents unwilling to support them. So they came to the U.S. and the activists here tried the same tactics, except they ended up ultimately getting arrested after wreaking a bit of havoc. And the animal research labs continued here.
That's a pretty good parallel,
what you're pointing out is interesting because I was listening to the British Parliament and it was amazing how they are, the amount of ties that they all of the ties and the connections that they're targeting in that leads back to Putin. Any type of associate, an oligarch. It's like anybody that's like close to him just to hurt him. When just listening to the British Parliament, it was interesting how just listen to them talk.
Yeah, but I would agree that I definitely don't think the efforts that Black Ops will make are going to be successful unless there's some other nefarious activity that I'm not aware of, right? Which maybe this is a totally inside job. Yeah, I have no idea, but that would be terrible for the Ukrainians.
If Russia is well based on three sides with air power, light arms aren't going to do much, are they?
Well, I guess not. But I mean, maybe the people that are under contract over there are going for I don't know, recon missions or something. I have no idea. I don't think they're going to make the war end if it's full on, right? But I imagine that they're definitely gathering the intelligence that they would require and will act if necessary. But I mean, the sources that told me this are I know for a fact that they do that for a living.
You mean
former military
segment or just on the ground local observation or?
From what these guys are both, right? So they're security detail, and also I guess like they can't tell me that they've killed people, but I mean it's like insinuated.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But at the very least, I know they're security contractors, and a couple of them are also technology contractors, so like infrastructure.
Infrastructure or SIGINT?
Well, I mean, I don't know if there's a difference in this case. Right,
okay, yeah, I guess those two would overlap, wouldn't they? I was thinking infrastructure, meaning like the way Russia's going after air bases and the ability to do defensive or offensive air missions back, as opposed to just observe SIGINT being more passive observation for information gathering.
Yeah, I mean, from what I understand, the people I know are supporting the technology that performs those communications, right? So they're there for support or fixing infrastructure, right? So it's probably both. But the guys that are like mercenaries, basically, I don't know. I have no idea.
So from what you described, it sounds like it would make sense for them if Russia has immersed agents inside Ukraine for boots on the ground, and they can be identified and make them disappear from breathing.
I think we already know that, right? I mean, I would be pretty stupid for them not to have those guys there, right? I'm sure they've had them there forever. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm. And some of them probably have dual citizenship or Ukraine citizenship and avoided getting the Russian too, so that they can. Yeah.
If you believe the conspiracy theories, we have numbers of those in U.S. government here.
You think that happened? People were taken out by hit squads, like political.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, there was a number of people that were evacuated way beforehand as well. If you look at some of that already,
okay.
But the casualties are pretty low. So I think
maybe
they're
not
aware.
There. Maybe they're not there then.
No, the intelligence was known. Like they're well aware of what's going on. It's just now on the world stage. So
yeah. Because Biden said they were going to invade, right? And people are saying he's crazy. Biden was saying Russia was going to invade. No,
I think everyone knew that, which is why actually we were going through some of the economics at our company in an all hands meeting a few days ago, and we were talking about our supply chain and inflation issues, which as a result of this, and we knew that this would happen.
Maybe it's still a peacekeeping mission.
No, it's not.
Putin said it is.
Yeah, a fabricated peacekeeping mission trying to play some diplomatic semantics about claiming, seized territories of Ukraine and calling them Russian,
here, and he takes a piece there,
and calling defending seized territories of Ukraine defense missions against Ukraine. That's a bit of a semantic propaganda scam, but we've already been over that in several different ways.
Yeah, the issue I have is as far as like if sanctions do continue and go down that road, where does the rest of the world's trade come into play? Because now you have to deal with China in support of Russia, even though we've sanctioned them. Right? So now we can't sanction China. I mean, forget that noise. So that's the issue I think down the road I would be concerned with.
How do you even analyze that in terms of the impact on China or Putin and Xi, making economic alliance deals, and China is working on trying to create a Southeast Asia, banking infrastructure equivalent to, some of the other Western treaties that.
I would imagine China loves it, right? As far as they're concerned, they've got all sorts of economic, missions, around Southeast Asia, Eastern Africa. This is probably fine for them.
Yeah, China is dominant to a huge extent in Africa because, the cost of doing business in a country without the basic infrastructure of utilities and skilled people, triples the cost of doing business for American companies. So China goes in there with cheaper labor and, is willing to violate their own labor laws and, had no, hazmat exposure issues, no work safety issues. You get people with flip-flops and shorts running chainsaws and climbing poles, with old-fashioned spurs and belts and working around high voltage with no safety equipment. And, that's a lot cheaper than U.S. labor that has to import infrastructures and ends up costing 3 times as much as here, where we have sunk costs already invested. And the U.S. cannot compete with China on that basis.
Nope.
You think the West can lean on China to go against Russia?
No. I don't see that happening in any way.
With enough pressure?
We don't have the upper hand there. I don't know what pressure the U.S.
Not just the U.S., Europe as well.
No, I don't think. I think that, as far as I'm concerned, China can really do nothing outside of waging war themselves against us that would prevent us from doing business with them. So I don't see.
Maybe we can negotiate a bit.
China has natural
China's in a
resources
powerful
that don't
position.
exist in most other parts of the world. The U.S. has created economic and legal policies that have caused the shutdown of manufacturers of things as basic as ball bearings to over 90%. Neodymium mining and refining infrastructure we have basically driven out of existence, and it's become an increasingly essential resource for a whole range of products. The industrial incubators in Shenzhen, Guangdong, where you can walk across the street at lunch and get manufacturing quantities of basic electronic components for less than the cost of 1 to 2 day shipping in the U.S. Exists. It doesn't even exist in any market of the U.S. We've shot our own feet left and right over a lot of things that China has built up and developed.
Yeah, we have very little that we can offer as far as putting China's feet to the fire when it comes to, resource needs. I mean, there are some natural resources that we have that they need, but it's it's relatively mutual. But our standards are much higher, so it's expensive for us. But they're like things like lumber, soy, corn, things like that. The United States, even things like pork, we export to China. So we are trading with them, but there's just too much of our economy that's based on what they build there. That's and I think that actually most of the Western world is that way.
China's got some leverage now.
That's an interesting semantic issue. Do we export it, or does China export it to China? Because China bought Smithfield, which is one of the biggest U.S.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
so maybe it's now China owns the U.S. and China exports to China using the U.S.
That's been in discussion for at least 20 years now, maybe longer. Around that, with the companies
20 years is actually a number I was just thinking of before you said it. So
yeah, I think it's about that. So basically running the companies here, using us as consumers, and also using our resources to build it or create those farms. So.
And Purdue controls grain elevators, and they essentially have a stranglehold on a big part of the U.S. corn and soy market.
Yeah.
The soy, depending on the year, may get used for gasohol, for cooking oils, for chicken food, or exported to places like China, depending on how the crop is that year.
Yeah, I live near some of the largest Purdue facilities in the country.
So you see what's going through their grain elevators in terms of the crop from year to year and what goes in and out?
Yeah, one of the largest businesses around here is actually in farm insurance, and they're one of the larger that soy and farm like protecting farms, specific like the actual fields. and then people like Purdue that take that corn or that soy for the grain, and it's like one of the largest employers over here.
So by the way, it sounds like you're in some Virginia suburb of D.C. or Maryland, Eastern Shore.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm down in Virginia, but I'm in the gap, if you know the aviation sectionals between the DC protected zone and the Tidewater protected zone, in that little small gap where they don't quite overlap.
Yeah, you're just across the bay from me.
Effectively, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could get there by boat faster than by car. The
old Texas oil platform 2-cylinder diesel ferry boat.
Yeah, you could do. I mean, they did that back in the day. There's none of that now. It would be nice, but we're basically depressed over here.
Well, no, there is that ferry, but you're out where Purdue really controls it, where there are lawsuits arguing whether the farms are actually indentured servants or their own quote owners are employees of Purdue, because they're so micromanaged under contract that it's more like the FedEx drivers before some of their litigation and other regulatory pressure to be treated as employees and not indentured servants.
It's a constant discussion over here, those sorts of things around Purdue, and then there's migrant workers to throw in a little wild card into that mix.
And also the hazmat issues from the concentrated waste and creating neurotoxins out of the runoff into Chesapeake Bay and tributaries, and the whole larger water.
We have a rendering plant here that was under investigation for pollution, and they just sold to another organization, so that investigation is effectively dead in the water for the time being, for that very reason, and all the while China is still benefiting from that very food, and then selling it back to us,
and they don't have the hazmat laws for their own society that we do.
Yeah. And I think Russia's in the same boat. Like they're also buying their food from China. I mean, I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. And I imagine a lot of it is coming out of Russia and Ukraine too. But I would be surprised if they weren't getting that from China as well. Which is the problem. We don't want full-on war with Russia because now we're in full-on war with China.
China's got some leverage now, though, right? Because if we want to get to Russia, then you're going to say, well, you're going to, give us this and give us that potentially. Because Russia's isolated. They only, they're out as China. So maybe, I mean, in order to get to Russia, you got to go through China.
Margot Fawn said, what Putin deserves, hypothetical assumptions, you're in trouble, really, and it's obvious you don't realize. I mean, I don't know what any of that means, but we don't realize anything about Putin. I'm not sure what they're saying in YouTube there.
It's difficult in all the geopolitical contexts to not have to write a bit more than a YouTube comment allows and spell out the point of view and meaning, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, yes. We'd have to do a decade of,
That's where the linked Discord server is better, because it allows a little bit more extensive, discussion and quoting back and linking interactions and spelling things out better.
Yeah, YouTube's definitely for small little statements.
Anyway, there's only one thing sounds like pretty much everybody agrees on here, and that is that there is some major mess going on, but and that it's more complicated than anybody, even though fairly well informed, can put their fingers on and simplify in clear terms.
Yeah, I'm half tempted to go over to InfoWars and see what Alex Jones is spewing, because he just doesn't stop talking.
Oh my God!
And he's done so much research that I might grab a nugget of something here and there that's interesting. Although
the lizard people,
but I'm sure there's something interesting there.
The filter, though, to sort his trash out from anything he says that's actually meaningful.
You might get
well,
one grain.
I mean, yeah, but
you might get one grain of truth, though. It's worth it.
You got to go
out of
over
mountain
there
of
sometimes.
bullshit.
Have you seen the floated discussion around the idea that these targeted attacks in Ukraine was also a number of biolabs? So like all of the military installations that Russia had put in Ukraine were also the locations of U.S. installed biolabs.
Wow, his imagination.
I saw somebody say that, but I thought that was just like some nutcase bullshit and not anything to even bother paying attention to.
Well, I don't know, man. I mean, I did see that is possibly true, that there are some biolabs in these locations, but like correlation doesn't necessarily mean anything here, but it is interesting. And the person that was spewing these sorts of conspiracy on Twitter was banned shortly after that.
But the U.S. certainly is part of multinational drug companies. Germany's pretty heavy into that too, as is China. Well, China probably keeps more of it domestic, and some of our drug companies do try to contract to places with the looser regulation on drug trials or lower costs of operating. And what the per capita GDP in Ukraine is $12,000 a year and change, which is like half Canada and a quarter or less of the U.S. So it's a developed enough country industrially to have enough infrastructure to not be like Africa, where you have so-called hospitals that don't have running water or electricity unless they pour a 5-gallon can of gasoline and pull the cord to start the generator.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so it's developed enough to be functional for some projects and about as cheap as possible without going down to a level that's not. So it makes sense that there'd be contractors to multinational companies there, the same way there are in Romania or the other Eastern Bloc.
But I'm not really. Yeah, I'm trying to understand what the people would even be getting at in such a conspiracy that Russia was somehow occupying the biolab locations. Are they claiming that Russia is involved in a conspiracy with the United States, or not? I don't really understand this weird.
Well, the only way that would make sense is if there is some misrepresented nebulous relationship like that, where there, corporate and contracting and academic overlap, that some, and where pieces of it are in conspiracy theories, in the pejorative meaning as opposed to the real ones, taken out of context and misrepresented badly as partial truths.
Yeah, sure.
I have, but that sounds so preposterous as a whole that is it even worth researching what they might or might not mean?
It's absolutely tinfoil hat to a crazy degree. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it is interesting.
How you guys think this is going to play out?
Like in the short term or the long term? I think in the short term, it's going to be a terrible set of economic turmoil for most people. There'll be some hikes in transportation, inflation, gas prices, all the above as people speculate. In the long term, I think you'll see...
gas prices are already doubled in Poland.
Yeah, I think it's the same everywhere. I think in the long term,
that's the pain you have to take.
So Republicans and Democrats alike will talk about all the work they've done to improve the U.S. or whichever other country, counterpart economy, and that'll be a spin on people being hurt tremendously as a consequence of yet another destructive war, spun to make it look like the leaders who really aren't behind that and claim to oppose it were helping all of us by it.
That it's always a self-fulfilling sort of statement, right? Whenever it's the politics of that.
So in a perverse way, this is good for many wrong reasons.
Yeah, and war always does. Like other industries tend to boom during war, depending on like even a small war like this. But we'll have some fallout.
You think they managed to isolate Russia and squeeze it?
No.
You get enough countries to cut it off.
Things will get even worse if there is like some large scale cyber attack from Russia or from anyone else actually.
But I'm saying, like, even if you're a small country, you don't deal with Russia, and if you do, we're not dealing with you. We'll cut you off. Like,
well,
completely ostracized.
Other than petroleum exports to Germany and some of the old Eastern Bloc trading, how much of a trade partner is Russia? They're not one to the extent China is, as far as I can tell, are they?
Maybe to Poland with Jolly there. I don't know. Not to us.
Everybody else could be pushed to go against Russia except China.
Russia's an oil exporting country, so although
not anymore. They can keep it.
Well, that's only short term, probably, because the way the world markets work. But if you've seen any of the documentaries on things like electric infrastructure and poverty in Russia, Russia has a lot of really functionally pathetic cities and residential areas where people are doing some things that would look more like third world country than first world industrial infrastructure.
They canceled Nord Stream 2, the pipeline, the gas pipeline.
Germany suspended the process of a regulatory approval, to begin operation of a pipeline that was physically finished a few months ago and that has yet to go into operation pending certain regulatory approvals that Russia's given and Germany is still working through. So, Scott was saying yesterday
that was East Ukraine, not the full invasion. I think it's going to change with the full invasion.
What Germany did and the construction of the pipeline are not changed by any of these in politics. Those are political moves by Germany in physical construction, which is sunk cost in the ground of a physical pipeline that probably will be put into operation someday, but not until Russian politics shift.
No, I'm just saying, like, Putin made, after they went into East Ukraine, I don't know the part of it, that's when it was suspended. Now he's doing a full-on invasion in Ukraine of multiple fronts. Things will get worse for Putin.
You're off on those relationships, but the thing that Scott was saying is that the operation of oil transfer through it was shut down isn't true because it's never been approved or used to transport oil, and the direction of oil flow that it was designed for was Russia to Germany, going down between Scandinavia and mainland Europe to bypass other European countries, where Germany was one of Russia's primary customers for oil exports, and it's cheaper and more reliable to have an international waters bypass route than to bring it across other countries by land.
Okay, I get you, but they're still sanctioning Russia, though.
Well, that one's an indirect sanction because they're essentially cutting off an internal process where for the pipeline to go into operation, both Germany and Russia need to approve, the respective standards before it goes live. That's what could have prevented the Exxon Valdez disaster along the west coast U.S. if we'd done that, and not allowed the port of Valdez to fill its first tanker ever because it was never in compliance with its safety plan, never mind Exxon operating tankers with drunk captains and defective radar. So if the U.S. played by those rules, which I guess Germany's a little stricter on, we could have avoided a disaster here. But there was never an operated pipeline, and Germany canceled the German regulatory approval, based on the Russian political aggressions. But that can always be reversed. The pipeline is still there physically.
Okay, guys, I think I'm gonna head to bed. It's something past midnight here, and I'll hope that I won't hear any sirens in the morning.
They're not about to invade where you are, though, are they? Right? Just talk of your
I
country
mean, no, I don't think
assisting.
they're gonna invade us tomorrow. I don't think it's completely unlikely that they do at all, but I don't think it's gonna happen tomorrow. Um, and at least not until Ukraine falls.
Wouldn't it be more likely that they'd go after like Estonia or Bulgaria or or the former Eastern Bloc countries down closer to Ukraine if they were to do a next step, or do you think there's any real connection to trying to go after Poland?
I mean, Poland was inside the Russian. What was that? Sphere of power, something. How would you call it in English? Christ,
You're right. What you said. The
I was
spirit.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. It felt unnatural in English for me for some reason. So I don't think it's completely completely out of the question. But yeah, there are probably more plausible targets after the Ukraine. For example, Georgia and I don't know about Estonia, but Georgia, Moldavia, Kazakhstan maybe.
Loki is pretty much saying non NATO countries, more likely, and then
Yeah,
maybe before you at least.
I'm also wondering, some of those countries are non-NATO, some of them are NATO. That would probably be an influence, but some of the now NATO countries are former USSR. So I'm thinking, former USSR pieces and trying to reclaim them. And is there a difference on the NATO ones or not?
I mean, Poland was not was not technically a USSR state, but we had a marionette regime during the PRL period from 1950s to 1989. So that was completely under the Moscow's jurisdiction. What was happening in Poland back then? So I don't think it's completely unheard of to be for Russia to try to.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at the map right now. So the countries along Russia, Estonia, Latvia, Belarus. He bagged Belarus. Well, he's got a puppet there. Ukraine.
Yeah, Belarus is essentially with Russia on that. The troops are coming
So
from Belarus to Ukraine.
Anyway, messy situation. And it looks like it'll probably be playing out over a period of months or longer, or probably be able to look at it as being a few century long progression and just the next step in a whole bigger mess.
Yeah, it is. And for my own personal life, what was happening because of COVID, the prices were going upwards, the inflation and all things associated with that they were enough of a problem for me because I'm just a student. I don't have too much money, and with what's going to happen after the full on onslaught on Ukraine is absolutely crazy because food prices are gonna skyrocket because Ukraine is the major exporter for Europe of any kind of foods actually. Not to mention the gas prices. If gas goes up, everything goes up. It's not going to be pleasant.
I think real estate prices, including rental markets for the poor and elderly and disabled and urban in the U.S., have been incredibly unstable with massive artificial inflation and then some collapses. But the U.S. and Canada have dumped so much fake money into the economies to prop up people through the pandemic, that a large part of the world is set for a period of massive inflation. So that'll help people in some sectors depending on how their income or revenues balance out with the inflation, and it's going to hurt a lot of other people badly.
Yeah, it's going to backfire.
We've had so much disruption with all of the printing of funny money to prop up an economy through the pandemic that we could be in for a wild ride even without a war.
I mean, I don't think that U.S. is going to be as heavily influenced by what's happening in Ukraine as opposed to Poland, for example.
Mm-hmm. Is Poland is probably more of a trading partner, just of things that can be trucked or run by rail, isn't it?
Oh, of course. Like I said, Ukraine is one of the major exporters of food in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
So, what the U.S. is doing, are you okay with it? Do you have issue with it?
The thing that they're only issuing
how they're handling it.
Handling what?
How the U.S. is handling it? Are you okay, or do you have issues?
I mean, I don't know what would be worse, because if they decided to launch their troops and begin a full assault on Russian forces inside Ukraine, it could lead to some sketchy things. But not doing anything and just waving some papers with sanctions listed on them as Russia, it's not gonna do a whole lot.
They're also arming and training, though.
Oh yeah, okay. I don't really think that's gonna do a whole lot either. And also, I feel greatly sorry and empathetic to the people of Ukraine. I don't know if you've been around for long enough, but just about when I joined today's stream, I said that one of my father's employees is Ukrainian, and his wife and his son are fleeing today from Ukraine to Poland, and I hope to God they're successful in that. It's gonna be very much a rough ride for them, and for Christ's sake, I really wouldn't like to be forced to fight for this shithole of a country. Actually, whatever that would be, both for Poland or had I been a citizen of Ukraine, I really wouldn't want to fight and die for those countries.
And didn't Ukraine even has the ability to defend against Russia with the greater resources? It's not like Ukraine is substantial compared to Russia. 44 million people versus what is it, 170 or 80 million in Russia, and $500 million economy versus is it about a several $1 trillion economy? So it's not like Ukraine is insignificant, or Russia probably wouldn't be as interested. But at the same time, Russia is certainly tremendously bigger.
You're asking me, do I think that Ukraine stands a chance against Russia?
Yes.
Obviously not.
Yeah. So you think Russia can steamroller over them, and Levinsky's basically just making up bullshit, just look good in the press when he says how well they're doing defending?
Yeah, mostly. Maybe.
Ukraine's not going to be Afghanistan, then, right?
Oh, Afghanistan, the Bush chimp was right about when he made or at least half right about when he claimed that to put them back into the Stone Age. It was an impossible claim because, relatively speaking, they already were. They're a third world country. They burn yak shit to keep from freezing in the winter.
They're dogged, though. You got to give him that. The graveyard of empires, right?
It's a tough life living in their hills with the goats and the yak shit.
What gave me some hope was the news about Russian soldiers reportedly having very low morale. Because yeah, if the Russian soldiers don't believe in the cause and they don't really want to fight for to take over Ukraine, there is some chance. But
well, yeah. Did you look in the war topic where I posted the story on protests inside Russia against this?
I didn't look at it, but
okay. Well, there are apparently, it's probably not a particularly safe thing to do to protest Putin under these circumstances. And Russia's arrested or detained, 1745 documented cases, probably more in reality, people at protests in 54 Russian cities. And, there are opposition petitions with mid six-figure number of signatures in general, and then by scientists, by press, and by local politicians, all going on record in substantial petitions against what Putin's doing. So that there is significant Russian opposition from a broad sector of its society and from a large geographic region. If there are 54 different cities with physical protests organized already.
Yeah, that's all fine and dandy, but what matters is how the military forces feel about it.
Mm-hmm. Well, presumably the military forces come from the population in those same areas or families connected to them. So, and you can't, there's not a provable causal relationship, but there's likely to be more than a circumstantial correlation too.
Yeah, it's true. That's why I said it gives me some hope that they might not be convinced that they're in the right.
It's not like the Russian citizenry are almost unilaterally praising Putin.
No, I don't think they are.
But how it plays out, everybody here today, I think, has been reluctant to try to project. Anyway, good luck in your part of the world.
Thank you. I'm not sure that it's gonna remain my part of the world for much longer.
Well, I guess, I get a sense that there are a lot of Americans and Canadians who've been here today who hypothetically support, defending, Poland and Ukraine better, except that how do you do it effectively in practice?
Yeah,
Jolly,
right.
Aren't there a lot of people trying to get into Poland? Immigrants?
From Ukraine, I guess. It's too early to judge, but
Poland's a physically big country, and are you in part of Poland that's more along the the ocean, or or inland,
There's no
or
ocean in Poland, by the sea, Baltic
so
Sea.
you're in the safer side of Poland, so to speak.
But what I'm seeing is Belarus next to Poland. They're having people come in, immigrants come in, and flood into Poland as a way to like screw up Poland.
I think the term you want is refugee, not immigrant at this point.
Could you repeat, please?
I was saying, I think the term Nivik is suggesting is that there are refugees, not immigrants from Belarus into Poland.
Yeah, Joel. Yeah. Asking about that. You have like a big refugee problem.
Prior to the conflict with Ukraine,
they're coming in through Belarus, no?
Refugees from Belarus. I don't think that's a huge problem. No, I don't think so.
I just saw it on the news. Like,
there are some people seeking asylum in Poland because of the Lukashenko's regime, but on a large scale, it's not nearly as big of a problem that this war in Ukraine is gonna be.
Yeah, he's deliberately opening up the borders of Belarus into Poland and just letting people just stroll through. And I saw like they held a line of soldiers to try to prevent people from coming in.
Yeah, there was such a thing right about New Year's Eve. But I don't think that the problem was very large. Yeah.
What recourse would the Russian citizens have if they decided that they were fundamentally against what Putin was doing? Like, what could they even do?
What can they do?
Have an election? Just kidding.
Right, exactly.
He's the only one on the menu, so
right.
Exterminate Putin and some of his inner circle, with the risks that takes, which is probably less than from a war.
Right.
If they could manage to get through the layers of security and do it.
And I guess if you were organized enough and you had enough talented people, but it can't be easy.
That's World War III if that happens, man.
No,
Even if you get to him and you kill him, it's not just going to be okay.
I mean, it's almost already World War III.
Don't say that.
Well, I mean, I guess if he does invade a NATO country, that would be closer to World War III than what we're dealing with now. But
yeah,
you guys are starting to scare me now.
Yeah, or just if the second country got involved, then it would be a little bit closer.
Yeah.
Oh fuck!
Yeah. If another country doesn't get involved, what happens next? Do we allow Putin to get all of the Ukraine?
No. You're validating his actions.
I don't know what NATO is willing to do beyond sanctions, though. That'll be the interesting thing to see.
It would have been a whole different ballgame if Ukraine had not had its internal problems that seem to have, slowed down the process of joining NATO tremendously. Would Putin have even tried this if Ukraine had joined NATO? Or is one of his reasons for thinking this is good timing to try it the fact that
they're
the
trying
NATO
to join
process
NATO.
is still pending, and maybe that Trump is out of office, so that he doesn't care as much about Biden's politics.
Loki, exactly right. They're it's like pending, and they're going through the steps. It's not as if Russia's not going to see that. It's going to cut that off and say they said to NATO, promise me that Ukraine do not join NATO, and NATO said, go fuck yourself, we're not promising you anything. That's not our say. And I guess it makes sense for him to invade then, because he doesn't want NATO to be on their doorstep, and it will be
Yeah, I think you're right a lot, Loki, there, about like how it was sort of allowed. Trump foreign policy left a lot of uncertainty on the part of Putin about how he would handle such a thing, right? Like nobody knew what Trump is going to do in reaction, and he certainly talks a big game, and then you can see how he treats his allies versus how he treats the people that he's actually against. So, like, how did we engage in the war with ISIS? And do you want to get that kind of treatment from us?
There's a push of anti-NATO
basically,
propaganda.
yeah. Yeah, but
There's
I
a
mean,
push of
basically, the way that Trump engaged in wars was he turned off the video cameras, and the next thing you know, there's no ISIS, right? And Joe Biden didn't leave any uncertainty in what the foreign policy is going to be if Putin does whatever he wants. So
there's peddling of anti-NATO propaganda, and Ukraine could have possibly have leaned in that direction, no? And it would make sense to peddle it. In a way, it's kind of like it's campaigning. Don't they suck? They're a failure. I never really got that. Now I understood its relevance. Now when I see Ukraine, it was kind of like it was more about not wanting Ukraine to lean away from Russia, its sphere of influence, but lean towards it.
I mean, there's a lot of Russian separatist parts of Ukraine, right?
Oh,
I mean, that's why Putin was able to just move a large amount of troops in a short period of time without much resistance.
What do you call large amount? Like the two Donbass provinces that Russia
like
claims to have annexed are a small part.
It's not a small area.
They're supposedly about a sixth of Ukraine's industrial capacity. They're a geographically small region, but the fact that Crimea was taken previously means that Russia can be on three sides of Ukraine, and the next side over ends up getting into NATO country.
Not too small to launch an invasion.
All I'm saying is, like, the part that he's taking right now is low cost, low uncertainty, and high benefit for him to take. Why would he not take it?
Let's step back. We need to make a distinction for that to not be confused. He seems to have annexed, at least by his UN and propaganda speeches and claims, which may not be valid under international law, the two Donbass sections that he's claiming he's defending as part of Russia now, and not claiming they're not Ukraine, even though the world government doesn't recognize that. But he appears to have attacked airports and other targets with military action throughout Ukraine. Well outside.
That's what our propaganda.
So what are you talking about when you're saying he's taken Ukraine, when he's effectively captured pieces of infrastructure throughout?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Surrounding on three sides, but has officially claimed two little tiny pieces in the east end, but which amount to a sixth of the country's infrastructure.
Big enough to launch an invasion, though.
Well, strikes on the infrastructure is what you have to do to take the part that you want to take without resistance. I mean, he's got to strike communications infrastructure and transportation infrastructure so that he can
telecom, energy, energy, and disrupt
away from your enemy, and then take what you want from them.
Yeah, when food supplies are disrupted, mothers with kids get very uppity.
To speak towards that, the Ukrainian president, he's annexed. He's out of Ukraine. Well, I guess that makes sense, right?
Huh? What?
No point in hanging around. The president of Ukraine.
I'm gonna be off. Thank you for today's conversation.
Okay, Jolly. Good talking to you.
Thanks. I'll join you tomorrow. Should there be any more news to discuss?
Take it easy, Jelly.
See ya, guys.
Yeah.
I was just saying, the president of Ukraine took off from Ukraine.
It'll take a few days. Yeah.
I was just saying, the president of Ukraine took off from Ukraine.
Well, you saw news that he left the country and. Went into hiding?
Yeah.
And that's never a good sign.
I know the U.S. diplomats, moved from where they had retreated from Kiev back entirely into Poland outside the country. Let me check my news feed.
Munich.
Okay. That's in Germany, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes.
He went to, so he fled to Germany. Great.
Mm-hmm.
I would think that if he wants to run his country, he's got to stay in the country. I mean, that's just validation that Putin is right. That goes not really a country.
That goes to your point in where Russia is going to be targeting certain parts of Ukraine. It's that key infrastructure. What you said. Like if I'm okay, so I guess anybody political is not there anymore as well. They're likely out of there.
Right. So if you can do enough of an attack that it chases the political elites off, then you can do whatever you want with the rest of the country.
Oh yeah.
Be any resistance. Why would the army fight back if the generals run away?
Oh.
I'm actually kind of hoping that it doesn't turn into a big war and Russia just takes what they want and stop at where they think their borders ought to be.
That's going to be awkward as fuck, though. A bunch of people don't like you, don't want you there. You're ruling over them. How that's going to work?
Yeah.
Putin will make it work.
And in a minor distraction from a war, in the USA, a federal, civil court just ruled that the 3 cops, involved in the George Floyd killing by Eric Chauvin had a duty to intervene and protect Floyd's civil rights, and that they have a criminal guilt for failing to, protect the civil rights of Floyd as a murder victim of Derek Chauvin.
Like a Good Samaritan law?
Opposite of a Good Samaritan law.
I would have to check on details, but I would imagine it's probably 18 U.S.C. 241 and 242, which is federal criminal felony, deprivation of rights under color of law and conspiracy therein, respectively.
So the screaming mob saying "get off of him," he's being choked.
That was cited as a factor that the cops might claim to have been distracted by, but they had a duty to overcome it and not fail their duty because of it, as one of several factors they alleged excused their inaction.
Yeah, the mob could have tipped
some
them
people
off.
Around, Pangburn repeatedly say that or claim that there's never a duty to act, or that it's a failure to not act, and this is a case of exactly that on the part of those 3 cops who are just going to jail as federal felons now.
Another interesting court case development. Ghislaine Maxwell, famous child rapist girlfriend, is going to get off on a mistrial because one of the jurors lied on the jury questionnaire about whether they were sexually molested as a child.
I heard that it was lied. I didn't realize they were going to throw it out.
No way.
That's crazy.
I think they're going to throw. I think what I read is that it appears that they're going to throw the case out because the juror lied about their biases and thereby snuck their way into the jury and convicted this poor woman who's totally innocent.
She was certainly a part of the activities. If you've looked at the household management manual and the way that they micromanage the environment, and she was essentially the office manager to that whole operation. But exactly what that does for criminal culpability versus civil liability or otherwise may be a little bit less clear. Of course, that whole thing is tied in with The Limited, with Victoria's Secret, and with another larger business empire that friends of Epstein ran, including one Jewish guy in New York who built up a whole trucking company and real estate empire, along with the upscale fashion at overpriced scamming stores, and then the Victoria's Secret billboards and soft porn on broadcast TV. That's a whole upscale elite arrogant culture.
I don't think she's going to get off. I think the only one that can get away is Prince
they might have
Prince
to
Andrew.
They might have to redo the trial.
The only one that can get away is
Prince.
The only one can get away is Prince Andrew, because he's royalty.
He isn't entirely getting away because he's done some civil deals to settle cases, and he's taken a big hit as a royal.
His name.
So, that's cost him exactly what overall, ends up being complicated.
Yeah, but one guy died. He lost his life, and he gets his name smudged. And that's not bad in comparison.
What are you referring to exactly?
Epstein dying in prison, and his name getting life sentence, while he just he has his name his credibility gets ruined.
He's still got a life sentence though, right? His life sentence was just shorter. It was just a shorter amount of time.
Anyway, I posted the George Floyd peripheral case in criminology if anybody's interested.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that civil judge saying that somebody is somebody who bystands in a case where it's not clear, where it wasn't exactly clear cut whether the guy was guilty in the first place, even after discovery and a lengthy trial. That somebody that was bystanding without the benefit of a discovery process and a lengthy trial should have known that he was doing something illegal.
Well, it looks like this is a criminal conviction in federal court, prosecuted by acting U.S. Attorney Charles Kovats, and it involves not just ordinary civilian bystanders but law enforcement, and the conviction is based around the fact that they stood around for 9.5 minutes while Floyd was handcuffed, face down, and dying while depriving him medical care that they had a duty to provide since they were on scene and able. How
do you provide medical care when somebody else is kneeling on their neck?
Well, they were all law enforcement officers, and as law enforcement officers, they have a duty the same way they have a duty to intervene in, the case of stopping crimes in progress. yeah, and that, yeah, whether it's due to inexperience, improper training, or distraction of shouting bystanders, all of which they alleged were reasons to not intervene, none of those are valid reasons, even if they may reflect problems in their training, supervision, discipline. Yeah, but yeah, they have a duty to intervene, and the department may have a duty to ensure that the training, is adequate. None of those are factors that prevent them from acting responsibly.
So,
You know,
so do we
in
have
the,
a do we have a requirement that police officers start engaging in arguments and fighting and shooting amongst themselves every time there's a gradation in the judgment of how much force is necessary in a given case? So, like one cop thinks that they need to be forceful, and another cop thinks that they shouldn't be forceful, and so the cops have to start fighting each other. Is that what we want to set as a precedent?
enemy, that's one of the messiest parts of constitutional law. The same as it is for other government bad actors. When do you become a domestic enemy versus an agent of valid government? But the cops, that court ruled, have a specific duty to prevent excessive force or death from deprivation of medical care when obviously needed. There are some states that have passed explicit statutes trying to clarify exactly that issue, with more precise definitions of when cops have a duty to intervene and stop other cops. As, the emotional side of being a cop in a lot of ways is tougher than the physical skills of, using force to protect or detain or stop. Because cops may be chasing a drunk driver, or in a fight with a drunk driver, chasing somebody who tries to evade and road rage out of a domestic violence incident, and then having to go help some guy with dementia who's driving sloppily, who's having a medical issue and needs an ambulance and needs to be calmed down and refocused. And it's not an easy job for humans going through that kind of yo-yo cycle perpetually of adrenaline rush and then acting peaceful and calm.
Yeah, no, it's extremely hard.
Yeah, I don't think we can punish people for not fighting when there's just a difference of opinion.
Well, this isn't just a difference of opinion, but applying the duty of law standards of professional conduct in which they have specific training, supervision, management, and standards. And it's not like whether green or blue are a prettier color, as a bar argument. Like what is medical malpractice? From negligence versus intentional, acts. There are professional standards, and a lot of them are subject to interpretation. Anyway.
Yeah.
Messy. All right, guys, I gotta head out. Take it easy.
Have a good one.
You guys are done talking about the Ukraine? We're still live?
It looks like we're still on a live channel, and it looks like we've had a turnover of day part for dinner time for some people.
Yeah, it is kind of dinner time. I missed most of the discussion due to Bean's work.
Okay, so do you think that Putin belongs killed, and if so, why, or based on what factors? That was Travis's question earlier that most people answered. Some had an easier time or nested it in more or less conditionals of different types than others.
Yeah, I mean, he's a rough character, yeah.
Being a rough character is legal, though. But
yeah, he's also an elected official, and we have different standards of what we call a legitimate election. But I think by Travis's standards, if you don't want Putin to be the president of Russia, you have to work within the laws of Russia to remove him.
The fact that he's initiating another wave of what arguably by most world geopolitical standards is massive crime, does that shift him into a different category than a civilian or political leader otherwise?
I think what he's demonstrated is re-annexing Russian separatist portions of a country that was corrupt and ineffective in the first place. So if he keeps it to what he's done at the current moment, or at least according to what the Wall Street Journal says is where the lines are, I don't think it's a crime. I think it's certainly an act of war, but I don't think it's a war crime. If you have let's just say if Mexico were to invade the southern part of the U.S., including El Paso, Yuma, Arizona, and San Diego, all the way up to, all the way up to Chula Vista, and the mayor of San Diego ran away to Los Angeles, and all the Mexicans in San Diego were cheering, and hardly a shot was fired. Yeah, okay. Well, the shots fired were probably war. That's war, right? But there's Mexican separatist factions in the U.S., and at the point where they become powerful enough that the non-separatists don't feel like fighting back when that area gets annexed, I think that's the least crimey kind of war that there is.
Because you're not shots fired, it's okay.
I'm not sure if there were shots fired or not, but what I'm saying is that wars are generally fought when the state boundaries don't coincide with national boundaries.
When you have a blitzkrieg of tanks and choppers, and just a lot of
a blitzkrieg.
A huge force rolling in. I mean, and you have your gun in your hand. You're gonna take a shot at that.
Do it?
You're gonna.
How else would you do it?
Yeah. I'm just saying, it's so overwhelming. I can see his tactic. It's just that what he's doing is just so overwhelming in force, and where it's in a way, it disarms you. It's what am I like? I'm gonna take a shot at that. That large force. I don't.
No, I mean, I think that at the current moment, if Mexico tried to invade the southern border of the U.S., we probably would have tanks and stuff shooting back at them. That's all I'm saying. It seems like if you have an effective government and people that are motivated to keep the borders where they are, then there's going to be a little bit more fighting than what we've seen. Now, I'm not 100% sure because I haven't seen exactly. There's still what they call a fog of war. We don't know how much fighting there actually has been.
You're saying it sounded like you're validating it because people haven't really put up a fight.
Well, it's well known that there are Russian separatist factions in a lot of these areas that have been occupied, and so that validates the occupation. Yeah, when the Russian separatists are enough of a political force that the area in general doesn't fight back when it's taken over. That's not that's. That does validate it.
I understand that Russia has been issuing dual citizenship credentials for years, and that something approaching but close to 1 million people in eastern Ukraine nominally are also Russian dual citizens at this point.
Yeah, so there you go. I mean, that makes it extremely muddy, right? There's certainly a boundary that's internationally recognized, but is there such a thing as an international government? I think that this, obviously demonstrates that there isn't.
There's another theory on the whole Mexico situation that Ed McGaw, who was an ex-Marine and became a lawyer, Native American activist, went by the name Eagle Man, promoted, is that the Vatican, which is of course a nation state with a military army, it's not just a church, has been using legal and illegal immigration into the U.S. from Mexico to try to take increasing control of U.S. politics and push political activities, including taking over financial control of big chunks of the medical system and portions of the electorate to vote for things that are blatantly illegal under secular constitutional law standards in a long game where the Vatican will play centuries-long games, which is a little different than corporate or political activities over a quarter or a few years. And try to take some kind of more dominant role, shifting the U.S. to be more of a subsidiary of the Vatican.
Yeah, that's weird.
Well, he's Ed is dead now, but I knew him when he was alive, and I've had a chance to hear him talk about that and discuss it with him among liberal religious friends and pagans. He made a fairly strong case that would be very difficult to prove given the nature of how institutions like that work, but that, he did support well with at least circumstantial facts. So,
person over on Twitter has an excellent point here. The Second Amendment is not about hunting. The Ukraine has finally decided to grant its citizens the right to bear arms.
Well, actually, what they're doing is more extreme than Switzerland, because when you hear about it's like Sarah Brady disciples talking about Switzerland having incredibly strict firearm regulation, what that means is that military service is nearly universal for males in Switzerland. And after a period of mandatory military duty when they're young, they become essentially reserve troops or officers for the majority of their adult lives, with a requirement for an officer until age 55 to keep a sidearm and military issue ammunition, for enlisted until age 45 to keep an assault rifle, a real one, not a political pretend U.S. game, and mandatory ammunition cache.
Yeah, everyone's
auditable for years. It doesn't mean you're prevented from having firearms. It means you're in deep shit if you can't prove that you have military firearms at home. And they subsidize ammunition to encourage practice at the range.
It was only a couple 100 years ago where it was illegal to walk down the street unarmed. Like just before the invention of the 1911, 1800s, 1700s, it was illegal to walk around without a sword at your hip.
That would be a state or local law in some areas. That wouldn't be any kind of U.S. federal.
Across roughly most of the West, Spain, France, Germany, Britain, U.S. There was a maybe not the U.S. because I think they broke away from Britain in 1833, but for a good chunk of history there.
No, you're confusing Canada and the U.S. there. That was Canada. The U.S. came a little before that in the previous century.
70 something. Yeah, whatever. Point is, there was a good chunk of history there where it was actually illegal to walk around without being armed at all times. You could if you're a woman, but if you're a guy, that was unacceptable. You had to be ready to fight at the drop of a hat.
I think you're confusing. In the U.S., I don't think there was ever a sword requirement at a federal level. We did have the Militia Act, remnants of which still exist in much diluted form as 10 U.S.C. 311 in federal law, that distinguishes two classes of militia: the organized militia, which is essentially uniformed services with an archaic pre-World War II definition, and the unorganized organized militia, which is defined as all able males age 17 to 45, which arguably might include females and older males under, amended forms and interpretations of our Constitution. That used to require having a military firearm and supplies in that era generally considered to be powder, and ball and caps with at least 300 rounds of ammunition for your military long arm in the technology of the day, at home and at the ready, and an interpretation of that well regulated, as used in our Second Amendment, essentially means that you keep up your shooting skills by private practice at home or in community groups, as opposed to not being able to shoot straight, so to speak. The idea of regulated, like a regulator clock in old bank lobbies, meaning precise and accurate, not meaning
actually,
restricted by modern regulations.
I believe well regulated back then was referring to regulars as in the soldier type.
In different contexts, but well regulated, in context from my historic research and what I've studied of others, essentially means precise and accurate, or able to shoot straight. Like the idea of a regulated clock or a regulated unit, that in a militia, that could mean able to interact with others in your community, defending it against all enemies, foreign and domestic, which would mean people
during the age of wheel locks and the first rifled guns. That was the state. It was, so you had like you called them like British regulars, American regulars. Those were people who were self-taught, self-trained, self-maintained, brought into service. Then you had it wasn't called veterans. They had another name for it back then. But it was soldiers who were paid by the state to be soldiers even in times of peace. And then you had like officers and all that good shit, and then you hit your ranks. But
except that under constitutional law, the hiring of an army is for a maximum of 2 years, and Congress has somewhat corrupted that to maintain perpetual 2-year back-to-back entitlements and funding. And given modern weaponry, I'm not sure how we could not do that, but it's not exactly what the intent of the Constitution was historically. Far from it. The 2-year design was that if there's not an active war, you send the soldiers home. But under the old Militia Act, the soldiers were required to keep military arms at home and stay proficient in them, the same as in Switzerland.
Pretty crazy how far that's come. That's nuts.
Yeah, but because the other side of that is that the Ted Kennedy and Tom Dodd use of Hitler's 1930s firearm restrictions, which they asked the Library of Congress to translate from German, and where Dodd had a personal copy from his time as a Nuremberg prosecutor and didn't realize the Library of Congress archives international legal publications and already had it, shows that, the Second Amendment is clearly intended for use against corrupt politicians, but, that the Gun Control Act of 1968 was, in fact, adapted from Hitler's firearm restrictions in the 1930s, and that there has been a Library of Congress archival record traced to demonstrate that. But that it was what they called Second Amendment rights are actually Ninth Amendment rights that were considered uncontroversial in colonial days. That hunting and self-defense on a personal level, are the blanket stuff in the Ninth Amendment that's not explicitly specified. Whereas the idea of being an armed terrorist shooting at redcoats from behind rocks and trees is an anomaly of world history that took an explicit Second Amendment. Monarchs generally don't like saying, all you good people have a right to shoot at me if you think I'm screwing up badly enough. But We certainly don't honor that very well as part of our Constitution, do we?
No, Americans definitely don't.
But yeah, are you familiar with the late 1930s case of U.S. v. Miller?
Vaguely, I've heard of it, and I think I had it explained to me once by Rakita Law.
Well, yeah, you're familiar with the National Firearms Act, or more specifically, what Class 3 weapons are under it?
You mean repeal that bitch? Yeah, I agree.
But do you understand what that is?
It's a restriction on who can have what. Needs to go.
Well, the National Firearms Act, of course, was playing off all of the prohibition-based gang activity to restrict firearms, and part of the debate in NFA was how to do something that blatantly violates the Second Amendment. Oh, we'll create an excise tax on some firearms and pretend that's not like an illegal poll tax that's already been ruled illegal. Well, and people will buy it somehow because of the way it's presented. And then an excise tax will allow a process to apply for tax stamps that we can say doesn't restrict or abridge their Second Amendment rights, even though that's the intent and effect according to congressional debate. Anyway, U.S. v. Miller was the presidential case that upheld that restriction on fully automatic firearms and on short barrel rifles and shotguns. Miller was conned by a Department of Justice operative into cutting off two shotguns along with a neighbor, a quarter of an inch shorter than the 18-inch barrel length restriction for Class 3 weapons. And the case hit the Supreme Court with Miller and his neighbor emotionally and financially destroyed personally, so that they never appeared by the time the case hit the Supreme Court in person or by counsel. The feds had expert witnesses who committed perjury, claiming that such weapons had no military purpose, which is exactly the opposite criteria as Gun Control Act of 1968 based on Hitler with Dodd and Kennedy. The feds argued and had expert witness testimony presented by government and non-government figures claiming no military purpose, even though the U.S. military is the biggest purchaser in world history of exactly such weapons, including trench guns in both the world wars, among other contexts. And the Supreme Court wrote an opinion that included the exact phrase, barring presentation of evidence to the contrary, where the justices knew they were being scammed, upheld the federal position because by legal process, they weren't given any basis to do otherwise because the feds had essentially destroyed the victims of a malicious prosecution and entrapment scheme to set up a case. So it's an incredibly bad legal precedent that's based on perjury and malicious prosecution and based on congressional activity where there's a debate record in Congress about the design of an excise tax to circumvent constitutional law the same way had been done with poll taxes. But it was upheld by the court because of sick legal trickery. And then that flipped 180 degrees by 1968, playing on the Kennedy and King assassinations, and public idiocy about our own constitutional legal history and meaning. To argue then that exactly the criteria for the 1936 ruling on the 1934 law had the opposite meaning come 1968.
Sounds very American.
Like, what the fuck, you sick shits? The Second Amendment exists to hang or shoot you guys for pulling those games on us. except that in what came in the 1950s in between by model penal code, or do you know what model penal code is?
Model penal code?
Yes. Do you know what uniform commercial code is?
No. The thing is you know terms really well, and you generally deal with concepts, so you're probably going to explain it to me, and I've heard it before. I just didn't know that was what it was called officially.
Okay. Uniform commercial code is a block of civil law on financial and contract transactions that essentially is designed to allow them to be implemented and enforced in adequately similar form as that law is adopted by all 50 states to allow interstate enforcement under essentially adequately uniform provisions. Model penal code.
That kind of sounds like that goes against the whole point of America.
Well, America is based on state and individual power dominance over the feds, which has been more or less inverted in the last century. But it is a constitutional duty of federal government to regulate interstate commerce. The commerce
I wonder how much
clauses.
weaker the states would be if it actually had been reverted back to a proper republic.
Yeah. But anyway, the model penal code is a body of model law that's equivalent for commercial statute or for criminal statutes. I've been on this Discord too long. Which is implemented in more or less the same form by all states, that in theory allows some level of proportionality and equal protections, 8th and 14th Amendment compliance, among other provisions, and is somewhat strange because it's essentially a lawyers' trade group developing model law that is then used for a government purpose of criminal law. And in the 1950s, they modified model penal code provision on the basis that post-World War II weapons had grown too powerful, and radio communications in cars allowed the escalation of force operations by police forces that made it overly unsafe to have citizens armed in ways that would get too brutal in encounters with police. Ignoring the fact that the Second Amendment is supposed to be for citizens to defend against corrupt government if it crosses an incredibly hard to define line of acting like domestic enemies, as opposed to valid in ways where doing exactly the same physical acts could be treasonous, if against legitimate government. So, and the Supreme Court has upheld the idea that the Second Amendment can be largely erased based on a lawyer trade group idea of escalation of force and adequacy of military weapons for citizens to use them exactly as the Second Amendment intended to counter overly corrupt government under incredibly difficult to define conditions. By the way, building code is another area of model law adopted in most states, and things like the IEEE Institute of Electronic Engineers C2 standard for electric grid is also model code implemented in most states and federally. So, legislators, lawyers are clueless idiots, and they rely on outside experts to develop model law, but, those being several examples in different fields. But is the Supreme Court in theory is supposed to interpret law? That there's this thing called an amendment process in the Constitution that's not the Supreme Court's jurisdiction to repeal the Second Amendment, which is what lawyers effectively did there.
Yeah. Real shame how America has kind of slowly pissed away its rights for political gains.
But at the same time, the basis for that isn't entirely untrue in terms of what's happened with militarizing police and escalation of technology, both for communications and arms level and density of population. Except that that's not a valid way to do it if we are to obey our own laws. So then what?
America's toast, my dude.
I'm not seeing the stories Nivik was talking about Zelensky, fleeing to an adjoining base of operations. Although, given the reports of military activity, an airport's being trashed, it wouldn't be surprising if he had. But is that disinformation or information?
Why can't it be both?
If it's true, it's not disinformation, it's information, even if there are other side stories about meaning.
Information can also be utilized in such a way that it becomes misinformation by being